Chapter 118. The first floor was the biggest floor in the hospital. It was, in fact, double the size of the other floor, and when Wesley heard it was filled with people, he couldn't help but imagine how bombarded it was going to be. "I need to have a look at it." With that said, and Wesley walked toward the elevator. The others didn't remain still, and when Wesley dashed towards the elevator, they also moved as well. It took them only a few minutes to arrive on the first floor. But even before they got to the floor, they could already hear the voices that reverberated through the building, and when they arrived at the floor, everyone was flabbergasted. In a span of 10 minutes, the floor has become fuller than what it formerly was. The first floor was massive, and whether it was the reception area, the waiting room, or the foyer, every part of the surrounding was packed with people. There were even several people at the front of the elevator, and when Wesley and the others came out of it, they rushed inside right away. Wesley staggered forward, as at this point he had no clue on what to do. He had formulated a plan that was going to save him from Sonia's wrath by using the government as a ploy. But, at this moment, he was not only going to deal with Sonia's wrath but also the government, and there was a high possibility that the Heroes League would visit them. "Help, please, save my son, Dr. Wesley." One of the people on the first floor recognized Wesley amidst the crowd, and without a second thought, she rushed to him with a child who appeared to be 5. The woman was about to come in contact with Wesley and the others when she was held down by the people in front. However, when the woman's voice rang out and everyone turned to see the Dean of Medicine on the first floor, they shifted their attention towards Wesley quickly. And even though the woman had just been stopped from approaching Wesley, they didn't seem to care. As one after the other they charged at Wesley. "Dr. Wesley, please save me." Wesley staggered backward as he saw the people who were rushing at him. His back was immediately drenched in sweats, and while he was still in fear of the situation in front, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. "Ugh!" Wesley exclaimed, with panic written all over his face. He stared at the person who had just tapped him. It was one of the directors, and as he saw Wesley staring at him, he dazed and pointed his hand at the front. Seeing the muscular man with a face that seemed to be merged together in front, Wesley's mouth opened slightly. However, it wasn't the sight of the man that frightened Wesley. Instead, it was the action he was partaking in that made Wesley frightened. As, with both hands balled into tight fists, he slammed his hand against the outside glass of the hospital that had been locked. Bang! Because Jersey Saint Hospital was a public hospital, there were only a handful of metahumans who existed in the hospital, and even the ones that existed were of C ranks. They were however unable to operate to the maximum level as, for some reason, whenever they moved to drive the people out of the hospital, someone would interfere. It baffled them a lot, but as they were able to place the hospital on lockdown, they could solve the problem of more people entering into the hospital. The only issue at hand was how to handle the people inside. Wesley bit his lower lips so hard that blood came out of his mouth. He stared at his colleagues and said, "We have no choice but to inform Sonia about this. This is beyond you and me. Only Sonia can take care of this mess." Wesley brought his cell phone out and called Sonia right away. While Sonia was going to severely punish them for this, there was no doubt that she was able to solve the problem within minutes, if not seconds, and that was what Wesley needed before the government knew about this. Wesley was waiting for the person on the other end to answer the call when he was tapped once again on the shoulder. "Wesley, Wesley, they are already here." It was the female director that spoke. Wesley had ignored the first and second call, but when he heard the woman the third time, his body trembled violently, and as he raised his head and stared at the people who had just walked into the hospital, the phone in his hand dropped to the floor. If there was a hole right in front of him, certainly Wesley wouldn't waste any time whatsoever, and he would immediately jump into it because the people who had just arrived were none other than the government. Their presence in the hospital was so overbearing that immediately as they walked into the hospital, the people who were shouting and screaming for help went silent. Wesley and the people in the hospital were able to recognize them because of the emblem on their suits, and one after the other they made way for the men in black quickly. "Who runs this place?" A few seconds after the 3 men walked into the hospital, an icy voice rang out from one of them. When they heard the man's voice, everyone's eyes shifted to the 7 people who were standing in one corner of the hospital, and even though they didn't say a word, their eyes already answered what was asked of them. Wesley gulped hard. His heart raced as each step the 3 men took closer to him made him feel as though death was approaching him. The 3 men were in all black suits with dark shades on, and as they arrived in front of Wesley and the others, they seized them from head to toe, and a second after, one of them spoke. Under Rule 355, Section 5, you have failed to uphold the promises you made to the government regarding the purpose of the hospital, and punishment is due served. The man said, you can appeal to the government if you believe you're being treated unfairly, but until then, the hospital will be shut down. He blurted, hand over the keys. When the man ordered for the key, he raised the tone of his voice, and killing intent could be sensed in it. Wesley shivered in fear. He glanced at his colleagues, and it wasn't of much shock to him when he saw that they had all lowered their heads. Shaking his head and then heaving a deep breath, Wesley slowly placed his hand into his pocket. He brought a key out of his pocket, and it wasn't up to a second after the key appeared, that it was grabbed. Why? Wesley wanted to speak, but when he saw the fierce look that was on the face of the man who grabbed the key, he sealed his lips quickly. The 3 men had neutral expressions on their faces, and once they had collected the key from Wesley, they turned their attention to the people in the hospital. Those with crucial conditions will be transported into a new facility. As for the rest of you, you have 20 seconds to scramble out of this place, the man in the middle said. When the people in the hospital heard the man, a couple of them stared at him, wondering if he was pulling some jokes on them. Even if they wanted to leave this place, 20 seconds wasn't something that could be achieved based on the number of people who were in the hospital. As no response or even the slightest bit of movement came from the people in the hospital, the man's voice rang out. Good, he said, and then stared at the 2 beside him. Kill them. Once the command was given, the 2 men in black suits made a move immediately. It was so abrupt that before any of the people in the hospital could react, 10 of them had fallen to the floor. Run. Once blood began to spill and bodies dropped on the hospital floor, the rest wasted no time, and they ran with every bit of power they could muster up. Despite the fact they were rushing out of the hospital, the killing didn't stop. No mercy came from the men in suits as they hacked through bodies as though they were butchering pigs. Meanwhile, 5 students were in a building, a few meters away from the hospital. The 5 of them had a telescope in their hands, staring at the first floor of the hospital with different expressions on their faces. What the hell? I absolutely didn't see that coming, Bane blurted. But, why does it seem like their attacks are targeted at specific people? He could have killed that man, but instead, he went after the lady with a baby. And why did he kill that woman and spared the boy beside her? Bane asked as he watched the massacre that was happening in the hospital. Naomi lowered her telescope after Bane spoke, and said, they are only killing the non-metas among them. The meta-humans are allowed to leave the hospital. Naomi shook her head in despise. The mission has been completed. Let's return. As Jersey Saint Hospital was going to be shut down permanently, the mission could as well be said to be completed. The students gathered back at the zone and soon, preparation to head back to the academy was made. The zone was the teleportation channel that the academy had installed for them whenever they were in the outside world and wanted to come to the academy. Hold on, we haven't discussed how we are going to take care of this? Levi stared at the truck that was loaded with stacked cash and all sorts of items as he spoke. The atmosphere became awkward really quickly as everyone shifted their gaze between the truck and the person beside them. They began staring at one another soon enough, with their thought unknown. Well, according to the rule of the academy, any item that we obtain and isn't a part of what was requested of us is ours, Savannah said. A smile hung on Levi's face when he heard Savannah. He nodded his head and then said, so, all this is ours, he. Levi licked his lips sadistically. I call dips. Bane leapt to the front after he spoke. While he was greeted by a scornful look from his mates, Bane wasn't in the slightest bothered about them, and instead, he had his eyes on the grand treasure in front of him. Bane suddenly towards the 20 meta-humans behind him. As you all know, Generous is my middle name, so I will have you share the stacked cash, golds, silver, and whatever it is that's there. But, the diamonds are all mine, Bane stated. There was confusion on the faces of the people he was speaking to, and after a second, a couple of them burst into laughter. You can't be serious, right? There's no way you will be getting all the diamonds. If you're able to have one of them, then you should consider yourself lucky, Sean blurted. Bane sneered. Oh really? I want to see who is going to stop me then, he said. Killing intent flashed in between Sean's eyes, and even though he hadn't taken a step from where he was, it was certainly just a matter of time. The both of you should calm the hell down. Aiden walked to the front quickly. He stretched both of his hands at Bane and Sean as he spoke. There's enough for everyone. We don't have to get into a fight, Aiden said. And who the fuck do you think you are? A second after Aiden spoke, and Sean's voice rang out, he seized Aiden from head to toe with disgust evident in his eyes. Aiden's lips curved inwardly. He lowered his hand and took a step closer to Sean. Aiden cracked his knuckles. My hands are quite itchy. It would do just good to destroy that stinky face of yours. Coming from a boy who lived in the gutter, I really don't know who has a stinky face between you and me, Sean responded. A bone-chilling frown appeared on Aiden's face. He clenched his hand into a tight fist and was about to dash towards Sean when a hand pushed him back gently. What is wrong with you people? Melinda yelled. If you want to kill each other for some bunch of treasures, then fine, go ahead, but, let me remind you, these treasures are of no value in the academy. We can't purchase anything with the stacked cash, the gold, or even the diamond. We might as well just gift this out because it's all about academy points in there, Melinda exclaimed. Suddenly, Jackson appeared beside Sean, staring at Melinda. He said, while the academy might have no use for it, the black market does, and the black market in the academy would offer anything, including academy points. Jackson smirked. You know Melinda, not everyone comes from a rich family as you do, and not everyone's uncle is one of the directors in the academy. When Melinda heard Jackson, her eyes twitched and her hands were clenched into a tight fist. She had always hidden the fact that her uncle was one of the directors in the academy, and only her close friends were aware of it. Did you tell him? Melinda asked, staring at Becky. Becky knitted her brows. Number. She responded. And why would you think I told him about your uncle? What's that all about? Becky's eyebrows were lowered, with rage written all over her face as she spoke. Melinda shrugged her shoulders. I don't know, maybe it's because you have been hanging out with him lately, she replied, pointing at Jackson. Eliza could see that the situation was getting out of hand between Melinda and Becky, and before it would grow into something else, she quickly approached the both of them. The first move she made was to nullify both of their powers, and once it was nullified, she pulled them aside. There was battle intent between Aiden, Bane, Sean, and Jackson, as they glared at one another, with hands then balled into fists, and two clones appearing beside Jackson. A battle was about to go down. However, before they would engage, Mason walked toward them. Quit this shenanigan, Mason exclaimed, and seeing that the expression on the four of them didn't change in the slightest, he stomped his feet on the ground. The ground trembled violently from the full force blow of Mason, and while a sneer came from Seam and Jackson, they moved their gaze away from Aiden and Bane. As Mason stared at the others, he couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the disappointing look on their faces. Let's head back to the academy, then we discuss how we will share the items. By the time Mason was done speaking, the teleportation device was already in place, though a displeased expression was on the faces of a couple of them. They still walked into the portal. Mason then walked towards the truck. He placed his hand on it, and with a bit of force added, he swung the truck into the portal that had just opened. Meanwhile, the news of the Jersey Saint Hospital being shut down was all over the place. On the #1 news channel, Retro News 1, two journalists sat side by side with a paper in front of them. As we speak, we have just been informed about the current situation in one of the public hospitals. Jersey Saint Hospital has been shut down, Lexi said. The governments have reprimanded them on their failure to uphold the rules and regulations they swore to abide by. The government has also moved the attendees in the hospital to a safe and better environment. They have assured the families of the attendees that no harm will befall their relatives, Lexi said. Even though Lexi was shocked about the information that she had just heard, she didn't let it show on her face. She kept a straight face as she stared at the camera. Between a span of 24 hours, over 2,000 lives have been lost in the hospital. The government had to swoop in to prevent any more fatality in the hospital. Among the information that was being told by Retro News 1 and another news channel, there was no mention of the killing that occurred in the hospital, and once again, the government had only informed the world what they wanted them to know. Sonia was on her way back to her place when she saw the news on the television screen. The limousine stopped soon enough, and as Sonia watched the news, she bit her lower lips hard and her hands were clenched into a tight fist. When the men in the limo saw Sonia in this state, they stepped out quickly. They knew Sonia well, and at this moment, there was no saying what she was capable of. A loud scream that caused the three men to move further away from the limousine rang out, and a few seconds after, Sonia stepped outside. Her eyes were bloodshot red, her hair had become scruffy, and with her nails digging deep into her palm, blood could be seen on her hand, with a killing intent that seemed to come from the depth of purgatory oozing out of their body. Sonia's was gruesome, to say the least. She stared at her assistant who had also just stepped out of the limousine and said, "Get ready, we are going to war." There was no need for further question, as the man understood who it was that Sonia wanted to wage war against. He nodded his head and took a cell phone out of his pocket. He soon placed it on his ear and walked a few meters away from Sonia. The route the limousine took was hardly passed by, and presently apart from Sonia's vehicle and her men, there wasn't any other vehicle or being in the surrounding. And while Sonia's appearance was overbearing, when the three men stared at her from afar, their cheeks reddened. Sonia's assistant walked back to Sonia and said, "Preparation has already been made. When do we leave?" The students had only just returned to the academy when they received a notification from their wristwatches. As they saw the content that was on it, a displeased expression appeared on the faces of a couple of them, while others didn't seem to mind that they had a class to attend to. Emily stared at the 21 students in front of her and for some reason, a smile hung on her face. She was wearing the usual white shirt, black suit jacket and pencil skirt. The outfit hugged her body so tight that it seemed her bosom was going to burst out anytime soon. However, much to the male students' grief, none of it happened. It seemed like, but it didn't, and despite that, they still had their eyes on it, hoping a miracle of some kind would occur. "So, how was it? I want the full details." Emily spoke with a bewitching smile on her face. "I was supposed to take this class before you went on the mission, but some things came up, and I couldn't," she said. "But, I'm impressed, to be honest, that without my guide, you were able to make the right decision. Jersey Saint Hospital has been shut down, and I know the academy rewards are always little, but this time I can assure you that they would treat you well. This is after all your last mission as first-year students." Emily broke the news to them. A dumbfounded look appeared on the faces of the students in the classroom. They definitely didn't see this coming. "Really? This means that we will be second-year students very soon," Aiden said with his cheeks raised, indicating that he was delighted with the information he had just learned about. In response, Emily nodded her head. She sat on the desk behind her, and as she folded her hands across her chest, a reaction occurred from a couple of the male students. Melinda shook her head. "But, why is it like that?" she asked. The previous set chose 10 months at the first year before they were moved to the second year, and this was the same with the third-year students. "With that arrangement, we should still have 4 months in the academy. I feel the academy is rushing us, which isn't supposed to be so, as there are still a lot of things we haven't learned first," Melinda said. Melinda suddenly paused. She was about to voice out again, when Becky interrupted her. "We get it, Melinda, you know everything about the academy. Your uncle is one of the directors, blah blah." There was a sneer on Becky's face when she spoke, and even though Melinda was sitting right beside her and was even staring at her, she didn't give a crap about it. Meanwhile, Melinda's eyes squinted. As Becky spoke, it was unknown whether she wanted to make a move or not, but before she would do something drastic, Eliza held her hand. No words escaped Eliza's mouth, but as she shook her head at Melinda, she already understood what it meant. Melinda loosened the firm grip of her hand and shifted her gaze to Emily. Emily, of course, noticed the dispute between Melinda and Becky, but she instead chose to remain quiet. After a few seconds, Emily's voice rang out. While it's true that the previous set spent 10 months in the first year, and you have only spent 6 months, the Academy isn't rushing you, Emily replied. The system is much more bigger than that, and the Academy wants to deploy a new method to train you. The program for the second year will still remain the same, but the others will be very different from what it used to be. Emily paused with a smile on her face. One of the differences is the internship that is about to be introduced. A few of the students were torn between exasperation and amusement when they heard Emily. They had a lot of questions to ask, and just as one of them wanted to voice their concern out, Emily's voice rang out. I know, you must have a lot of questions to ask, but they will be answered very soon. The Academy would inform you all that you need to know about the internship when the time comes. Despite the words that had just been spoken by Emily, the students refused to give up just like that, and one of them spoke. Emily, what do you mean by internship? Camille asked. You mean we are going to go out of the Academy for learning experiences or perhaps training experiences, and so, what's company, organization, where and even when? The questions just kept coming from Camille, and a second after she asked her own inquiries, the others also gave theirs. Throughout the entire time, Emily didn't say a word. Her eyes were glued to all them in the classroom, and it was only after no one else was speaking that her voice rang out. The questions which I can answer are very limited because, like I said, this is a new program that the Academy is trying to implement. I only know about a few of the details at the moment, Emily said. First, I won't tell you when it would hold, but I can tell you where. As you know, they are students and teachers who have established their own organization out of the Academy, and they are also forces that the Academy has outside. This is where the interns would be taking place. As they seemed to have assimilated the words that she had said, Emily continued. Second, the interns are based on your performance in here. There are low, mid as well as high forces, so it all depends on how well you perform, Emily said, and of course, if you have options of your own, you will be allowed to go there. How many months for the internship? Jackson asked. 12 months, Emily replied. Suddenly, Emily stood from the desk she was sitting on, and as she leapt from the desk, those 2 melons bounced. The sight of the melons bouncing left the mouth of some of them wide open, and seeing the look that was on Emily's face, I couldn't help but feel that she had done that intentionally. Eliza moved her gaze towards Raphael, to see if he had that same dazzled look as Mason and the others, but it brought a smile to her face when she saw he was neutral. Heaving a sigh of relief, as that would have been a problem if he was a boobs guy, while Eliza was confident and proud of all areas of her body, especially her backside when it came to her front, it wasn't all that much. I think the Academy wants you to familiarize yourself with the outside world. The internship program will give you more experiences, and also let you be aware of what's happening out there, Emily said. So we will be out of the Academy for 12 months. Ha ha ha, the outside world, fear my arrival, Jackson blurted. There was joy written all over his face, as he thought about the stunts he would be able to pull in the outside world. The Academy followed the law of the jungle, where the strong ruled over the weak, and at the moment he was one of the bottom feeders, while the moves he could make in here were very limited. The same couldn't be said about out there. It wasn't just Jackson who had this thought in mind, but the others as well. As Emily heard Jackson and saw the looks on the other faces, she shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. All contact with the Academy will be off during these 12 months, and you won't also be permitted in the Academy. So, whatever problem you encounter, you will have to deal with it by yourself. If the crisis isn't in the best interest of the people you will be working for, they won't help you, Emily declared. I tend to think of it just like the academy, because there, you would also have to create your own group, or forces, or even domains, who knows, but I think this is what the academy really wants. Savannah, who had remained quiet the whole time, spoke. So, it's going to be bloody and full of dangers too, isn't it? A nod came from Emily. How bloody and dangerous are we talking about? Sean asked. Can it be compared to what's in for us in the second year, since you said that system won't change? This time around, a smile appeared on Emily's face. It was more of a defined wrinkle running from the side of her nose to the corner of her mouth, which was known as a smile line. Emily then smirked. Nothing can compare to the danger you will face in the second year. It's a stage that can't be surpassed. Well, except if an apocalypse or any disaster occurs, of course. Emily suddenly grabbed the marker on the desk. Anyway, that is that about that. Let's move on to today's work since you want to avoid telling me about the mission. Emily only spent a few minutes in class. As she saw the tired expression on the faces of a few of them, she chose to move it to their next meeting. I wish you good luck, try not to die, or at least wait until after our next class. Those were Emily's last words before she left the class, and as Emily left, the issue about the distribution of the items began again. They were however able to settle the dispute this time around, and everyone received a share of the items. They all went their separate ways soon after, with some having a displeased look on their face and some seemingly satisfied with the share they received. Regardless of the way Mason, Sylvia, and the twins decided to share the items that were recovered from the hospital, not everyone was pleased with it. The following day, Raphael woke up, performing his daily tasks, and right after, he headed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the living room, Devon, Aiden, and Bane sat in their usual spot and discussed the victory that they had just achieved. Bane, how is it going? Have you collected it? Aiden asked with a smile on his face. And how much did we gain in total? As Aiden asked his question, Devon also followed up with him. The both of them had eyes on Bane with their cheeks raised, and their mouth parted. Bane didn't respond immediately. He took the coffee cup on the table and sipped the content inside. He seemed to be enjoying the attention he was receiving from Aiden and Devon, and it was only after a few seconds that he spoke. The black market is a really crazy place. I have been in this place for years. It is absurd how I didn't know about it not until Jackson mentioned it, but thankfully, I'm one of a kind. As you know, I have a lot of connections and people in the academy. It wasn't an easy task, picking the one we should sell to, but after many offers, I chose someone. Bane blurted with his chest puffed out. The black market handles items with rates, and I can assure you that the person I sold to has the highest rates in the academy. It was simply the best. And let me tell you, we have earned big. Even though it was obvious that Bane was using this chance to brag and tell how awesome he was, Aiden and Devon didn't mind. The both of them nodded their heads, and the smile on their faces widened. We have 20 million points in total, Bane declared. Aiden leapt from the chair as soon as he heard those words. He soon abruptly sat on the floor with his hands on his head and his mouth opened wide. Yes, Aiden exclaimed with excitement evident in his tone. Devon was also very delighted with the point they had just made from the items. He clapped his hands and then smiled like a demented child. The items that had been some were the ones they received from Jersey Saint Hospital. Even though stacked cash, jewelry, gold, silver, and diamonds were of no use in the academy, the black market in there appreciated it greatly. The three of them had gathered all the shares they received, and with Bane's source in the academy, they were able to sell them off on the black market. Bane grinned like a child when he saw the expression that Devon and Aiden had on. He waited for a few seconds before saying, "And that isn't all. When I traded the whole items, and I earned all that, I just couldn't stop." Bane said, "I began to sell more and more stuff to the black market. And presently we have about 100 million points." Whether it was Aiden or Devon, both of them lost composure when they heard Bane. They stared at him with their mouth hanging open loosely, and after a moment, Aiden's voice rang out. Yes, Aiden yelled, and even Devon was unable to contain his excitement. He burst into laughter of joy as they were one step closer to achieving their dreams. That's very good, Bane. Nice work, Aiden praised. I have also pulled some strings, and I should be able to get around 10 million points by the end of the week, Aiden said. Bane smiled. You did well, Aiden. Bane suddenly turned towards Devon. Seeing the look that was on his face, Bane couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He stared back at Aiden, who shrugged his shoulders, before saying, Devon, what's wrong? Bane asked. Devon raised his head at Bane. I was wondering about the stuff you sold that fetched us 80 million points. Devon replied. It's fine though, I'm just curious, Devon muttered. His eyes were however on Bane, and so was Aiden. Aiden even took a step closer to Bane. Yes, Bane, which stuff did you sell? Bane flashed a light smile at the two in front of him. He chuckled before saying, just a couple of stuff from the gallery. Bane had spoken those words out in a low voice that neither Devon nor Aiden heard any of the things he said. The both of them, however, moved closer to him with their hands across their chest. What stuff did you sell, Bane? Why does it matter? It's just a couple of items, that's all. And besides, why are the both of you asking me this? We didn't ask Aiden where he's getting his own part from, Bane blurted, and in response, Aiden said, of course, you know where the 10 million points are coming from. I borrowed it from Camille. Devon and Bane stared at Aiden, evidently confused when they heard him. Camille borrowed you 10 million points, Devon said with shock present in his voice. How were you able to pull that off? I know the both of having been spending some time together lately. Devon slowed down quickly. He stared at Aiden, then at the door, and his eyes widened. It can't be. Are the both of you in a relationship? Bane was just as curious to hear Aiden's response, but Aiden suddenly shook his head. No, relationships, no. He shook his head as he spoke. I asked her to lend me 10 million points, of which she did. I'm very grateful, but at this moment, I can't help but wonder what if I had asked for 50 or 100 million points, would she have given me? Aiden placed his hand on his chin in deep thought. However, he soon got rid of the thought and shifted his attention back to Bane. Don't change the topic, Bane. What did you sell? Aiden inquired. Bane shook his head. You mean the both of you are not in a relationship, and yet, she gave you 10 million points. How did you do it, Aiden? There must be something you aren't telling us, Bane said. Devon nodded his head and stared at Aiden. However, he soon shook his head, and this time around glared at Bane. Stop changing the topic, Bane. Which stuff did you sell and where did you get them from? Devon asked. Okay, fine, Bane muttered. I got them from the Murderer Division gallery, Bane said, and began to explain the items that he sold out to the black market. The black market in the academy received all sorts of items in the academy and converted them into academy points for others. Their operation was always done with absolute discretion, and those who came to purchase or sell had no idea who the opposite party was. It was the same with Bane. Bane had the contacts, but he didn't know who exactly he was dealing with. As the most wanted student in the elite division, Bane had a lot of cards in his hands, and one of them, that he decided to pull out, was the famous art theft that occurred in the Murderer Division gallery. The Murderer Division had almost turned the academy upside down when they realized that two of their collection were stolen from their museum. They searched the whole academy, but they weren't able to find out. It was only after when the commotion they created because of the arts wanted to cause war between them and three other divisions did the Murderer Division go quiet about the issue. You mean those two pieces of art we stole were worth 40 million points, Aiden blurted, and in response, Bane nodded his head. Yes, both were worth 40 million points. I had no idea it was worth that much. If I did, I would have sold them a long time ago. While the Murderer Division and the others were completely unaware of the person who stole their art, Devon and Aiden were, as the arts were, in fact, hidden in their room. There should still be one more artwork, Bane, Aiden said. We stole two from the first floor and the last one from the second floor. Bane's eyes twitched. He then headed to the television in front. He stretched his hand to the back of the television and brought the piece that was hidden there. As Aidan and Devon saw the third artwork, their eyes lit up. "This is definitely going to bring more points than those two," Bane affirmed as he stared at the blood-splattered art that was in his hand. "Hopefully, then we can have Raphael work on the systems quickly." A grin appeared on the three of their faces as they thought about becoming a system owner. A few hours passed since then, and as it was the fourth day of the week, the student headed to the training ground. The three instructors, Lucian, Atticus, and Leilani, were already in the training ground, and as soon as the others gathered around, they walked inside the building. And this time around it wasn't the dome-shaped building for the Hellfire domain or the huge circular-shaped building for the Speed Force domain. Instead, this was a hyperbolic structure. Its shape was striking, and as the students stepped into the building they couldn't help but be astounded by the stained glass ceiling. Lucian, Atticus, and Leilani gave the students the chance to appreciate the beauty of the work that was in front of them, and after a few seconds, one of them spoke. "I welcome you to the psychic domain," Atticus announced. The students took a good look at the area they were in when they heard Atticus. The inside of the psychic domain wasn't particularly large, but neither was it small. As one of the training domains in the elite division, the students heard a couple of things about the psychic domain, but some of the words that were spoken weren't understandable. Those who had trained inside the domain said that it was something they had never experienced in their life, and it forever changed their lives and also their scope of reasoning. Atticus nodded his head, seeing the reaction of the students. "As you all know, the psychic domain is one of the training domains in the elite division. But there's one thing you don't know about the psychic domain. The 7 strongest meta-human in the academy regard the psychic domain as the second most important domain among the others. This is also why they have made the psychic domain very crucial in the 7 divisions. It isn't just the elite division that has a psychic domain in the training ground, but the other 6 as well." A stern expression hung on Atticus's face as he spoke. His hand was folded across his chest, and he glared at the 21 student in front of him. "Moving on," Atticus said, "I will quickly brief you about the psychic domain." And then we began. Be it humans, meta-humans, metal beasts, or animals, we all have our shortcomings, and perhaps that's what makes us normal, but at the same time, the shortcomings and weaknesses that we possess are also holding us back. The psychic domain was created for the very purpose of excavating that weakness that we have, so too as let us develop even further. Some of you have tones of potential that are yet to be unrivaled. You might not even be aware that you're capable of them, but with the psychic domain, all that will be attainable. Apart from Atticus's loud voice, no other voice could be heard in the surrounding, not even mumbling. The students listened attentively to the words that Atticus' lips, and so did the 2 who were standing beside him. The psychic domains include several major aspects. We have self-discovery, healing, closure, inner peace, state of mind, and many more. But, we will only be dealing with 2 of those things for the time being. To assimilate elements like this we can't afford to rush you, and at the same, we can't be too slow either, Atticus said. He then continued, the 2 we will be dealing with are the state of mind and healing. It's like the saying, a strong body is a good asset, but a strong mind is a very good asset. This time around, Atticus took a step forward as he spoke, and also, you will realize that once the mindset changes, everything on the outside will change along with it. He is right, Lucian blurted. A strong nod came from Atticus, and he said, everyone needs clarity and peace of mind, and the process whereby we gain and acknowledge this clarity is where the healing phase of it will take place. Only then would we be able to unearth what was being hidden. The inner demons that have also been holding each one of you back will also be destroyed, and a new road awaits, a road where no shackles or obstacles exist. We might as well call it the road to supremacy. Atticus' eyes had been shut closed for a few seconds after he began talking, but the moment the word a supremacy left his mouth, his eyes sprang open. His lips then curved into a smile, and when Leilani and Lucian saw the look on his face, they seized him from head to toe, followed by that was the mouth of both of them opening wide. Congratulations Atticus, Lucian and Leilani's voices rang out. The students were confused when they heard Lucian and Leilani. A couple of them seized Atticus up, but regardless of how hard they stared, they couldn't change what occurred to him. He appeared the same, but for some reason, it seemed to be as though it were different for Lucian and Leilani. As Lucian saw the dazed look on their faces, he shook his head and moved his gaze back to the man beside him. Atticus, should I? With a nod from Atticus, Lucian's voice rang out. I am pleased to announce to you all that the Academy has added another powerhouse to the force. In the moment of clarity, Atticus has now become one of the SS rank meta in the Academy. An expression full of shock and disbelief appeared on the faces of the students in the buildings. They stared at Atticus, with some having their mouths opened and eyes widened. While some of them had seen an SS rank meta before, it still felt extraordinary. This was after all the rank that every meta that exists looked up to and aimed to attain. Even though Atticus tried to act neutral about the situation, it was obvious that he was very excited about it. His face brightened up, and his cheeks were raised. Atticus took a deep breath. I won't deny that it doesn't feel good to be at this rank. It does. In fact, it is one of the most important feelings ever, which is why I'm going to urge you to come to this rank. Now, let's start the training, Atticus said, turning towards Lucian. Lucian already understood the message. He waved both hands and the 21 students were pushed backward. The force drove them to the wall, and before any of them could even react or even realize what was going on, they were confined in a tube. The 21 tubes were made out of glass, and as Raphael and the others placed their hand out of it, they realized that no amount of attack was going to break the tube. Raphael was left astounded by the materials he felt from the tube. Bang! However, while most of them sensed the intensity of the tube and didn't bother to attack it, Jackson refused to oblige to it. He clenched his hand into a tight fist and threw out a full force blow. It was however not what Jackson expected. As the instant his hand came in contact with the tube, an intense pain coursed through his body. The pain went from his right hand that threw the punch out to every inch of his body. Jackson staggered backward. He stared at his hand that was now covered in blood and his mouth opened slightly. Blood soon dripped out of his mouth, and followed by that was a loud scream coming out his mouth. Ugh! As the pain didn't hold anything back, Jackson didn't also hold back as well. He screamed like a maniac, and a few seconds after, he abruptly sat on the floor. A smirk appeared on Lucian's face as he stared at Jackson, and as the others shifted their gazes from Jackson to him, Lucian's lips curved inwardly. Consider yourself lucky. If you had punched harder, you would have died, Lucian said in a neutral tone. The expression on Jackson's face turned grim when he heard Lucian. He stared at Atticus and Leilani, seeing the both of them not disagreeing with the words that were spoken by Lucian. Jackson gulped. He tried to lift himself from the floor, but he wasn't able to muster the strength to. He then sat cross-legged and assumed a Grandmaster posture to cover up his shame. Ha 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 ha, sucker, Bane blurted. If anyone wanted to test out the strength out of the tube, after the words that were spoken by Lucian, they instantly gave up. Suddenly, Leilani took a step forward and directly appeared in front of the tubes. She stared at the 21 students who were in the tube for a brief moment before saying, "To have the sort of mindset we desire from you, you will need to conquer your inner demons, and to do so you have to pass the tests." It wasn't even up to 3 seconds after those words left Leilani's lips, and the tubes were covered in purple smoke. "I wish you the best of luck." In less than a minute after the purple smoke filled the tubes, the students who were inside all fell unconscious. Gus was no exception. Atticus, Leilani, and Lucian stared at one another before shifting their eyes back to the tubes. While there was excitement on their faces, concern existed as well. Meanwhile, each of the students in the tube had embarked on a journey of their own. Sylvia stood on top of a cliff, with her usual attire on, but her eyes scanned through the surrounding. A perplexed look appeared on her face, and just as she was about to move from where she was, she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. Without delay, Sylvia turned round. As she saw the person who had just appeared, her eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. The following word then left her lips: "Brother." Sylvia muttered with disbelief evident in her voice. A young man with long black hair was tied into a loose ponytail. He was wearing a Chinese kimono with large sleeves, and he wore a black forehead protector. He had a shiny black sword by his side and his eyes were violet with concentric circles that spread over his eyeball. Even though Sylvia had yet to reveal her full appearance as the bandages were always wrapped around her, if she were to ever get rid of the bandages, she and the young frontman had a very striking resemblance. The man was in fact Sylvia's elder brother, Waylon, and when Sylvia saw Waylon standing in front of her, she clenched her hand into tight fists. Her brows were lowered and pulled together as she stared at the young man in front of her. Waylon, however, sneered when he saw the look on his sister's face. "That isn't how to greet your elder brother, Sylvia," he said. "You're not my brother," Sylvia replied immediately. "After so many years, little sister, you're still holding on to that grudge. Didn't mother tell you keeping a grudge is a terrible thing to do?" With mockery on his face, Waylon said, "I, for one, know better, but I can't say the same thing about you. But, it isn't like I can blame you. You're a disappointment after all." "We will see who is a disappointment," Sylvia blurted, pulling out the sword beside her, and then she swung it towards Waylon. Waylon reacted quickly, almost as though he knew that Sylvia was going to launch an attack on him. He moved to the left, averting the sword strike. However, he had only just moved to the left when he felt a kick coming toward his face. The incoming attack didn't cause Waylon to be alarmed or troubled. Instead, he appeared to be even more relaxed, and just as the kick was to land on his face, he suddenly stretched his hand, grabbing Sylvia's ankle. Using her ankle as support, he bent her body to the other side and slammed her to the ground. Bang! While Waylon had made the move so causal, the damage that was contained in it was disastrous. Sylvia's body bent in an arch form and blood spurted out of her mouth. Before she could even readjust, she saw Waylon raising his leg, about to stomp her. Thud! "Ha ha ha, lucky you," Waylon muttered as he stared at Sylvia, who was able to get away from being crushed. Sylvia breathed in and out, trying to regain her composure. Within a few seconds, she was able to pull herself together, and quickly, she assumed a battle stance. The bandages on both sides of her face were loosened and Sylvia's appearance was revealed. She glared at Waylon with her violet eyes that had concentric circles spread around her eyeballs. As Sylvia loosened the bandages, the clouds shrouded quickly, and lightning began to move around them. "Come on, sis," Walton said as he saw the thundercloud that had just appeared. He then stared at his younger sister. "How many times do I have to tell you, or how many times do I have to beat you up before you realize that you're not my match? You were never in the past, nor the present, and definitely not in the future." Sylvia only became more furious when she heard Waylon. She clawed her finger deep into her palm and after a few seconds, she spoke, "Kyrin." While it was just a single word that left Sylvia's lips, the change that it caused in the atmosphere was massive. A giant with a resemblance to a dragon appeared in the sky. Apart from an air of supremacy exuding from the giant, lightning wrapped itself around its body. Waylon stared at the giant in the sky, with his brows knitted. He, however, soon moved his gaze to Sylvia, seeing how she tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, and a smirk appeared on him. "Die." With that said, bolts of lightning were sent by the giant to Waylon, and as the lightning struck out, Sylvia mustered all the strength she had and dashed at Waylon. There was determination in her eyes, and killing intent brimming out of her body. Sylvia was going completely out, and to her, nothing else mattered apart from killing the young man in front of her. Waylon sensed the resolve, and Sylvia, on one hand, was the lightning that was coming towards him, and on the other was Sylvia. He placed his hand on the sword beside him, and just when he seemed to be about to unsheath it, he suddenly paused. Hee. A chuckle suddenly escaped Waylon's lips. The chuckle caught Sylvia by surprise, but she continued to advance forward. She was about to slash her sword at Waylon when he appeared in front of her. Waylon grabbed onto the sword as though it were nothing. He then smirked, and as Sylvia saw the look on his face, she slowly turned towards his other hand. "Why?" Before Sylvia could get the rest of the words out of her mouth, A fist trapped with lightning struck her right chest at full force, with blood then oozing out of her mouth. Sylvia staggered a few steps backward. She stared at Waylon with shock and disbelief written all over her face. The lightning strike which she had just received was the same one she summoned, and it didn't take a genius to figure out that Waylon had used her attack against her. Waylon simply didn't just possess the same eye that Sylvia had, he was also capable of pulling the same stunts that she was capable of. Sylvia was aware of this, but she didn't expect him to be able to overturn the lightning power. The lightning was the power that were passed over to them from generation. While Sylvia was able to displace an object's position, she couldn't alter the supernatural location. It was why she was extremely shocked that Waylon had just controlled the lightning movement and used it against her. Little sister, taking a step forward, Waylon appeared in front of the trembling Sylvia. He seized her from head to toe and a disgusted look emerged on his face. "I told you, didn't I? You're not my match, not in the past, present, or even future." Sylvia wanted to retort to her brother, but the words weren't just coming. The blow she suffered severely damaged her internal organ, and each time she opened her mouth to speak, blood seeped out of her mouth. Sylvia was already standing on the edge of the cliff, and with a light push from Waylon, she was brought down. Waylon watched his sister until he was no longer able to see her. He then picked up her sword that was on the floor and vanished from the surrounding. Meanwhile, the instant Sylvia fell from the cliff, the tube she was in the psychic domain opened, and she collapsed outside. The three instructors couldn't help but glance at one another after Sylvia's defeat. They stared at Jackson, Mason, and Naomi, who were also out of their tube, and they took a deep breath. It wasn't even up to a minute after, and another tube opened and someone else dropped to the floor. The person was none other than Levi. "This is bad," Leilani muttered as she stared at Levi. A nod came from Atticus and Lucian when they heard Leilani. The three of them gulped hard and then shifted their gaze to the remaining students in the tubes with a rather very hopeful gaze. As Sylvia and the others embarked on journeys of their own, Aidan took his own as well. In a bleak, cold, and completely dark room, Aidan sat on the floor cross-legged. The room was somber and quiet, and even though darkness engulfed Aidan, he didn't freak out nor panic. Instead, he appeared to be relieved. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the room. "Aidan." It mumbled Aidan's name, and even though Aidan heard his name loud and clear, he acted as though he didn't hear the call. While most people would find it terrifying to be in this sort of dark room, Aidan found absolute delight in here. He felt at peace here and considered the darkness to be his only ally. "Aidan." The voice echoed again, but this time around it was colder. "Aidan." The voice echoed again, but this time around it was colder. Aidan still didn't react nor search for the person who was calling his name. Instead, he continued to toy with the handkerchief in his head. A few minutes later and the voice rang out again. Each time it sounded in the room, it became colder, and killing intent began to become evident in the voice. Despite the pressure and killing intent he felt, Aidan still wasn't bothered. The belief was as long as he was here, no harm was going to befall him. Even if the world were to collapse, so long as he was here, he wouldn't be hurt. He ignored both the pressure and killing intent and continued to place his attention on the handkerchief. Suddenly, a light shone into the room. The light was so sharp that Aidan used his hand to shield himself from it. As he managed to block a bit of the light with his right hand, he moved his eyes from the handkerchief and stared at the other side of the room. "Why you?" Aidan stuttered as he saw the figure that was in the room. He abruptly stood from the floor and turned his back against the blinding light, with his eyes then glued to the person in the room. A perplexed expression was on Aidan's face. The person who had just walked into the room was a good-looking woman, in her early 20s. She had light brown hair with shades of red all over it and was well endowed in all the right places. The woman stared at Aidan with her cheeks raised, and her lips curved into a smile. Her gaze was filled with love and adoration, almost as though he were the most important piece in her life. Aidan's mouth opened slightly. "What are you doing here?" he asked. A second after he spoke, and the woman rushed at him. She stretched her hands out and before Aidan could even react, She hugged him tightly. If Aiden had the intention of breaking free from the woman's hug, with no doubt, he was incapable of doing so. The hug was so firm that it gave Aiden no room to escape. "You're going to be all right, Aiden, I'm here," the woman muttered. She then slowly loosened her grip on Aiden. Her eyes were however still on him, and she said, "I won't let any harm befall you, I promise you, even if it means destroying the world, I'm willing to do that just to make sure you're safe," she said. Aiden peered into the woman's eyes as she spoke. He then looked into the room he was in. The light was slowly taking away with the darkness in it, and he took a deep breath. "Let's go, Aiden." The woman had reappeared at the door. Aiden, however, still remained in his position. He didn't move in the slightest from where he was, and even when the woman's voice rang out again, he didn't move. "I know, it's difficult, but I need you to move on from this place," she said. "I won't allow any harm to befall you, Aiden, I promise you. I just need you to trust me," she said with reassurance. "Now, can we go, Aiden, please?" This time around, Aiden took one last glance at the room and then took a step forward. While it was just a single step that he took, its might was like no other. The bit of darkness that existed in the room vanished immediately, and Aiden's shadow, which was once visible, no longer existed. A light smile hung on the woman's face when she saw Aiden advancing toward her, and as he got to her, she held his hand and the both of them walked out of the room. Bang! The door was slammed shut by the woman. As the door closed shut, the tube in the psychic domain opened, and Aiden collapsed to the floor. "That's number 8, Leilani announced. Atticus, Lucian, and Leilani hadn't been worried when the first person failed to pass the training, but when the number kept increasing, and it got to 8 people, they became horrified quickly. As former students of the academy, the 3 of them had their share of experiences in the psychic domain, and they couldn't help but wonder what the fate of the students in front of them was going to be when they were already failing at this early stage. The psychic domain had a lot of stages, and battling the inner demons was the easiest. "Let's hope someone can pass the training," Atticus blurted as he stared at the 4th tube. The 4th tube was the tube Raphael was in, but Atticus and the others' eyes weren't on Raphael. Instead, their gaze was on the owl that was beside him. In an umber-brown forest that reeked of ages, Gus stood on one of the trees, with his thought unknown but a dumbfounded expression on its face. Gus stared at the surrounding, and its ear suddenly moved a little. It then flapped its wing and flew over to the other tree that was a few meters away. Bang! It wasn't even up to a minute after Gus left that tree, and it was set ablaze. And within seconds the previous massive tree was reduced to nothing. Gus instantly became alarmed. It began to scan the surroundings, and this time around it was even more thorough. Gus left no area untouched, and a brief moment later, its face lit up. Gus then quickly left the tree it was on. Now hovering in the air, it opened its mouth wide, and a ball of flame emerged out of it. The flame was brimming with destructive power, and as it appeared, it headed towards the left corner of the forest quickly. Suddenly, another ball of flame appeared, intercepting the one that had just been created by Gus. As the 2 balls of flames collided with one another, they caused a dreadful effect on the surrounding. Both the trees and grasses in the area were severely damaged. A sharp sound like that of the letter S prolonged rang out afterward. Killing intent flashed within Gus's eyes when it heard that voice. It then looked into one of the trees, seeing a large, round head and forward-facing bird. The killing intent grew. The bird that was a few meters away from Gus had a very similar resemblance to Gus, whether it was the size, color, and even tone. They were all very similar. Even Raphael might not be able to differentiate them, as they looked very alike. "That body is mine, mine. I won't spare you for taking over my body." While it was a long hiss that escaped the other owl's mouth, Gus got the message loud and clear. It glared at the owl with hatred evident in his eyes. As the owl saw the look on Gus's face, it began even more furious. Its entire body was soon wrapped in flame, and a second after, it launched at Gus. Gus, of course, didn't sit around, and it made a move as well. With flames roaming around its body, Gus flapped its wing as it crushed towards the owl in front. taking a good look at Gus's body. Apart from the flames that were moving about, there was also another element moving about its body. Die! The loud hiss of the owl rang out as it got to Gus. As the scorching flames that were around the two owls clashed with one another, their beaks moved as well. Gus was the first to take a step backward. It flew down and stared at the owl, with rage then written all over its face. Gus rushed towards the owl, and this time around it wasn't just flames, there was lightning around him as well. A fearful expression immediately appeared on the other owl's face when it saw the lightning around Gus. In the first clash that occurred between the both of them, it had won against Gus, but with the lightning involved, the owl wasn't confident in winning this collision, or any other one in fact. Without delay, it ran quickly. However, never in the wildest dream did it expect Gus to possess the speed that surpassed its own. Gus instantly appeared in its front, and as it flapped its wings out, both lightning and flames rushed towards the other owl. Ugh! A loud scream of agony escaped the owl's mouth as the lightning reeked its body apart. The owl had already sensed the threat from the lightning, and when struck by it realized that it had even underestimated what the lightning was capable of. The lightning caused severe damage to the owl, and within seconds, it lost its balance in the air. As the owl went down and was just about to hit the ground, Gus appeared before it. Gus opened its mouth wide and a ball of flame that was 10 times bigger than what it threw out earlier appeared. Boom! The flame struck the body of the owl, engulfing its body completely. The cries of anguish of the owl sounded in the surrounding, but after a few seconds it quietened down, and once the fire set off, a battered owl emerged. Meanwhile, after defeating the owl, Gus's eyes that were previously shut closed sprang open. It stared at the tube it was in and then moved its gaze to Raphael, who was sitting cross-legged. For some reason, an expression of worry appeared on Gus as he stared at Raphael. Gus didn't have a problem with his inner demon, to begin with, so the training was rather very easy for Gus. But, Gus couldn't say it was going to be easy with Raphael. Unbeknownst to Gus, when Atticus, Lucian, and Leilani saw it open its eyes, their face lit up. The three of them stared at one another with shock and at the same disbelief. "You have got to be kidding me," Lucian exclaimed. Regardless of how they wanted to put it, the three of them found it insulting that Gus was able to overcome its challenges and the students in the division couldn't. A boy who appeared to be 10, with delicate eyebrows and skin, sat in a huge hall. There were numerous people inside the hall, and sitting on the left side of the boy was a girl with emerald green eyes. The girl sitting beside Devon was his elder sister Melanie, and on his right side was also his elder sister Madeline. Melanie was wearing a form-fitting green dress with long sleeves and high-cut leg sleeves. As for Madeline, she was wearing a plain blue shirt and jeans. Madeline is a fairly tall, beautiful, pale-skinned woman with wavy black hair that partly hid her left eye. While she was slender, she was voluptuous in build, and as she stared at the stage in front of her, a stern look was on her face. "I apologize for the delay. Now we will begin to call out those who won this year's award." A middle-aged man stood in front of the people in the hall with a paper in his hand, staring at the paper and the people who were in front. A light smile hung on his face. As the man tightened his grip on the microphone that was in his hand, he took a step forward. "The award for the most supportive and enthusiastic meta goes to..." The man paused. He stared at the people who had a very curious expression on their faces and said, "Madeline Reed." As the man announced the name, a light shone on the area where Madeline was seating. The people who were in the hall shifted their gaze to Madeline quickly. "Madeline, kindly come up and get your award," the man's voice rang out. Madeline, however, shook her head. "There's still many more to come. I will get it all at once," she responded. Whether it was the man on the stage or the people in the hall, they were all astounded when they heard Madeline's response. As they didn't dare to retort to her, they soon moved their gaze to the stage. After flashing a rough smile, the man looked into the paper and called out the next award that was going to be given. "The Excellence in Leadership Award goes to..." The man knitted his brows, seeing the name that was on the paper. He then raised his head, staring at Madeline, and as he saw that expression that suggests mockery, His eyes twitched. Madeline Reed. There was an uproar from the people on the all when they heard Madeline's name again. But, to Madeline, this was simply just the beginning, and there were many more to come. The award for the most improved meta goes to Madeline Reed. After the first and second awards on the list were won by Madeline, the man on the stage stopped the whole suspense act. He went straight to the point as there were still about 5 more awards yet to be called out, all of which were won by Madeline. Madeline, Madeline, Madeline. Madeline's name was on repeat by the man, and after a few seconds, he took a deep breath. He gulped and then wiped the sweats that were on his forehead. Meanwhile, the expression on Madeline's face didn't change in the slightest. In fact, she didn't seem to be at all moved by the number of times her name was called. The man continued, "The last award we will be giving for the under-21 sections is the overall best meta." The truth was, while the other award were valuable in their own sense, it wasn't held in high regard as much as the overall best award. The overall best meta is. As the man moved his gaze from Madeline to the other people in the hall, he chuckled. The atmosphere was already intense as everyone had eyes fixed on the man, and after a few seconds, he spoke. "Pa." The man shook his head. "The overall best meta is Madeline Reed," he announced. Even though a lot were jealous of the feats Madeline had just pulled, they had to admit that she was a woman capable of the extraordinary. This time around, Madeline stood from her seat. Still, with a neutral look on her face, she approached the man on the stage. Earlier when she said that there were many more to come, the people in the hall had assumed she was simply just being arrogant and a lot of them hadn't taken her seriously. But, when her name was being called out repeatedly, they realized that she wasn't arrogant. Instead, she was assured. It took only a few seconds, and Madeline appeared on the stage. She took the awards that were on the stage and soon returned back to her seat. "Now, let's move on to the under-16 sections," the man said. Then, the same award that was listed out for the 21 section was being called out again, and even though it wasn't Madeline's name that was being called out, it was still someone from the Reed family. Melanie Reed. The man on the stage had requested for Melanie to come to get her award, and she gave the same response that her elder sister gave a moment ago. "There's still many more to come. I will get it all at once," she responded. A nod came from Madeline when she heard her younger sister, and as the man continued, he discovered that Melanie wasn't joking, and just like her sister, she was also remarkable. Among the 8 awards that were called out for the under-16 sections, Melanie won 7 from it. Despite her accomplishment, there was a displeased look on her face when the 8 awards were handed over to someone else. "The overall best meta for this section is Melanie Reed," the man announced. It was only then that Melanie stood from her seat and walked toward the stage. She took the awards and headed back to her seat. Okay, let's move to under 10 sections." As the man began to call out the award winners, the people in the hall were waiting for another spectacle from the Reed family, but instead, no miracle occurred. Devon's name wasn't called out in any of the awards that were mentioned by the man, and here afterwards began to spread among the people in the hall. What a disappointment! Devon could see both ridicule and contempt from the people in the hall, and it wasn't like they were strangers. The people who were eyeing him were his relatives. While Madeline was aware of the ill intent they were showing to her younger brother, she remained unfazed. She didn't even glance at him for a moment. A few hours passed, and the award ceremony was over. Madeline stood from her seat and was about to head out of the hall when she paused and turned towards Devon. "What are you still waiting for?" she spoke with a sneer on her face. "It's already humiliating that you weren't able to win anything, and you still have the gut to sit around. What makes you feel so relaxed after you have shamed the family?" Even though Madeline's voice wasn't loud, it wasn't soft as well. The people in the hall were able to hear her clearly, and as she went after her brother, an amused look appeared on her face. As Melanie saw the gaze of the people in the room, she moved toward Madeline and held her head. "Madeline, not now, you can yell at him later, everyone is watching," Melanie said, and when Madeline heard Melanie, she paused, moving her gaze to Melania. "Who do you think you're?" Madeline's voice was cold and harsh at the same time. Melanie raised an eyebrow. She wanted to speak, but before the words would leave her mouth, Madeline's voice rang out, "Do you think you're better than him? The both of you are both a disappointment to the family," Melanie said. "The only difference is that one is a bigger disappointment than the other." Melanie bit her lower lips and clenched her hand into a tight fist. She glared at her elder sister, almost as though she was going to launch at her any moment from now. However, after a few seconds, Melania heaved a breath. She released her firm grip and turned toward Devon. Madeline sneered, "Because of you two, the Reed family name is being tarnished. It's best you put in more effort and stop loafing around. Or better still, change your names. You don't belong to call yourself a member of the Reed family." Regardless of the looks that were on Melanie and Devon's faces, Madeline held nothing back, and once she was done, she walked out of the hall. Melanie stared at her sister with rage written all over her face as she left the hall. It was only after Madeline had moved out of the hall completely, that Melanie took a step from where she was. The two sisters left the room and Devon moved as well. "Madeline isn't wrong, Devon, you should go kill yourself. You're nothing but a disappointment to the Reed family." Chewie. Every step which Devon took towards the door, he was either insulted or spat on. Both actions didn't stop until he left the hall completely. In the psychic domain, the tube that was Devon was in suddenly opened, and Devon collapsed to the floor. "I thought he was going to be the first person from the Reed family to pass the first test of the psychic domain. I guess I was wrong," Atticus lamented. The Academy had made the psychic domain available to all 7 divisions because they knew just how important it really was, and the situation that was occurring with the elite division proved them right. The psychic domain had to be essential, regardless of how great or the potential a human or matter can possess. If he or she hasn't dealt with the inner demon, they wouldn't achieve their true purpose. This was the Academy's belief, and to counter those demons, they introduced the psychic domain. "We have only 5 people remaining. Let's hope one of them will pass the training," said Atticus. Surprisingly, Atticus, Leilani, and Lucian weren't disappointed by the students in the ability to pass the training. Instead, they continued to remain hopeful about it. Leilani's eyes suddenly twitched. She pointed her hand toward the 6th tube and said, "I think her." Leilani paused with fear written all over her face. Alia was oblivious to what was going on in the psychic domain. She had no idea that her body was trembling as though she were having a seizure. In a very luxurious and elegant courtyard, a girl with gold eyes and long wavy white hair stood with her hands folded across her chest and a frown on her face. Alia stared at the family members who were in front of her, from her father, mother, and sisters, all the way to her extended family, and the frown on her face deepened. The McAllister household were all on their knees, staring at Alia with gazes simply full of adoration and respect. To them, she was their leader, master, or perhaps sovereign, while there were nothing but slaves to her. Raise, with a casual wave of the hand from Alia, the over 30 family members stood from the floor. The reverent look they had on their faces as they stared at Alia still remained. Meanwhile, a second after they stood from the ground, a figure appeared a few meters away from them. It was a woman of voluptuous build, gold eyes, and long wavy white hair. She was wearing a sleeveless, black short white hair dress, and as she stared at the people in front of her, a light frown appeared on her face. The woman and the girl in front look very much alike. The only differences between them were their build and that immature face. And while Alia was able to see the people in the courtyard, they weren't able to see her. Alia stared at her young self. She wanted to speak, but regardless of how hard she tried to, the words weren't just coming out of her mouth. "Mistress, what is your command?" a pot-bellied middle-aged blurted, and in response, young Alia smirked. "My command," she mumbled, "I want you all to fight until only one person is standing. Then I will tell the person who makes it out alive what my request is," Alia said, as they were all under Alia's control. None of them found what she said absurd, and a second after Alia spoke, they turned towards one another, and within a blink of an eye, a battle had erupted between them. The A. McAllister surname was one that almost everyone knew. They were one of the top metahumans families in the world, possessing both powers and influence around the globe. Even though a lot of people disagreed with the way the head of the family operated, they had to admit that the McAllister wasn't a force to be strived with. The members of the family ability were called body supremacy. So long as the being could breathe, the members of the McAllister family could control them beyond measure, even more than what the owner of the body is capable of doing. And in the family, Alia was considered to be a monster. Not only was she able to achieve the body supremacy feat, but she could also enslave any living or supernatural existence. Die. As ordered by Alia, the members of the family went into battle immediately, with neither remorse nor pity on any of their faces. Mothers, sisters, and aunties, who had the same blood flowing through their veins, launched at one another. Soon enough, the previous grand courtyard was painted with blood. Against themselves, it was all about who had the better control. The sounds of bones cracking, and heads being smashed occurred in the surrounding. It was, however, the sight of bodies being split apart that brought a smile to Alia's face. Her cheeks were raised, and her lips were curved inwardly. She found the bloody scene in front of her to be of absolute delight, and while she didn't speak out, the look on her face said she wanted more of it. Meanwhile, as Alia stared at her younger self, she couldn't help but bite her lower lips. She remembered this day as if this were, in fact, her memories, and even though years had passed, there wasn't a day that she didn't think about what happened in this courtyard. Suddenly, a woman with a face that was full of scars staggered in front of Alia. She seized the 7-year-old Alia from head to toe, and after a second, she stumbled to the floor. "Mistress," she exclaimed. Alia recognized the woman as her fourth aunt. She had given birth to 2 children for her sister's husband. Now Alia watched as the woman killed her daughters with her bare hand. The woman was on his knees, staring at Alia with a face that was simply full of respect. It was almost like her sole purpose of being alive was to serve the person in front of him. However, as Alia saw the woman, her expression changed very quickly. She glanced at the surrounding that was filled with bodies all over the area, and a frown appeared on her face. "Sigh," Alia mumbled, "what a pity that it ended so soon." Alia sneered. She then turned towards the woman in front of her. "You may stand." Alia spoke in a very icy voice. Without any delay, the woman stood. However, she lowered her head. The woman considered Alia to be the utmost being, and her eyes were unfit to gaze at someone like that. "I want you to." Alia paused. She licked her lips, sadistically, and then said, "Since you were able to be the last person standing, you certainly have some qualities. You have earned my absolute respect, aunt." The word aunt was intentionally included by Alia. She had also raised her voice when she uttered those words. Meanwhile, a smile hung on Alia's aunt, Kat. She still lowered her head, but her cheeks reddened. "And now that you have done that, I want you to reward yourself with the most gruesome death you can think of. Don't hold anything back. Give me a show that will excite me," Alia blurted. The expression on Kat's face changed quickly. She, however, proceeded with what was requested of her, and as Alia saw her punching through her abdomen, she laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha." A second after Kat dug through her abdomen, she pulled her intestine out of her body. Whether it was the small or large intestine, she ripped everything out of her. Despite how crucial the damage she had suffered was, Kat still made a move on her body again. With her legs trembling violently, she pulled out her liver. Thud. It wasn't up to a minute after the liver was out, and she stumbled to the ground. Alia burst into laughter as she stared at the organs that were in the area and then at her aunt. It took a few minutes and the excitement died down. Alia's eyebrows were lowered and pulled together, and with an irritated expression on her face, she walked past Kat's body. Alia was watching her young self the whole time with her hands shivering. She wanted to rush to interfere and stop the bloodshed, but all her efforts were in vain. "Why you?" Alia had only taken her eye off the people in front of her for a few seconds when suddenly her younger self appeared in front of her. The both of them glared at one another, and after seizing each other up, Alia's young self spoke. "Why didn't you spare her? Why did you kill her? She was nice to you, but you repaid her with death." "Death?" Every word that left Alia's young self mouth was with rage and unfathomable killing intent, and even though Alia's mouth was open, she couldn't get any words out of her mouth. She wanted to speak in fact and yell, but she found herself incapable of doing any of that. "Why, answer me." Holding on to Alia's body, the young Alia shook her body, as she demanded for an answer. Meanwhile, Alia's body continued to tremble in the psychic domain tube. However, after a few seconds, the trembling stopped, and as the tube opened, she collapsed to the ground. Gus shook its head when it saw Alia on the ground, staring at the others who were also on the floor. A disappointed look appeared on its face again. "The fourth tube," Leilani said with a smile on her face. Sitting across the table, Raphael was in a state of his own, completely unaware of what was going on in the psychic domain. In front of him was a chessboard, and after moving the white pawn forward, and tapping the chess clock, he waited for the person in front to make his own move. It wasn't even up to 2 seconds after Raphael moved the pawn to the center of the board, and a move was made. With the queen in play, Raphael's pawn was taken away quickly. Taking that pawn brought a smile to the person's face. However, that smile soon turned into a frown, a cold smile to be precise. As the moment he placed his queen in the middle of the board, Raphael took his queen away. The bishop was now standing in the queen's former position, and with a smirk on his face, Raphael stared at his alter ego. "Interesting, but have you forgotten?" the lookalike said, and then made a move. The bishop that had just been placed in the middle of the chessboard was then taken away, and a knight stood in its place. "I'm you, and you're me," he declared. Check. However, despite the knight onto the king, Raphael wasn't panicked, not even in the slightest. He stared at the chessboard, and after a few seconds, he made a move. The threat that the knight possessed was soon dispossessed, and the game went on quickly. A few hours passed briefly and there was still no winner. A deep frown was on the faces of the two men as the game became very frustrating even for both sides. Suddenly, the look-alike voice rang out. "Why haven't you fulfilled the promises you made? What's stopping you?" he asked in a rather curious tone. "It can't be that you have become soft, have you? Or perhaps you have forgotten? Or is it because of that woman who is always around you? Have you lost touch of who you really are?" Raphael moved a piece forward and replied, "It has nothing to do with any of that. I have a couple of things I must deal with first." A sneer appeared on the look-alike faces when he heard Raphael. "This is just an excuse, Raphael, you and I know that, and it is best you come to realize it. You're letting a lot of people down, Raphael," he blurted. "Soon enough, they will begin to ask questions, and when that happens, you will pay a very hefty punishment." There was a night twitch from Raphael. He was, however, able to keep a straight face. "It's best you get rid of that fear that you have and hurry up with it. It isn't just you who would be affected by their wrath, but the people around you also." The look-alike's voice rang out. "Only a stupid person won't be afraid. It's me against the world, after all," Raphael replied. "I'm going to fulfill my promises when it's time, not now. I have a lot on my plate as it is." A grin appeared on the face of the look-alike when Raphael spoke. "There is not much time left," the look-alike said. "Hurry." With that said, and he disappeared from the area. Raphael already realized that his look-alike had already disappeared from where he was. He, however, still buried his head in the chessboard in front of him. After a few seconds, the chessboard was flung away by Raphael. He stood with his hand balled without a tight fist and a bone-chilling frown on his face. Raphael then took a deep breath and after regaining his composure, he opened his eyes. As Raphael's opened his eyes, he was back in the psychic domain. He stared at the tube he was in, and then at the people who were around him. Seeing those who were on the floor, Raphael raised an eyebrow. He then stared at Atticus, Leilani, and Lucian with a questioning gaze, and while he hoped to get an answer from them, he was greeted with a smile that could be considered to be a creepy one by the three of them. Whether it was Atticus, Leilani, or Lucian, they stared at him like he was some priceless jewel. The fourth tube soon opened, and Raphael stepped out of it. He walked towards the three in front of them, and as they saw the look on his face, they were quick to discern the message this time around. They weren't able to pass the training, Leilani said, taking a step closer to Raphael. Meanwhile, Raphael's mouth opened slightly when he heard Leilani. He then felt Leilani seizing him from head to toe, and for some reason, Raphael took a step back. Ha ha ha. Leilani burst into laughter when she saw how Raphael had reacted. It's not like I'm going to eat you up, or maybe. Leilani paused, staring at Raphael again. I just didn't expect you to be the first person to pass the training. Gus couldn't help but let out a hiss after Leilani spoke. It glared at her as through the words she had just spoken were displeasing. Leilani continued, even though many have said you possess a frightening potential, I still didn't take it seriously. After all, what sort of talent haven't we seen? But now I'm starting to see why they boasted about you that much. You really do have some skill, lad. Leilani spoke with a rather amused smile on her face, and a second after she spoke, she took a step forward, this time around, directly appearing in front of Raphael. Atticus and Lucian glanced at each other and then shrugged their shoulder. The both of them then moved their gaze to the other tube, and as their mouth opened, their cheek raised. You know Raphael, Leilani stuck close to Raphael, in a dangerous place like this, I really need to be protected and pampered. Leilani's index finger was placed gently on Raphael's chest. She was about to speak when a loud voice rang out, how dare you? A second after the voice sounded, a black-haired figure appeared beside Raphael. It was Eliza, and as she stared at Eliza, killing intent was evident in her eyes. Despite being in front of her instructor, Eliza didn't hold anything back, and she exuded a frightening amount of killing intent from her body. He is mine, back off, Eliza blurted. A smile, however, appeared on Leilani's face. She stared at Eliza and then at Raphael. After a few seconds she laughed. I was just fooling around, Eliza. I have no such intention of taking your man away from you, Leilani said. But, I must say, going to the length of using your powers on me, says how much you're really into him. Leilani stared at her palm as she spoke, and with a smile on her face, she moved back to her previous position. Eliza turned towards Raphael, who had a neutral expression on his face, and then heaved a deep breath. She slowly held his right hand and stared at the tubes in the area. Raphael only glanced at her hand before shifting his gaze to the tubes as well. His thoughts were unknown. Melinda and Becky still haven't let go of that issue, Eliza mumbled, staring at her friends who were on the floor. Eliza had her idea of what the psychic domain was even before she ventured here. She had a sister, one whom she was very close with and had, in fact, told her about the psychic domain. Martha, Naomi, and Dwayne. Eliza called out the names of the people who were remaining. How was it? Suddenly, Eliza turned towards Raphael and asked in a low voice. Raphael didn't reply right away. He instead paused for a bit, and it was only after a few seconds that his voice rang out. It was fine. Before Eliza would complete her words, she saw the change in Raphael's expression. She immediately went quiet, and continued to stare at the people in front of her. After a few minutes, Raphael's eyes suddenly moved toward Aliyah. He stared at her for a brief moment and then shook his head, seemingly disappointed. To Raphael, the psychic division training wasn't difficult. There were several ways to complete the training, and he had simply deployed one of them. Even though they had made it seem like defeating the inner demon was the only way out, that wasn't it. It was of course the best solution, but it wasn't the only way to pass the training. Instead of conquering the demon, Raphael had come to accept it. He didn't deny his action, nor did he think it was wrong that he hadn't made a move yet. He accepted that he was scared, and that was it. Since I've done mine, I believe I can leave, right? Even though Raphael had asked a question, he didn't wait for the instructor's response before he moved. He broke free from Eliza's grip and walked out of the psychic domain. Raphael had only taken a few steps out of the psychic domain when he saw a woman standing in front of him, with her hand folded across her chest. Serena had a stern expression on her face as she glared at Raphael. A light frown appeared on Raphael's face when he saw the look on Serena's. He knew Serena to an extent, and they had only been 2 moments whereby she had this sort of look on her face. What is it? Raphael asked, Serena's lips curved inwardly, and she said, I should be asking you that question. Are you all right, Raphael? With her hand still folded across her chest, Serena took a step forward and asked Raphael, a question that he didn't want to hear, at least for now. Serena then continued, I know the psychic domain is a little messy and can get things that you want to keep buried in your head out, but, before Serena could finish her words, Raphael shook his head and also waved his hand at her. It's fine, Serena, I'm all right, Raphael said, and then walked forward. Serena, however, wasn't buying any of the words that were spoken by Raphael. As Raphael walked past her, she knitted her brows and said, Get back here. While it was just a few words that left Serena's mouth, the power that it contained was immense, to the extent that Raphael was pulled back to his previous position by an external force. Raphael glared at Serena. What do you think you're doing? Raphael spoke in an icy tone. The expression and aura that he had showed that he was displeased with the stunt that had just been pulled by Serena. In the face of Raphael's harsh look and tone, Serena wasn't fazed, not even in the slightest. She didn't back away from his glares, and instead, she faced him head-on. I know, you have a lot on your mind right now, but you need to listen to me, and tell me what's really bothering you, Serena exclaimed. Edgar has complained that you are disobeying him in the office. What's that all about? Serena paused. You might think those sessions are useless, but they are not. It's really helpful. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have agreed to it when Edgar suggested it. Helpful? Raphael sneered. None of this is helpful. None. This wasn't part of the arrangement, Serena. Serena wanted to retort to the words that had just been said by Raphael when his voice rang out. The deal was I come here, you provide me with equipment for gadgets and the rest, not these missions, classes, training, or therapy sessions. What the hell? There was rage written all over Raphael as he spoke. I didn't sign up for this bullshit, and mostly, you said the academy will help treat my mother. Tell me, how is that going? I have been here busting my ass for you all, whereas, the main reason why I came here, hasn't been done. The last time she was here, I was the one who brought her to her feet. She wouldn't have been able to walk again if I depended on you. Raphael said, I need an answer right now. Serena, you made the promise, so are you going to fulfill it, or should I just pack my bags and leave? I have been taking care of my mother's health for the past few years. Trust me, I will figure something out. Raphael paused, with his eyes glued to Serena. After the words he had just spoken, he didn't utter any other thing, and instead, he waited for her to give him a response. A few seconds passed, and there was still no response from Serena. Seeing the stupefied look on Serena's face, Raphael sneered. Goodbye, Serena. Raphael blurted, do not appear before me, ever again. Serena's body shook when she heard Raphael. She knew better than anyone that he wasn't joking, and as he moved past her, her eyelid trembled, and tears streamed down her eyes. Raphael, suddenly, a loud voice rang out, as Raphael took a few steps forward. Raphael, however, didn't turn around to listen to what Serena had to say. He continued to charge forward. He applied even more pace, but before he would cover much ground, Serena appeared in front of him. Raphael stared at the training ground exit that was only a few meters away, before then moving his gaze to Serena. Hold on, Raphael, Serena said, holding both of his shoulders. I know, I have let you down, but you have to believe me when I say this. I have your best interest in mind, Serena stated. The promises I made to you, I will get it done, I can assure you. Your mother's treatment is already being arranged as we speak, and only some final setup is left. As for the equipment, I have already created a building space of your own. There was a bewildered look on Raphael's face as Serena spoke. Did he believe any of what she said? Raphael wasn't so sure. He continued to listen to her, and after a few seconds, his voice rang out. Then, what is all of this about? Serena flashed a rough smile and said, the Academy insists that the building space, and all other funds, should be assigned to you when you get to the second year. My hands are tied as it is. I have tried every means necessary, but they insist that those resources are only given to you when you get to the second year. Serena's mouth then opened slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but after giving it a thought, she changed her mind. Raphael was quick to notice it, and he asked, "Is there something you're not telling me?" Heaving a deep breath, Serena spoke, "For some reason, I think the Academy doesn't entirely trust you. I think they are worried that once you have the resources, you will disappear. I'm not exactly certain, but I believe this is also the reason Yvonne's treatment is taking that long to arrange." Gus, who was quiet the entire time, let out a snort when he heard Serena. Raphael raised an eyebrow at the owl that was on his shoulder. Gus's snort earlier implied that the Academy wasn't wrong for thinking that way, as Raphael could really leave if he had all that he needed. Then, what's all this training for, and special treatments for? Raphael couldn't help but ask. This was what baffled him the most. If the Academy doesn't trust him as Serena had said, then what was the need for the treatments he had received lately? He had personally been told by the Academy that he was considered a project for the future. They had high expectations of him and even offered some substantial gifts. Serena had a confused look as well on her face. "I don't know the exact details of it, but they consider you to be a project for the future. My theory is that they want to trust you even though they don't, and for not allocating the building space yet, I can say a reason or two why they chose not to. As a first-year student, one who is also not in the tech division or any force, it would do more harm than good for you. Even though the Academy backs you fully, they wouldn't do it openly," Serena said. "How will that change in the second year? I'm still not going to join any force, so what's the difference?" Raphael said, "It's a dumb move for me. If they don't trust me now, what makes them think they will trust me in the second year?" For some reason, a smile appeared on Serena's face this time around. "You will see. I know you came because of the equipment and Yvonne's treatment, which I promised I would help with, but the Academy sees more than just someone standing behind a table in you," Serena said. "They won't treat you unfairly, you simply have to trust the process. Or better still, I need you to trust me." Serena took hold of Raphael's hand. She placed it gently on her left chest and stared deep into his blue eyes. "I know I have wronged you before, but it's never going to happen again. I will always have your best interest, and about Yvonne, give me a few more days," Serena said with a light smile on her face. Serena's face was able to put both the moon and sun to shame, and at the moment, any being that stared into those teary eyes would find his or herself lost in them. Raphael shook his head, and then took a deep breath. "All right, Serena," Raphael said. The smile on Serena's face widened when she heard Raphael. She was very much relieved that he decided to stay and unable to contain the excitement, so she hugged him tightly. "Thank you," Serena mumbled. A few meters away from Raphael and Serena, Elisa stood with her hands clenched into a fist. She bit her lower lips hard, and her eyebrows were lowered. "You asked her for help, and even told her how you feel, yet, she seems to want to take him away from you," Melinda exclaimed. "What are you going to do?" Melinda asked, staring at Raphael and Serena. The both of them were already making their way out of the training ground, with Serena really close to Raphael. Elisa dug her nails into her palm as she watched the two in front of her. She had a displeased look on her face, and after a few seconds, she heaved a deep breath. "The least I can do is ask if something is going on between him and Serena," Elisa replied. A nod came from Melinda after Elisa spoke. She then said, "That's the right thing to do. Even though the both of them know each other for a very long, and even share a close bond, it shouldn't be to the extent of him placing his hand on her left bosom." When Elisa heard Melinda, a deep frown appeared on her face. While the details of the discussion between Raphael and Serena were unknown, Elisa couldn't think of any reason that would prompt Raphael's hand to be on Serena's bosom. To her, it was simply uncalled for. Melinda moved closer to Elisa and placed her hand around her. "I know, it's going to be difficult, but I think you should be prepared for the worst." Raphael might be open to the idea of having an open relationship. After all, he did say, "This is an adventure he would like to experience," Melinda said. Elisa's eyelids trembled. She was about to retort to what had just been said when the door of the psychic domain was open and the others began to step out of it. I thought you left without me," Becky exclaimed. As soon as she saw Eliza, she rolled her eyes when it came in contact with Melinda, and then shifted her gaze to Eliza. Eliza flashed a rough smile. "We were waiting for you," Eliza responded. She was about to walk forward when Becky suddenly held her hand, and with a confused expression on her face, Becky spoke. "Is everything okay with you?" Lucien said. "You passed the training, so what's wrong?" Before Eliza would even respond to Becky, Melinda pulled Becky's hand from Eliza. She then glared at Becky. "Why do you care so much, or is it because you want to make that as a headline for your boy toy?" There was disgust evident in Melinda's eyes as she spoke to Becky. A bone-chilling frown immediately appeared on Becky's face. Melinda was quick to transform her hand into a sword made of bones as soon as she saw Becky's hands forming a fist. A battle was inevitable between the both of them, and as they wanted to launch at one another, Eliza came in between them. "The both of you should just quit it," Eliza yelled. "Let's put an end to this argument, and get this over with." Eliza turned towards Becky. "Did you tell Jackson about Melinda's uncle?" she asked, and before Becky would respond, Eliza turned towards Melinda. "Why do you think it was Becky that told Jackson? Couldn't he have found out some other way? He has a bit of connection in the student council, you know. It's also not like it's difficult to figure it out. The both of you have the same surname, and also look very much alike," Eliza blurted. Meanwhile, as Eliza tried to settle the dispute between her two friends, Bane and Aiden had a deep frown on their faces. They had been hoping for a fight between Melinda and Becky, because of the relationship between the both of them. Aiden and Bane were certain that no one was going to die, so a fight between them was definitely going to be exciting and unintentionally arousing. There was already an adrenaline rush that increased their heartbeat, but when Eliza intervened, the excitement died down real quick. "Perverts. The both of you need help," Camille muttered, as she walked past Bane and Aiden. Bane had, of course, been called worse, so he didn't take any of what Camille said to heart, but Aiden gulped. He then dragged Bane away, and with Devon tagging along, the three of them headed back to the dormitory. "To be honest, I already expected Dwayne to pass the training, but Naomi, I didn't see it coming." As it turns out, apart from Raphael and Eliza who passed the training, Naomi, Martha, and Dwayne were also able to conquer the inner demons. In Raphael's room, Serena looked around the area with a bewildered look on her face. She then began to move about the room and after a few seconds, she spoke. "It's always amusing how you can construct this place into whatever space you want." The last time Serena was in the room, it was bombarded with all sorts of training equipment, and at the moment none of the equipment she had seen a few days ago was here. Instead, the room was filled with his construction materials. After glancing at the tools in the room for a few more seconds, Serena moved her gaze to the ring Raphael was wearing. Her eyes flickered, and she said, "When are you going to create a ring for me?" "Not going to happen," Raphael replied. Serena raised an eyebrow. You keep saying that. You must think I can't afford it. Just name your price and who knows, I might even pay double what you want," Serena said with a proud expression. "It's not about the price, I just don't want to." When Serena heard Raphael's response, she shook her head. She decided to urge it a little, but as the result was the same, she eventually gave up on it. "So, what's your rank now?" Serena inquired. Raphael was seating on their chair in the room while Serena sat on the bed, and when Serena spoke, he wanted to respond, only to realize that he had no idea what rank he was at present. Unlike most meta-human, Raphael wasn't fond of the habit of constantly checking what his rank was. He trained regularly and knowing that as the day went by he was coming stronger, it was enough for him. The last time he looked at the rank section on the M-Watch was last month, so when Raphael heard Serena, he couldn't help but triple-tab the surface of the M-Watch. As the rank status and all other growth statuses were shown, Raphael's eyes twitched. He had a neutral look on his face, and a few seconds later, he turned the watch off. Raphael then faced the curious Serena. "So, what is it?" Serena asked again. "A rank," Raphael responded. A rank. Serena's mouth opened wide, with shock and excitement written all over her. She slowly stood from the bed. What did you say? Serena asked as she took a few steps toward Raphael. 61,005. So, A rank. Raphael replied nonchalantly. Can I have a look? Serena asked, and even before Raphael would react, she appeared in front of him. Serena was quick to triple EM watch, and as the stats were shown, her eyelid trembled. Serena's mouth opened so wide that an egg would fit inside, and as she stared at Raphael, the smile on her face widened. She burst into laughter a second after. I knew bringing you to the academy was the best decision I ever made. Ha ha ha. Holy Savior, Academy would forever regret losing you. Serena's face was full of smiles as she spoke. Raphael kept the usual grim look on his face. Becoming an A-rank metahuman wasn't an easy feat, and most would have been extremely delighted by that fact, but it wasn't Raphael. Raphael didn't think it was worth being happy for. I'm really happy for you, and if you didn't have a girlfriend, I would have kissed you already, Serena said, and the look on her face showed that she wasn't joking. But, since I can't do that, you get to ask me anything you want. Anything? Raphael mumbled, and as soon as Serena heard him, she nodded her head repeatedly. Apart from the one we have discussed, you can ask me any other thing, and I promise to get it done. There was confidence in Serena's voice as she spoke, and for some reason, hearing her say those words brought a devilish smile to Raphael's face. Raphael seized her from head to toe and folded his hand across his chest. It was unknown what Raphael was implying, but Serena's eyes twitched from seeing his expression. She wanted to speak, but she didn't know what to say. Raphael, why? Serena stammered, with her cheeks reddening. Raphael suddenly laughed, and he wasn't the only one laughing at Serena. As a second after he began laughing, Gus joined in. A confused look appeared on Serena's face. Could I have been mistaken? Serena asked herself. Serena shook her head. She remembered the look that was on Raphael's face when he stared at her. However, she didn't say a word and only continued to stare at him, and after a few seconds, she couldn't resist it. What is it? Raphael paused. He then stared into Serena's eyes and shook his head. Naughty girl, I have no such intention towards you. Why? Serena stuttered. But, I'm going to hold on to that gift. It will surely come in hand at some point, Raphael said with a grin on his face. For some reason, Serena couldn't help but feel disappointed. She seized herself and up. It can't be that. He doesn't find me attractive, right? Serena said inwardly. As someone who was used to receiving compliments every now and then from both men and even women, Serena couldn't help but find it strange that Raphael didn't have any thoughts on her. Though she had no problem with the status of their relationship as it is, Serena believed that, like the others she had encountered, Raphael must also have impure thoughts about her. So, when she heard Raphael boldly state that he doesn't have any intention toward her, she was stupefied. Serena, are you okay? Serena was in a trance state when she felt a slight touch on her shoulder. She was pulled out of her trance state, and as she stared at Raphael, she felt frustrated. Serena, I'm good, Serena responded. You were saying? She asked. Raphael shook his head repeatedly and then said, I said, is there any other person who has become an A-rank metahuman in the first year? Oh, yes, Serena answered. As a matter of fact, among the 7 divisions in the first year, you're the 8th people to become an A rank. Raphael's eyes twitched when he heard Serena's response. He wasn't concerned about the ranks because he knew that he was getting stronger every day, and also understood that the others were becoming stronger too. But, he just didn't realize that the disparity was this much. Raphael didn't only find it disappointing, but he also found it infuriating that the gap was that much. Serena was quick to discern the expression on Raphael. You shouldn't feel that way. You have achieved impressive results when compared to the others. When you joined, you were only just at the C rank, and you've gone from C rank to A rank within a few months. Your growth has been insane when compared to them, Serena exclaimed, as the looks that were on Raphael's face showed that he wasn't buying it. Serena spoke. I'm not saying this to make you feel better, it's the fact. Most of them were B rank when they resumed, some were even already edging close to A rank, and yet you managed to close the gap. You're the true talent here, Serena said. 8 is still quite a lot, Raphael said, and even though a smile was on his face, it wasn't a friendly smile. Gus, who was on the bed, shook his head, seeing the expression on Raphael's. Among the people in the room, Gus was the only one who knew that Raphael had a strange complex. Not even Raphael knew that there was this side in him, and if Gus was to state it, there were chances that he would deny them. It was a superiority complex. At every activity, either academy performance, training, or strength, Raphael always loved to be number one. The fact that he was always ahead of others brought him an extreme amount of joy. It was why, when Gus heard that Raphael wasn't the number one in the 7 divisions, he reacted that way. As someone who knew Raphael more than himself, Gus knew for the next few days, weeks, even months, Raphael was going to bury himself in training. You said 8 in the 7 divisions. Is there someone in the elite division who has become an A rank? Raphael asked as he thought back to the words that were spoken by Serena. Serena nodded her head. She was about to speak, when the room door was opened. Standing in the room was Elisa, and as she stared at Serena and Raphael, who were only a few meters apart, she raised an eyebrow. Can I have a moment with you, Raphael? Elisa had a grim look on her face when she spoke. Meanwhile, Serena was confused. She stared at Raphael and after a few seconds, she moved her gaze to Elisa. Serena, do you mind? Elisa's voice rang out again, and this time around it was an icy tone. While Serena was completely dumbfounded that Elisa could raise her voice, she took light steps toward the door, and as she got to it, she couldn't help but take one more glance at Elisa before then leaving the room. As Serena left the room, Elisa took a few steps until she was standing in front of Raphael. Raphael had a bewildered look on his face. His eyes were glued to Elisa, and even though he didn't move from where he was prepared for any sort of event that might occur. Raphael, Elisa mumbled. Raphael, she called out again, heaving a deep breath. Elisa then said, is there something going on between you and Serena? Raphael's eyes twitched from hearing that question Elisa had just asked. He didn't respond immediately. He was about to reply when Elisa's voice rang out. I want you to please be completely honest with me. Is there something between the both of you, and should I be scared of losing you? Yes, there's something between the both of us, Raphael replied. Serena is a client to me, and also a friend of mine, so there's something between the both of us, Raphael said. As for whether or not you should be scared, I don't really know, it depends on you. When Elisa had heard the first part of Raphael's words, her mouth opened so wide that a duck egg would fit inside. There was shock written all over their face, and even though Melinda had told her to prepare for the worst, it still came as a terror to her. However, when she heard his following words, the uneasiness reduced. What do you mean, it depends on me? Elisa muttered. Okay, let me put it this way, do you have feelings for Serena, and have you ever had any impure thoughts toward her? Elisa asked, and before Raphael would respond, she followed up with, I want you to be completely honest with me, Raphael. A nod came from Raphael when he heard Elisa. He placed his hand on his chin, and after a few seconds, he said, I don't have feelings for Serena if that's what you want to know, Raphael said. Elisa couldn't help but be relieved when she heard Raphael. She didn't think he would be lying to her, and a smile was about to form on her face when Raphael spoke. Elisa's expression went from pleased to horrified. But, I have once had impure thoughts on her. Those were the words that left Raphael's lips. The words were already mighty to Elisa, and what caused her to be worried was Raphael didn't bat an eye when he told her. Raphael didn't seem to be bothered that he was telling someone whom he was engaged with that he had impure thoughts towards another woman. Elisa staggered for a bit, before regaining her composure. You mean, you have thought of making a move on her? Elisa spoke in a very soft voice. Gus, who was on the bed, let out a long hiss a second after Elisa spoke. Gus was no expert on relationships, but as someone who spent a good amount of time reading romantic books, it urged Raphael to shut the hell up. Raphael, however, shrugged his shoulder, the look on his face saying, she wanted complete honesty, and here it is. He soon moved his gaze to Eliza and said, "For a matter of fact, I have," Raphael said, with her hands clenched into a fist. Eliza bit her lower lips. She had words to say, but it was proving difficult to let them out. "Are you all right?" Raphael asked. "I'm fine. I asked you to be completely honest, and that's what you do," Eliza said. "It's just hurtful that you have thought of another woman that way when the both of us are together." This time around, it was Raphael that was speechless. "Is Serena the only one, or have you had this thought on others too?" Eliza blurted. Raphael was perhaps the bluntest person Eliza was going to meet, and he was about to respond to her when Eliza's voice rang out. "What does this mean for us, Raphael? I know this might seem selfish, even though you told me this was nothing but an adventure you want to experience, but I want something serious with you. I want the only impure thought you have to be towards me, not Serena, but me, only me," Eliza said. Eliza took a step closer to Raphael, leaving only a few inches away from the both of them. "Is that going to be possible, Raphael?" Raphael shook his head after Eliza spoke. "I think you're missing the point here, Eliza. The question you should ask yourself is, who am I with?" Raphael said. "While I might have impure thoughts towards her, the fact that I'm with you means that I chose you. I didn't choose to have this experience with Serena, instead it was you. And if you're going to weigh in on this matter, without putting this into consideration, then I think we have to reevaluate where things stand between us." With his hand folded across his chest, Raphael spoke in a decisive tone. Eliza's mouth opened slightly and her eyes twitched. She moved a bit closer to Raphael, wrapping her hand around him. She hugged him tightly. I didn't think about that," she said in a soft voice. A light smile appeared on Raphael's face. He then raised Eliza by the chin, staring into her brown eyes. Raphael couldn't help but pluck her cherry lips. Eliza didn't respond to the kiss immediately, but after a few seconds, her lips began moving. She held on to Raphael's clothes tightly, savoring in the taste of the delightful taste of his lips. His lips were soft and warm, and as Eliza's mouth parted slightly, Raphael's tongue slipped inside. Raphael placed his hand gently on her thigh, raising it gently, and as if Eliza could read his mind, she leapt gently, wrapping both legs around his waist. A low moan soon escaped Eliza's mouth. With their bodies pressed together heatedly, Raphael and Eliza gasped heavily. Their heart raced as they could taste the shared breath between the both of them. Suddenly, Raphael separated his lips from Eliza. He stared at the owl on the bed, understanding what the gaze was. Gus snorted and then flew out of the room. A chuckle escaped Eliza's lips. She wrapped her hand around Raphael's neck and was about to continue with the kiss when she felt Raphael moving closer to the bed. Seeing the look on Eliza's face, Raphael paused. "Are you okay?" he asked in a soft tone. As there was no response from Eliza after a few seconds, Raphael said, "It's fine. If you're not okay with this, I can stop." Eliza shook her head immediately when she heard Raphael. She gave him a gentle peck on the lips. "No, I'm good," Eliza replied. As Eliza saw the not-so-confused look on Raphael's face, she held his clothes and loosened 2 buttons from them. She then flashed a seductive smile at him. With his hand still on her thigh, Raphael peered deep into Eliza's eyes. His thought was unknown, but as Eliza mashed her lips with his, he responded to the kiss. It took only a few seconds, and Raphael's upper body was already without clothes. Raphael had moved his hand to the back of Eliza's dress. He was already heading towards the bed, as he loosened the back zip of her dress. The back zip was loosed completely, and Raphael was about to place Eliza on the bed when the room door was pushed open. "Raph!" Aiden stuttered as he saw the two who were close to the bed. Even though he had a couple of words to say to both of them, the scene in front of him left him completely speechless. Aiden's mouth opened wide. He was dumbfounded by what he was seeing. However, he was soon pulled out of his stupefied state by Eliza's loud voice. Aiden, get out, Eliza yelled. Without delay, Aiden hurried out of the room. He slammed the door shut, and as he walked back to the living room, shock was written all over his face. What happened back there, Aiden? Bane asked, evidently curious by the loud voice he had just heard. Devon also paused the game he was playing and turned toward Aiden. Aiden stared at Bane and Aiden, and a second later a smile appeared on his face. He pointed his hand in the room he had just come from and said, "Say it with me, all hail Raphael." Aiden exclaimed. There was a confused look on Bane and Aiden's faces when they heard Aiden. The both of them wanted to ask what he was implying when Raphael's room door was open. Raphael and Eliza stepped out of the room, and as they walked to the living room, Devon and Bane stared at the both of them with bewildered looks on their face. Eliza was glaring at Aiden, while he had a light smile on his face. As for Raphael, he had a neutral look on, unbeknownst to Aiden, that was going to be the last time he or any other person would barge into his room that way, as Raphael had installed a security lock in the room. "You wanted to say something, Aiden?" Raphael asked. Aiden let out a cough and said, "Oh, that's true. You haven't checked your notification, have you?" Aiden paused. "The Academy Tournament Day has been released. I'm not certain how this year will be, because of the changes, but last year's tournament, the students in the 7 divisions went head-to-head. It was bloody and brutal," Aiden exclaimed. At the mention of the Academy Tournament, a grim look appeared on Bane and Aiden's faces. Both of them had witnessed the tournament last year, and if there was one word to use to describe the fight, then it was disastrous. Raphael had, of course, heard about the Academy Tournament before. Serena had told him about it, and Aiden, Devon, and Bane had also said a few words about it. "When is it?" Aiden replied to Raphael a second after he spoke. "Next week." It was already expected of the Academy. After all, Jersey Saint Hospital was said to be our last mission. The Academy Tournament was usually held a week or two after the 7 divisions had completed the mission that was assigned to them. It was a tradition that was known by everyone in the Academy and was also the reason the Academy didn't send any notifications. "Raphael, I'm going to have to leave right now. We will talk later." With that said, Eliza gave Raphael a peck on the cheek and dashed out of the room. After Eliza left the room, Bane, Aiden, and Devon fixed their eyes on Raphael. As for Aiden, a creepy smile hung on his face as he stared at Raphael. The atmosphere was quite awkward as no one in the room muttered a single word. They all had their eyes on Raphael, and after a few seconds, Raphael headed back to his room with Gus on his shoulder, and as the room door was slammed shut, Aiden sat on the chair and began to explain what he laid eyes on inside the room. Meanwhile, the instant Raphael stepped into his room, he brought a small remote control out of the ring, tapping on the red button on the remote control. Raphael stared at the surrounding. A field that took on a spherical shape appeared in the room. The field manifested in the form of a barrier, and as Raphael looked at the force field he was in, a deep frown appeared on him. Slowly walking towards the force field, Raphael removed the glove he was wearing, and gently placed his hand on the force field. A vibration came from the force field a second after it came in contact with Raphael. However, the vibration stopped after a brief moment, and it returned to its formal state. "I can't push it any more than this, but it should be able to withstand the full force blow of a B rank and fend off an attack from some A rank meta-human," Raphael muttered as he removed his hand from the force field, and wore the gloves back on. The force field was one of Raphael's recent creations. It was capable of blocking objects, nullifying whether physical, supernatural, or even energy-based attacks, and it was also able to repel any form of attack. And to say this was merely the tip of the iceberg of what the force field was capable of doing wasn't an exaggeration. "It will surely be useful in this tournament, this time around." A smile formed on Raphael's face. He continued to stare at the force field, seemingly excited by it. What made Raphael most pleased about the force field was that it gave him absolute domination over meta-humans below the A rank. Absolute domination. Thud. Followed by that sound was a loud voice echoing in the surrounding. Again, The man yelled at the students laying on the ground, with rage and yet pain written all over his face. Levi stood from the floor with his hand balled into a fist. He stared at the new instructor in front of him, and a tinge of killing intent appeared on his face. Seeing the look on Levi's face, the man sneered, "Good, now give it your best shot and stop acting like a sissy." The man exclaimed, "Sissy?" Levi mumbled the name that he had just called. He then moved towards the man at a frightening pace, possessing the power to kill anyone with just a slight contact with the body. Levi wasn't a force to be reckoned with. He simply needed to make contact with the man in front of him, and it was game over. However, before Levi would appear in front of him, the man made a move, and if Levi's movement could be termed as astounding, his would be considered horrifying. Bang! Levi had no idea what was going on, and before he even realized it, he was struck multiple times. There was no remorse or pity from the man he was up against, and there was no part of his body that wasn't covered in blood. The attacks caused him to stagger backward, and as he stared at himself, his mouth opened slightly. Levi stuttered with his hand then trembling. He stared at his clothes that were drenched in his own blood before moving his gaze towards the man in front. A mocking expression and a bit of disgust were however on the man's face. He looked at Levi for a few seconds, and after a brief moment, he turned towards the students who were watching from the distance. After the date of the academy, the tournament was released to the students. The 7 divisions began making preparation, and one of that preparation was the man in front of the students. His name is Armand Edison, and he's one of the top fighters in the 7 divisions. This is the so-called elite division," Armand exclaimed. "I must say, you're all useless, absolutely useless. I have spared with several students in the academy, but you really outshine the rest. You outshine them by being complete shit," Armand said. "Even my grandmother can fight better than this, and by the way, she is dead." A couple of the students stared at themselves from head to toe when they heard Armand. He had covered each one of them with blood, and some with broken teeth, yet, he referred to the beatdown as nothing but a spar. If this was a real fight, how was it going to end up then? The students couldn't help but wonder. "It's a good thing that I came, or else you would have ridiculed the elite division with this performance. Pathetic." Armand spat with disgust evident in his eyes. A day after the psychic domain training, the students were ordered to come to the alley. With then a brief introduction from Armand, the battle started. It was however a one-sided battle with Armand, to be more precise, a total beatdown. None of them were able to scratch the surface of Armand's defense, not to talk of landing a successful blow on him. "We have the whole day for this, and I can assure you that you won't be leaving this place until I'm satisfied with the progress you've made," Armand muttered and waved his hand at the students in front. However, he soon lowered his head, and said, "You know what, since the academy grouped you into 7 teams, why don't each team come at him? Let's start from here, since coming one after the other clearly isn't working." When they all heard Armand, they couldn't help but glance at their teammates, and afterward, a bone-chilling smile hung on a few of their faces. Though Armand saw the change in expression on their faces, he wasn't even in the slightest worried. The only reason he made the team suggestion was to see how well they worked as a group, and also the battle was becoming embarrassing. Donned in a long white robe, Armand's eyes were constantly narrowed to slits. He rarely opened his eyes enough to reveal their emerald green color. He was tall with sharp features and bears unusual silver hair, and as he stared at Mason, Becky, and Melinda that had just walked to the front, the usual mocking smile formed on his face. "Don't disappoint me as you did earlier," Armand blurted. His words, however, were frowned upon by Melinda. She created bones made of blades from her body, and without delay, she launched at Armand. As for Mason, after Armand spoke, it took only a light crack of his knuckles and he turned into a giant. Armand glanced at Mason who had just turned into a titan and then Melinda who was rushing towards him. He raised his hand gently, forming a fist. "This will test how determined you really are." With that said, and Armand struck out a punch at 3 of them. Melinda was rushing towards Armand when he struck a punch towards her. She abruptly stopped as she felt an impending danger. She slowly raised her head towards the silver-haired man in front and her eyelid trembled. It was just one strike, but the damage that it caused was unimaginable. Armand's attack caused a split on the ground as it approached Melinda. Death flashed within Melinda's eyes, and if there was one thing she was certain of, it was if that blow were to hit her, she would be obliterated. "Melinda, move," Eliza yelled. Melinda's hands shook. She wanted to move from where she was, but she found herself incapable of moving. A muscle, with only a few seconds away from the attack to come in contact with her, Mason grabbed her quickly and jumped to the other side. "Are you all right?" Mason asked in a soft tone. While Melinda was still terrified of what had just transpired, she nodded her head. When Mason spoke, Mason responded with a smile. He moved his gaze from Eliza and was about to turn towards Armand when a figure appeared. The appearance of Armand in front of him caught Mason surprised, and before he could react, his head was grabbed and then pushed backward. Bang! Armand slammed Mason to the floor, and as the 13-meter-tall giant hit the floor, Armand didn't stop at that. He raised his leg, and heavily stomped it on Mason's face. Mason transformed into his human self immediately. He lay on the floor, gasping heavily. Not only was his face covered in blood, but it was also in a disoriented state. Armand sneered, as he stared at Melinda, who was beside Melinda. He took a light step until he was standing in front of her. "Die." Armand had only appeared in front of Melinda when a loud voice rang out behind him. He didn't react quickly, and as the sharp paper-made sword drove through his chest, his eyes were still on Melinda. It was only when the sword appeared on the other side of his body that he stared at it. After a few seconds, he moved his eyes away from the sword and turned towards the person who had just stabbed him. "Why?" Meanwhile, Becky stammered with fear written all over her face. She, however, didn't let the fear get over her, and with the sword in her right hand, she punctured it deep into Armand's chest. The reaction that came from Armand after she plunged both swords into his chest wasn't what Becky expected. There was no blood coming from the place that had just been stabbed, or sign of concern or panic on Armand's face. He grabbed both of the swords and pulled them out of his body. Becky's mouth opened wide, and she staggered several steps backward. It wasn't simply the sight of the sword being removed. Instead, it was seeing the hole that was formed by the sword closing up. "I expect by now you should have made a research on every single meta-human in the academy, both allies and foe," Armand said. He then took a step forward, directly appearing in front of Becky. Becky stuttered as Armand held her tightly by the neck. With a smirk on his face, Armand turned towards the others. "Because if you had made your research on who I am, then you might not end up in this miserable state," he said. He waved his hand and threw Becky a few meters away. Thud! Becky hit the ground and spat a mouthful amount of blood from her mouth. "Sparing with you all is a complete waste of time, and as I also can't let you go out there and embarrass my division, for the next 5 days we will be stuck with each other," Armand said. "As one of the top fighters in the 4th year, I will spend the next days teaching you all that I know." Armand glanced at the students in the surrounding. "The elite division isn't for the weak, so I'm going to advise you, if you aren't up for the task, back out. Because from henceforth it will be hell." The next 5 days were spent with Armand. When Armand had said it was going to be hell, the students had thought he was simply exaggerating, but it only took the first training session for them to realize that he wasn't joking. Even hell seemed more comfortable than the workload he put them through. He. Armand chuckled as he stared at the 21 students, covered in sweats and blood in front of him. In the last few days, they had been in the alley together. The only period that they weren't in the alley was the 2 hours break that was given them. After that, everyone was in the alley. Bane glared at Armand and spoke to Aiden, who was beside him. "This is cruel. How are we supposed to compete with someone who has supernatural regenerative ability? We are all very exhausted, but look at him, it doesn't even seem something is wrong with him," Bane mumbled. "He feeds on our energy after all." Aiden, however, kept a straight face as Bane spoke. Even though Armand had been exceptionally cruel to them, he gained a lot from the hardcore training that he was put through. "It won't cost you anything to keep quiet, and listen, Bane. Camille said. Why? Bane was about to retort to the words that had just been spoken by Camille when he felt pain in his hand. He glared at Camille for a few seconds, before moving his gaze to Armand. As much as I wish we had more time to spend together, I'm afraid we don't, Armand said. The first-year academy tournament starts in 2 days. The expression on the students' faces changed from the mention of the tournament. A stern and grim look appeared on the faces of a couple of them, and as they thought of whom they will be going up against, some clenched their hands into tight fists. It wasn't just their classmate or teammate they will be up against, but the other students in the division, and there was only going to be one winner and a grand prize. Good, Armand stated, seeing the look on their faces. This is the sort of expression I want to see on your face. Remember, you're on your own. There's no friendship or teammates from here on. Consider everyone as a competitor, or better still an enemy, Armand exclaimed. You know the rules of the tournament, don't you? There are no rules, everything goes, Armand said. If you haven't had an assassination attempt on your life before, then prepare to get one, because you certainly will, and if you have already dealt with 1 or 2 attempts, then prepare because it will only get more intense. The students listened attentively to all that was said by Armand. After a few minutes, Armand nodded his head. The elite division has dominated the first-year tournament 5 times consecutively, so don't bring shame to our glorious record. It's either first or nothing. I was brought here for this very reason, and so help me devil, if you don't bring that prize home, I will rip you all to pieces, Armand blurted. During the training session between Armand and the 21 students, he had spoken all sorts of words, but this felt different from all the harsh words he said. There was murderous intent in his voice, and even as he glared at each of them, the look on his face showed that he really intended to put his work into action. Suddenly, Jackson took a step forward. Armand, I don't know about the others, but I certainly won't let you down. In fact, I want you to consider the prize won already. The academy might as well decide to call the tournament off because the elite division has won it, Jackson blurted. While there was an eye roll from a few of his classmates, a nod came from Armand. Armand took light steps and appeared beside Jackson. That's the spirit. I will count on you, Jackson. If you don't make it to the top 5, I will come for your head, Armand said. The smile that was on Jackson's face vanished the moment he heard Armand. He removed the hand that Armand placed on his shoulder and took a step backward. Jackson was about to speak when Armand's voice rang out. We have a deal, Jackson. I wish you the best of luck, and I also wish myself the best of luck because I will rip you apart. That I promise. A sadistic smile formed on Armand's face as he spoke. Jackson took a few steps, scratching his head and then lowering it. A chuckle escaped Armand's lips. Anyway, before I let you leave, there's something I need to address to you. My last piece of advice is for you to study every single metahuman within your division. You might not know this, but they have studied you all. Some even have details that you don't know about yourself, Armand said. Armand had made mention of these words to them earlier, and as he was stating it, here again, only a Dumbo wouldn't take it seriously. As the students of the elite division, you will be the target of everyone in the academy. I expect that if others are working twice as harder, then you put in 100 times the effort. I wish you good luck, Armand said. You may leave now. After 5 days of hellish training, those were the most beautiful words that anyone could hope for, and as Armand uttered them out, the students wasted no time and rushed out of the alley. Staring at the students leaving, a light smile appeared on Armand's face. Even though he had insulted and criticized them a lot, the truth was he was astounded by their potencies. He chose to keep quiet about it, so it wouldn't get in their head. Not so bad, isn't it? A few seconds after the students left the alley, a woman appeared beside Armand. If Raphael were here, he would recognize her, as she was the one who always attended to him in the administration block. How long have you been here? Armand asked as he stared at the woman. Since the beginning. I couldn't bear to miss his training, she replied. Armand had no idea who, among them, she was referring to, but as he saw the glow on her face, he shook his head. A few minutes after they left the alley, Raphael, Bane, and Devon made it back to the dormitory. Ugh, I'm so exhausted, Bane exclaimed, and then fell on the couch. Devon stared at Bane, who was laying on the couch, and said, "Aren't you going to go prepare? The tournament starts in 2 days." Bane shook his head. "I know," he replied, "but I'm not some robot or toy. I need to rest for a while, or I might as well just collapse during the tournament." Devon wanted to retort to what Bane had just said, but instead, he let out a yawn. "You see, even you're exhausted, man. Go have some rest. We will get into action later." Bane said, "Do you know that over 100,000 people die a year from stress? I want to avoid being one of them, so I will do what I can do, and relax." This time around, Devon was left speechless from what he had just heard. Bane wasn't bluffing by the number of deaths that occur due to stress, and it was what shocked Devon the most. "All right, man, do what you want to do. I'm also going to go for an hour's break before I start making my research," Devon said. "What about you, Raphael?" Raphael had just walked out of the kitchen when Devon spoke. He raised an eyebrow, wondering what Devon was talking about, and as Devon saw the dumbfounded look on Raphael's face, he repeated his earlier question, "Are you going to relax, or will you start preparing for the tournament?" Devon inquired. Raphael pondered for a bit before he responded. Should he say that he already had a record of some of the top meta-humans in the first-year divisions already? Raphael shook his head, dismissing it. "I will make preparations later. There are some things I must take care of first," he said. Devon nodded his head. He gave Raphael a thumbs up, and turned towards Bane, who was now snoring on the couch. With a smile on his face, Devon headed to his room. He had, however, only taken a few steps forward when the room door was open. Devon looked at Aiden, who just barged into the room, and was about to speak when he saw someone walking behind him. "Look at what I have here," Aiden's voice rang out as soon as he entered the room. In his hand was a book, and as he tapped Bane multiple times on the shoulder, he placed the book on the table that was in the middle of the living room. Bane's eyes twitched, and he opened an eye. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Get up." A swipe. "I have, in there, the names and abilities of the people we will be up against," said Aiden. Bane had vowed earlier that nothing was going to make him leave where he was, but the instant he heard Aiden, he leapt from the couch immediately. Rushing towards the book that was on the table, a smile formed on Bane's face when he saw the content. They were in the book. "Where did you get this from? You have a spy in the 7 divisions, right?" Bane couldn't help but ask as he opened the pages of the book. What caused Bane to be shocked was apart from the names and powers of the students in the divisions written in the book, they were also strengths and weaknesses too. The book was a full database of the information of the students in the division. There was of course no family-related information there, but all other aspects were in the book, whether it was friends, foes, age, powers and abilities, strength as well as weakness. This data and many others were included in the book in front of Bane. This is really remarkable, Aiden." If Devon was able to speak, those were the words that would have left his mouth, but as he couldn't, he tapped Aiden's shoulder and gave him a light smile. "Damn, I'm impressed. I would have needed to go to the black stores to fetch this, but you have outdone yourself here, Aiden. I'm proud of you," Bane blurted. Elisa stood in front of the door, staring at Bane, Aiden, and Devon as they went through the book. Suddenly, Bane's voice rang out. "Raphael, look, your records are here." Raphael lowered the cup that was in his hand when he heard Bane. He stared at Bane, and then at the book. A chuckle escaped Aiden's lips. "This is really crazy, Raphael. Your powers, movement skills, most frequently used skills, even your strengths and weakness are always here," Aiden said. "Raphael, it says here that one of your weaknesses is," Bane read out loud, however, almost about to finish his words. He paused. "Big buttocks." Bane burst into laughter after those words came out of his mouth. Raphael raised an eyebrow, and so did Elisa, who was standing a few meters away. He then walked towards the table and looked into the book. "There are a lot of things said about you here, but that's really the funny one, and it's not like they are wrong, Elisa." Before Bane could complete his words, he received an intense glare from Eliza. It seemed to be like she was going to pounce at him any moment from now. Bane flashed a rough smile and then kept quiet. While his attack is top-notch, his defense and speed are his weakest area. Raphael read what was written about him in the book. He turned towards Gus, who was also staring at the book, and said, "Someone actually said, my defense and speed is my weakest area. What do you have to say about that?" A hiss capped Gus's mouth after Raphael spoke. "I know, right?" Raphael replied. Bane, Aiden, and Devon had witnessed Raphael and Gus's discussion a lot of times, so they didn't find the scene weird. "Look, it's that damn Jeremy." Bane pointed his hand at the book. A deep frown appeared on Devon and Aiden's from the mention of that name. They moved closer to the book, and read the content about Jeremy line by line. Meanwhile, as Raphael moved away from the table, Eliza walked towards him. "You know this weakness that you have, we can work on it, and ensure it doesn't get in the way. There will be people looking to use it against you. How about I prepare you for the challenges?" Eliza whispered to Raphael, as well as sticking her body really close to him. Raphael's lips curved inwardly. "Oh, really?" he said. Eliza nodded her head and rubbed her hand across his chest. She then walked towards his room. As she got to the door, she paused and turned towards Raphael. "We have been through a lot these past few days. The least I can do is help you get rid of this weakness you have." With that said, and Eliza walked into the room. Whether it was intentional or not, Eliza's large buttocks bounced with each of her movements as she went into the room. Raphael gently placed Gus on the chair close to him and walked toward his room. A hiss came from Gus, seeing Raphael going into the room, and in response, Raphael spoke, "Same to you, Gus." Meanwhile, inside a room in the 4th block, Vincent sat in the dark and quiet room with his hand folded across his chest. A knock suddenly came from the door. It was then pushed a second later, and as the person walked into the room, he turned on the light. "Sir, I have brought the people you asked for," the obese-built teenager called Simon exclaimed, and it wasn't up to 3 seconds after Simon spoke, and 3 figures walked into the room. There were 2 males and 1 female, and if there was one feature that was similar between the 3 of them was the arrogant expression that was on their faces. Vincent, however, didn't seize the 3 that had just walked in. He appeared to be staring at them, but at the same time, his focus was elsewhere. "Sir Van." Simon was about to speak when Vincent waved his hand at him. Vincent then seized the 3 students in front of him. "Simon, you must have a death wish, right? I told you to get competent individuals, instead you brought trash to me. Does it look like I want to have a house cleaned up?" Vincent spoke in a cold tone. There was a displeased look on 3 students beside Simon. Simon gulped, and then took a step forward. "No, Sir Vincent, I promise you this is the best of the best. In fact, it is rumored that the Academy considers them a prospect for the future," Simon blurted. The expression on Vincent's face, however, didn't change. He continued to stare at the 3 of them, evidently displeased by their presence in the room. As Simon saw the look on Vincent's face, his voice rang out, "I know they aren't the ones that you asked for, but I can't think of anyone better than them to take care of the job you asked for." Vincent sneered. "What about Jeremy and Victor?" he asked. Simon flashed a rough smile when he heard Vincent. "Victor opposed to the plan, and for Jeremy." Simon paused. "And what?" Vincent yelled. "I wasn't able to get through Jeremy, because of the defense around him, and even when I was able to get in touch with him, he said he isn't interested," Simon admitted. Vincent's hand balled into a fist, his eyes then flickered with killing intent present in them. "Does he know that I was the one who sent you?" Vincent couldn't help but ask, and in response, Simon nodded his head several at him. "Yes, I told him the request came from you, but he still wasn't interested. His exact word was go get a life." Simon frowned as he recalled the ridicule in Jeremy's eyes as he spoke. "Jeremy is way too prideful. Someone has to take him down. He doesn't even hold you in high regard, Sir Vincent," Simon blurted. The words had already left Simon's mouth when he realized that he'd just made a pass at his boss. He stared at Vincent, and as he saw the furious look on his, he lowered his head quickly. Vincent moved his gaze from Simon and stared at the three beside him. "Who are they?" A smile formed on Simon's face when he heard Vincent. He rushed towards the three and began to introduce them. "This is Hugo from the Murderer Division and this is Clement from the Norms Division," Simon said, pointing his hand at the duo one after the other. Hugo and Clement had both black hair and a goatee. They were of slender stature, but while Clement was of average height, Hugo was very tall. "And this is Amber," Simon said, moving his gaze to the blonde-haired woman. Amber was the youngest in the room. She had fair skin, brown eyes, and short blonde hair. She was wearing the academy uniform and stood with her hand folded across her chest with a bothered look on her face. Amber is a student of the Assassination Division. Vincent had remained neutral the whole time, but the moment Simon introduced Amber, his eyes twitched, and he stood on the chair he was on. The smile on Simon's face widened, as he had expected this sort of reaction from Vincent. He placed his hand behind his back and had a pompous look on his face, taking light steps until he arrived in front of her. Vincent seized Amber from head to toe. "What's a student of the Assassin Division doing here? I thought you all don't meddle in the academy business except if it's of importance to you." After Vincent uttered those words, his mouth opened slightly. "Oh, I see, it is of importance to you," he said. "Let me guess, someone asked you to get the job done, but you want to use my influence to seal the deal," Vincent said. "But, why would you need my influence to kill someone in the academy?" Vincent paused. "Ha ha ha, Raphael's assassination isn't under your jurisdiction. Instead, someone else in the division was asked to kill him. Perhaps you have a grudge against him, but because of the Assassin Division rule, you're not allowed to make a move on him. You must have learned about my plans from Simon's scouting, but my question now is, why do you even want to kill him so badly?" Vincent asked. As there was no response apart from a sneer from Amber, Vincent spoke. "The punishment for going after someone else's target without order is family execution. There must be a reason why you're willing to go after Raphael despite knowing what the punishment is," Vincent said. "Then, the division shouldn't hear about it," Amber said and stared at the people in the room. Amber took a step forward. "We both want him dead. I think that's enough. If you keep asking silly questions, I'm going to leave, and whether I get your assistance or not, I will see to it that Raphael is dead." Vincent smiled. "All right then, I won't ask about him anymore. It doesn't really matter to me. As long as I'm the last person Raphael sees before he dies, then it's all good." "Simon, inform the others that the plan has begun. I will fill this 3 on all that needed to know," Vincent exclaimed. Without delay, Simon dashed out of the room. "Now, here's how the plot will go, Yoon." Elisa couldn't help but let out a soft moan as Raphael separated from the kiss, and attacked her slender neck, trailing the soft kiss along her jaw. Raphael sucked the skin of her neck harshly, leaving Elisa gasping for breath. Under his sweet and feisty assault, Elisa clutched his shoulders. She then moved her hand to the back of his head and arched her neck to feel him entirely as she closed her eyes tightly. Another soft moan escaped her lips. In the heat of the moment, Raphael went further down to her chest. He gently papered both bosoms with a kiss, and a second after he gently placed his hand on it. Even though the clothes were obstructing him from touching the real deal, Raphael didn't seem displeased. Instead, he looked like a child who had just tasted vanilla ice cream for the first time. Elisa was lost in her own wonder when she felt Raphael's lips on hers again. She wrapped her hand around his neck and kissed him in a hungry and yet passionate way. And who was Raphael not to respond to this intense moment between them? He needed his hand which was on her soft bosom gently while he sucked and nibbled Elisa's lips enthusiastically. "Ugh!" Elisa moaned in between the kiss as she felt his hand playing with her bosom while taking a turn of a handful of them. Raphael didn't voice it out, but the most painful aspect of his moment with Elisa was, he wasn't able to feel her bosom completely. "I screw this damned glove," he cursed inwardly. After cursing the gloves on his hand, the idea of a new invention occurred to him. Raphael suddenly let go of her lip, staring into her eyes. His eyes were filled with lust and yet passion. He lowered his head and peered deep into Elisa's clothes, almost as though he could see the two melons in her clothes. Elisa wondered what was wrong, as he pulled out of the kiss suddenly. She was about to speak when she felt his hands running through the buttons of her cloth. Raph. Before Elisa would finish her words, he had loosened all the buttons of her cloth, leaving only the brassiere. Elisa wanted to speak, but just like the previous time, she was unable to let out the complete words, as Raphael went after her lips and then her neck. To Elisa, there seemed to be an aphrodisiac contained in Raphael's mouth, as every movement he made was an absolute delight. She savored in the wonders he was performing on her body, and after a few seconds, she couldn't help but let out seductive sounds. Ah, Raphael! It took Raphael 5 seconds, after he loosened the buttons on her cloth, to remove the brassiere she was on. Elisa didn't even realize it quickly. It was only after he began to massage her bosom that she knew her melons were out. She wanted to stop, but the pleasure that was coursing through her body was phenomenal. Her back arched as if to find an escape from his clutches for what he was doing with her soft, delicate, and feminine part, but her head was titled up to ask for more of what he was doing with her neck. Raphael, let's, once again. Elisa's words were left incomplete. This time around it wasn't from a kiss or attack on her soft neck. Instead, it was from Raphael having one of her bosom in his mouth. In shock, Elisa looked at him, but instead of asking him to stop as she wanted, it aroused her. The way his mouth was around her bosom, licking, sucking, and tugging it with his teeth made her lose herself. Ugh! Seeing the look and hearing the moan that escaped Elisa's mouth, the corner of Raphael's lips curved into a devilish grin. The expression that was on Raphael's face, however, looked very sexy to Elisa. Those blue glittering eyes that seemed to want to devour her whole body were enough to engulf all of her rationality. Raphael's mouth then kept sucking, licking, and biting her soft and handful mounds. The way he handled her breasts as though he wasn't breastfed as a child. Yoon, so good, Elisa exclaimed. She arched her back as her head moved to rest on the wall. Suddenly, Elisa's mouth opened slightly. She trembled as Raphael moved from her right bosom to her left. He didn't suck on it immediately like he had done to her right bosom. Instead, he went after areola, rubbing his tongue around her most sensitive area. Elisa's eyes twitched. Tilda. The moan that came out of Elisa's mouth only got louder, but thanks to the soundproof system that was in Raphael's room, none of the people in the room were able to get wind of what was happening in the room. As Elisa then felt strong arousal between her legs that made her unable to breathe evenly, she moved her hands around his head, neck, and even shoulders. Her hands pressed him against her chest, wanting more of what she was receiving from him. Raphael knew that he had her exactly where she wanted, and he moved away from her mound. He stared at Elisa, and as he saw the lustful look that was on her face, he licked his lips devilishly. Raphael was about to speak when Elisa placed her index finger on his lips. She shook her head, and after heaving a deep breath she said, "I want this too, but I don't want it to be this way." "What do you mean?" Raphael asked. "Win the academy tournament, and we will do that," Elisa said with her cheeks reddening. Raphael wanted to retort to what had just been said, but before he could even open his mouth to speak, Elisa buttoned up, and without delay, she rushed out of the room. A chuckle escaped Raphael's lips. "We will see about that," he said. Cook-a-doodle. As the roaster in the academy gave it early morning call, a wary feeling emerged on the faces of some of the first-year students. Time moved quickly, and before any one of them could realize it, one of the most epic activities in the academy was about to begin, the Academy Division Tournament. It's my time to show the academy what I'm really capable of. I will rise above all, and become the #1 student in the division. Master, I won't disappoint you. This wasn't a battle of the fittest, instead, it was a battle of the strongest, and many students in the academy swore to come out on top. The day's activities were however the same protocol for Raphael. He, however, thoroughly checked his gadgets, and once there were no faults in any of them, he laid back with a book in his hand. A few hours passed since then. The students were waiting for a notification from their wristwatches, and as they received the information, they headed to the venue. The tournament took place in the 7th block in the academy and, being more specific, it was held in the Gladiator Stadium. As students from each division arrived at the stadium, it came as a hit of a surprise to them that the stadium was already crowded and everyone seemed to be waiting for them to arrive. Elite Division, come this way. Leilani pointed her hand at the seats reserved for the first-year Elite Division student once she saw them arrive at the stadium. With a nod coming from a few of them, they moved quickly to the area reserved for them. As Leilani stepped out to address the Elite Division student, the instructors of the other division did the same. They were all talking to their students. "I hope there isn't anyone who has any sort of injury among you?" Leilani asked. The students glanced at one another after she spoke and then shook their heads. "Good," Leilani said with a smile on her face. "I'm certain that Almond must have prepared you for this battle, and as long as you listen to the advice you gave, you won't encounter many difficulties in the tournament." Leilani had only just spoken when Lucian appeared beside her, staring at the students who seating in the right corner of the Gladiator Stadium. He said, "You don't need to win the tournament, you must win it. It's either number one or nothing." Unlike Leilani, who had spoken in a soft and warm tone, Lucian's voice was cold and detached from emotion. There seemed to be no difference from animals in his eyes. "Just relax, once the directors are here, the tournament will begin," Leilani said, with a light smile on her face. She walked away, pulling Lucian who had a sneer along with her. "The whole good cop, bad cop charade," Bane muttered, shaking his head at the two that just walked past him. "Clowns," Bane exclaimed. Apart from the prestige they won and received from the academy, the major reason why the instructors wanted to be number one in the tournament was because of the grand prize at the end of the tournament. Some didn't even consider it to be a grand prize. Instead, they considered it to be a life-changing offer. "This is going to be extreme," Bane mumbled as he saw the students from other divisions looking towards their seats. A nod came from Aiden after Bane spoke. "Thankfully, it's a tournament. If it were to be a battle royale, these fiends would definitely gang up on us," Bane said, seeing the cold gaze from the students in the stadium. You, stop staring at me, or else I will come to pluck your eye out." Bane wouldn't be Bane if he didn't retort to the stares he was getting from the people around him, and as his earlier words didn't seem to have any effect apart from a frown, he stood from his seat and cursed at the person he was infuriated about the most. "Hey you, quit acting like a fag, it's not my fault that you joined a shitty division, fatherfucker," Bane blurted. The students from the Bandit division hadn't taken any of the insulting words that were spoken by Bane seriously, but when they heard that demoralizing words, they flared up. The 84 students from the Bandit division stood abruptly from their seats. They glared at Bane with eyes full of killing intent. However, in front of the furious students, Bane wasn't worried in the slightest. He sneered and then said, "What are you so pissed about? Aren't you all fags and sissies? Come on, let's be honest about this. You also don't have to be shy, nobody here will judge you, ain't I right?" Bane said, turning towards his classmates. Aiden's eyes twitched when he saw Bane looking at him. "Bane, what do you think you're doing? What if they come at you? This is going to get really messy." Before Bane would respond to Aiden, Raphael, who was quiet the entire time, spoke. "No, they won't. They don't dare make a move on him, at least not until the tournament is over. It will only get them disqualified. Bane knows this, which is why he's bothering them," Raphael said. When Bane heard Raphael, he gave him a thumbs up and then flashed a light smile at the students who were still glaring at him. It was evident that they were trying their best not to let those words get to them. But, whenever they tried to brush it all up, Bane said something hateful again. "You know what, I apologize, and I also take my words back," Bane said. Anyone who knew Bane was certain that there was more to come, and when he spoke again, the Bandit Division student was unable to control their rage. There aren't fags or sissies among you, but you should ask the species that gave birth to you. I'm sure a faggot or harlot exists within your family." The students had however only taken a few steps when they were all pulled back by their instructors. "Son of a bitch," one of them exclaimed, glaring at Bane. Bane pointed his hand at the student who had just spoken. "Don't you bring my mother into this. It's not my fault that your mother slept with a dog and gave birth to you." "Ha ha ha!" Laughter erupted from the people who were in the stadium after Bane spoke. However, when Bane said those harsh words to the students from the bandit students, even the instructor was furious. "Bane, that's enough. Seat." Leilani appeared in front of Bane, seeing the look on the man's face. "As a student from the elite division, we won't tolerate those sorts of words from you. Now have a seat." Even though Leilani appeared to be in contempt with some of the things that were said by Bane, a smile hung on her face as she spoke to him. The instructor from the bandit division saw the smile on Leilani's face, and he couldn't help but clench his hand into a tight fist. His eyes glowed with battle intent, and he seemed to want to make a move himself when a loud voice rang out, "Who do the two of you think you're?" When that cold voice sounded in the stadium, whether it was the battle intent of the man or the smile that was on Leilani, it vanished immediately. They stared at the 7 figures that just appeared in the stadium, and as they met with their gaze, Leilani and the man lowered their head. The 7 that had just arrived were none other than the directors of the 7 divisions, Wyatt Reynolds, Grayson Forrest, Layla Rose, Nicholas Silas, Iris Waldorf, Vermont Lance, and lastly, Kai London. In the absence of the dean, these 7 were the dictators of the academy. "Settle down." The students who had been waiting for a battle to break out between the bandits division and the elite division were left disappointed by how the event turned out. To them, it would certainly be a great occurrence. If a fight were to occur, it would be an automatic disqualification for not only the student but also his or her division. Leilani returned to her position, and so did the man from the bandit division. After the directors sat on the 7 obsidian thrones in front, Nicholas's voice rang out, "I welcome you to the first-year academy tournament." Nicholas paused for a few seconds, and said, "It's a pleasure to see the students in such good shape, and I hope we have many more tournaments like this in the academy. Without wasting much of our time, let's begin the tournament." A second after Nicholas spoke, and a man wearing a black and white striped shirt with black pants stepped into the stadium. The man walked towards the selection box that was at the far end of the stadium. The atmosphere was intense as tension existed among a few of the students as the referee took 2 pieces of paper out of the selection boxes. He opened both papers and then said, "Posner Hall from the Norms Division, Anna Campbell from the Murderer Division, please step forward." While the Murderer Division remained completely calm when one of their own was called out, the same couldn't be said for the Norms Division. Posner bit his lower lips hard when he heard his name and the person he was up against. However, after a few seconds, he stood from his seat and approached the grand stage. Donned in their costumes, Anna stared at Posner, and so did he. Their thoughts were unknown, but while Anna had a neutral expression on her face, Posner's hands were clenched into a fist. Encountering a student of the Murderer Division at the early stage of the tournament was considered bad luck to him. The referee stared at the duo, standing beside him. "Fighters ready?" he asked. Start. After the referee's voice rang out, he had only taken a few steps backward, when he saw a needle flash within his eyes. He slowly moved his gaze towards Posner, and in the blink of an eye, the needle penetrated through Posner's throat and emerged at the other end of his body. Kug! Posner vomited a mouthful of blood from his mouth. He placed his hand on his throat which was bleeding profusely, and in shock, he staggered several steps backward. Staring at the slender-built, brown-haired woman in front of him, his eyes widened. He slowly turned towards the area where his colleagues were, and with a sad expression then on his face, he stumbled to the ground. The referee moved to Posner's quickly. He placed 2 fingers on his neck, and after a few seconds, he spoke, "The winner is Anna Campbell." Despite being called the winner of this battle, Anna didn't seem to be pleased with it. She kept a straight face and then headed back to the murderer divisions. "This is the needle projection girl you spoke about," Layla muttered as she stared at Anna. A nod came from Grayson, the director of the murderer division. "Yes, she is one of a kind, right?" There was a sadistic grin on Grayson's face when he spoke about Anna. After Posner's body was cleared from the stadium, the referee took out another paper from the selection boxes. Azarov Garner from the Bandits division, Barlow Abbott from the Norms division, please step forward. Azarov is a tall brown-skinned man with dark, light green eyes, light brown hair, narrow lips, and large ears. He was wearing matching dark clothes, and the moment he heard his name from the referee, he leapt onto the stage with a sword placed on his shoulder. Even though Barlow had witnessed the death of one of his classmates in the hands of the student from the murderer division earlier, he kept a stern expression. There was battle intent burning in his eyes, almost as though he wanted to avenge the death of his friend. "Fighters ready? Start," the referee announced. After hearing the referee's call, Barlow opened his mouth wide. A second after he opened up, his tongue, which was formerly 3 inches, grew significantly. The tongue then dashed towards Azarov, who hadn't moved from where he was, possessing the power to freely control and manipulate his tongue. Barlow was a top-notch meta-human in the Norms division, and apart from his tongue being able to increase in size, it was also poisonous. The tongue was a few meters away from Azarov, and still, he didn't make a move nor take a step from where he was. However, with only a few inches left, Azarov suddenly waved his sword. His movements were so fast that only a few could discern what he had just done, and after he struck Barlow, he turned around, heading back to his seat. What is he doing? The people in the stadium were left dumbfounded when they saw Azarov walking back to his seat, as only a few realized that he moved his sword real quick. The majority had no idea. However, as they turned towards Barlow, their eyes twitched and then their mouth widened. What the hell? It was already well expected that the tournament was going to be brutal, but it was very thrilling when the outcome exceeded everyone's expectations. Barlow's body wasn't just covered in blood, it was divided into 2. It wasn't even up to a second after the crowds were wondering how he ended up in this shape when his tongue suddenly dropped to the ground. The students in the Norms division were in dismay, as apart from Barlow, there were only 2 other people in their division that they looked up to. But, seeing how Barlow was handled, they couldn't help but seek for help from their instructor, and as the woman didn't respond to them, they turned toward their director, who was a few meters away. Even though Layla could tell that the Norm division students were staring at her, she didn't glance at them. After the winner between Barlow and Azarov's battle was announced and Barlow's body was cleared from the stadium, the referee called the next contestants. Bain Senville from the Elite Division, Gordon Lapierre, from the Tech Division, please step forward. A slender-build youth wearing the Tech Division's pants and long-sleeved shirt walked onto the shirt. He had dark curly hair, and brown eyes, and beneath the Tech Division clothes were full-body armor. The armor covered his entire body apart from his head, and as he stood in the Gladiator Stadium, a smile hung on his face. Now, it's time for the king to take over the stage. Now, watch, and you might learn a few things, Bain exclaimed. Ready? Start. The smile on Gordon's face disappeared. Immediately after the referee spoke, he brought a laser gun out of nowhere and fired it at Bain. A second after, boom, the laser struck the area Bain was, but as he was quick to move, the laser strike did not affect him. Even though he was able to escape from the attack, he was very close to coming in contact with that disastrous attack. Bain stared at his costumes that were now torn, and, moving his gaze to the huge hole formed by the laser, his eyes twitched. This was no simple laser, it was a device that not only possessed the attribute of a laser, but also a bazooka. Why? Before Bain could speak, he was greeted by another laser strike coming his way. Boom. However, just like the previous time, Bain was able to avert from the attack. What the hell is wrong with you? Staring at his hand that was bleeding, Bain yelled. He glared at Gordon with hatred evident in his eyes. Bain gathered the insect all over the area that was bleeding. He had only taken his eyes off Gordon for a few seconds, when he felt a movement occur in front of him. Quickly, he raised his head, and as he saw the two guns that Gordon was holding, his mouth opened wide. Son of a bitch! Both guns were already pointing towards Bane, and as Gordon pulled the trigger, the shot was fired at him. Bane wasted no time and fled with all the strength he could muster. He kept moving in different patterns. As once Gordon fired the two blasts, more were coming after him. Boom, boom. Gordon held nothing back, shooting in all directions that Bane turned to. The guns were his own creation, a weapon he referred to as Lazuka 0.5. Having stocked it with enough energy, he was able to continue shooting for hours without the gun efficiency reducing. You, stay one place, so I can blow your head off, Gordon yelled, and as Bane kept on dodging every shot he fired at him, he began to chase after him. Boom. The reason why Bane was able to avoid all of Gordon's attacks was because of the insects who were giving him direction. Several insects were on his shoulder, giving him advice on where the attack was coming from and where he should turn to. Stop running, let me blow you up, Gordon exclaimed. He then stood gasping for breathing as he had chased Bane all over the stadium, but he still wasn't able to land a good blow on him. Every shot he fired at him was eluded on the way or the other. After Bane received words from the insects about Gordon, he stopped running. He slowly turned towards Gordon, who was breathing heavily. Why? As Gordon saw Bane staring at him, he slowly straightened his back and heaved a deep breath. Gordon wanted to raise both of the guns in his hand, but he found himself unable to raise either of them. The truth was as powerful and incredible as the gun was. It had a major setback, a setback that was considered fatal that even Gordon himself was aware of, but he still chose to go ahead with it. Every shot that was fired from the gun drew a bit of one's energy. The laser strike didn't only materialize from the gun's miniature engine, but it also drained the stamina of the user, and even though Bane had no idea what was occurring, he knew this was his chance to make a move. With thousands of insects forming a transportation device, it only took Bane a few seconds to appear in front of Gordon. Why you? Gordon stammered. He had only just uttered a few words when Bane struck a full-force blow at him. Bang! Bane's first was wrapped around with insects of many kinds, and as he struck Gordon's chest, he left a hole in his body. PFFFTT, with blood splattering out of Gordon's mouth. He staggered several steps backward. His hands were trembling, and so was the other part of his body. To the people in the Gladiator Stadium, Bane had only punched his chest with his hand, but Gordon knew that it was more than that. When those insects came in contact with his body, they didn't just leave mark, but a percentage of them went into his body. Gordon could hear multiple sounds of bones cracking from his body, as the insects chewed on his bones and other organs that they came across. It was like a party was going on inside of Gordon's body. His blood was the drinks, his organs were the meals served, and his bones were the most exciting item at the party. Suddenly, Gordon knelt on both knees. He stared at Bane with fear contained in his eyes and said, Please, don't kill me." Those words however only brought a smirk to appear on Bane's face. He then replied, "Would you have done the same?" Before Gordon could retort, his head was yanked off his body by a ruthless pull from Bane. Bane had a bone-chilling frown on his face. He waved his hand at the insects that were all over Gordon's neck that was gushing with blood. And as they all disappeared, he turned around, with his previous cold smile disappearing, replaced with a blissful smile. "That's how it's done," Bane exclaimed with his hand placed behind his back. He didn't wait for the referee to announce the result, and he walked back to his seat majestically. Another proof that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Ha ha ha. Grayson burst into laughter a second after he spoke. Meanwhile, once Gordon's corpse was displaced from the stadium, the next contestant was called onto the stage. It was a woman called Labeler from the Norms Division, and another woman called Briar from the Research and Support Division. Considered to be the second strongest metahuman after Nav in the Norms Division, Labeler possessed the power to emit highly enhanced screams of amplitude. The disparity in strength between Briar and Labeler was one thing, with Briar's power simply being able to walk on air. It only took a few minutes, and she was defeated by her opponent. and for the first time since the tournament started, the Norms division was not only able to secure a win but there was also no death in the battle between Briar. Hours passed since the tournament began. The Academy tournament was usually held for 3 days, in which 300 rounds took place, and the outcome of the battle gave the top 150. And among the over 600 students in the first year, only 150 who qualified would be eligible to advance to the next stage. They would also be the ones acknowledged by the Academy as their core students, while the 450 that failed to qualify were deemed as nominal students. A battle was occurring on the stage between Melinda and a man whose body was completely gold. Melinda's hand had transformed into a weapon made of bone, and likewise her body. Every inch of her body was layered with bone armor, and as she threw punches and kicks at the man, he did the same. Bang! The battle between the both of them had been going on for quite some time and there was still no winner. Melinda was unable to penetrate the man's defense, likewise the man. To say that both of them were equally matched wasn't a lie, however, after a few minutes of another heated exchange between them, the tables turned. Eliza, who was watching from afar, frowned when she saw Melina being pushed backward. Seeing the bone armor around Melinda breaking from the man's constant attack, Eliza bit her lower lips. Just when she thought it couldn't get any worse, Raphael's voice rang out, "He is going to kill her." Raphael had been in a calm and neutral tone. There wasn't a tinge of doubt in his voice. Instead, he was completely certain that if the fight were to go on this way, Melinda will perish in the hand of the man. Eliza was sitting in front of Raphael, and when she heard his voice from behind, she turned her head round. Eliza didn't doubt the words that were spoken by Raphael, as she could see that Melinda was losing control, and to be honest, it was only a matter of time. Melinda's loss was inevitable. "Raphael, is there a way you can help her, maybe with a gadget or something?" Eliza inquired. "I've tried to nullify his powers, but it isn't working. There is some weird force that keeps blocking my move, and now the directors are staring at me." Eliza took a glance at the 7 people seating on the obsidian throne. The Academy had created a force around the stadium that prevented anyone to interfere in the fight on the stadium. Apart from the 7 directors, no one else could intervene. Eliza was pinning her hope that Raphael would possess some mind-blowing gadget that would allow him to intrude on the Academy defense, and then save Melinda. And she wasn't wrong. Raphael did have a gadget that could overstep the force that was around the stadium. Raphael, as she spoke, there was no change in Raphael's expression, and he also didn't seem like he was going to intervene in the matter. Eliza then said, "Please, you have to, she's up against a student from the murderer division. He won't spare her, even if her uncle is the director." And Eliza wasn't wrong. Even if her father was the dean of the Academy, Savard was still going to kill her. The murderer division was known for its atrocious ways, and in the Academy tournament, it didn't shy away from its infamous reputation. Every student who fought against a student from the murderer division was killed. It was so brutal that a few of the students refused to proceed with the battle whenever they were grouped with someone from the murderer division. "Raphael, please, you have to do something, if you can." Each punch that the man threw with his gold hands broke the armor bone around Melinda. After receiving a couple of Savard's continuous assaults on her body, Melinda began to stagger, blood oozed out of her mouth, and even though her hands attempted to shield her from Savard's strikes, it was completely useless. Arg! Suddenly, a scream of pain escaped Melinda's mouth as Savard took hold of her hand and twisted it. She heard multiple bone cracks from her hand, and as if Savard wasn't contented with the damage he had impacted on her body, he pulled her close and delivered a knee blow to her abdomen. "Raphael, do you have a way to help her?" Eliza asked in a soft voice. A second after Eliza spoke, Raphael nodded his head. "Then, why haven't you done something about this yet? She will die if you don't intervene. Don't let my friend die when you can do something to assist her," Eliza blurted. Becky also had her eyes glued to Raphael, hoping he was going to intervene. However, Raphael shook his head. "If she wants to die, then so be it," he said. There was an expression full of shock on Becky and Eliza's faces when they heard Raphael. Raphael didn't even glance at the both of them, and he said, "You want to help her today? What about tomorrow, and the day after that, the weeks after that, the months, the years? Will you continue to help her for the rest of your life?" Raphael asked. "If you want to, then you can go ahead, but not me." The difference in the strength between the both of them is minor. The reason he can outpower her is that he has studied her movement. Raphael paused. If Melinda had taken her time to understand her opponent's pattern, she wouldn't be in this shape. If she dies, then it is because of her own mistake. But if she manages to survive and overcome this, it would be akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. Eliza was displeased with the way Raphael had chosen to handle the situation. Even though she knew he was right, she moved her gaze away from him and with her hands folded across her chest, she watched the battle in front. Bang! A full force uppercut to the jaw and Melinda was sent flying. Blood splattered out of her mouth in an arc form, and before she could even move muscle, she felt a leg placed on her abdomen. Melinda opened an eye, seeing Savard in front of her, and her mouth opened slightly. She wanted to speak, and as she moved her mouth to do so, she coughed out blood repeatedly. "Ha ha ha, save yourself the strength," Savard said. He then raised his leg and then stomped Melinda heavily. There was no remorse or pity in his eyes. After delivering the attack, he seized her up with an expression full of mockery on his face. "I was trained right, and so, I will save your uncle's face," Savard said, his eyes staring at the gold-haired man on the obsidian throne. He soon moved his gaze to the other students from the elite division. "If this is really what the elite division is capable of, then it best you change your name. Why not Shitty Division?" A chuckle escaped Savard's mouth afterward, and with Melinda now in a horrible state, he went back to his seat. There was complete silence in the Gladiator Stadium, as not only did Savard severely beat someone from the elite division, but he also ridiculed the division itself. And as for those who knew Melinda well enough, their eyes were on the gold-haired man on the obsidian. The man was the youngest director among the 7 who were on the seat, and he was also the director of the elite division. He was none other than Kai London. As soon as Melinda was carried away from the stadium, Becky and Eliza rushed towards the place that she was taken to. Another paper was soon brought out from the selection boxes, and the referee said, "Dennis Campbell from the Bandits division, Raphael Queen from the Elite division, please step forward." A nod came from several students in the stadium when they heard the next contestants. "Finally, let's see what he is capable of." It wasn't just students who were interested to see what Raphael was really capable of, but instructors from other divisions, seniors, and the directors who were longingly expecting his battle. Whether it was during day or night, Raphael was a subject of attention in the academy. In less than a few months after he arrived at the academy, he received attention from the Cabal, who were willing to do anything necessary to get him into their force. The student council showed great interest in him, and it was also said that the Bratovas were monitoring his progress. Everyone was curious about whom the young man was that could attract the 3 main forces in the academy, as such a scenario had never occurred before. And today, they believed, they would get to see what was so special about him. Raphael stood in front of a solidly built, red-skinned man with deep, dark blue eyes, and a rounded jaw. Dennis's upper body was bare. He was wearing black pants and the usual armband with a skull on them. "I have heard a lot of things about you, Raphael," Dennis said, "but I believe it's all hype, and I will prove to everyone here that you're nothing but a piece of garbage." With that said, and Dennis clenched his hand, a razor-sharp claw protruded from in between his knuckle. A second after he clenched both of his hands, Hugo and Clement glanced at one another when Raphael arrived at the stage. The both of them had watched several video clips and researched fully about him. All that was left was actually seeing him in action. They paid complete attention to the battle that was going to commence. As if they wanted to take him down, they needed to know him even more than he knew himself. "I doubt you would get your shot at him, Hugo," the male student beside Hugo spoke. Hugo stared at the person who had just spoken and said, "Why, it's simple. Dennis will kill him before you even get your shot at him," he replied, and then burst into laughter. "Those claws, The slightest touch will crush his body like a twig, and you can see why I say it's quite pointless. Raphael would be dead, and you wouldn't even have to lay a finger on him, while of course still getting the reward that was promised. A smile was quick to form on Hugo's face when he heard his classmate. He had also heard a bit about the abnormality in Dennis's claws in the academy. He just didn't think it was to that extreme, and now it was certainly going to be interesting, witnessing how Raphael was going to be crushed. Fighters ready? Start. With that said, and the battle between Raphael and Dennis started. Dennis's hands were already itching since the moment he arrived on the stage. He hated the smug look that was on Raphael's face, and the moment the referee's voice rang, he launched toward him. "Have this," Dennis exclaimed as he struck his right claw at Raphael, aiming toward his right chest. Devon's attempt of going for the right chest demonstrated that he didn't want the match to be over so soon. He wanted to have Raphael experience what true pain felt like, before he then ended his life. With Raphael's hands, however, placed behind his back, he didn't move from where he was. He remained in his position, with Gus on his shoulder and that unbothered look on his face. The claws were fast approaching, and just as it was to land on Raphael's chest, they suddenly encountered an obstruction. Dennis was forced to take a step backward from the obstruction he met. It was almost like an invisible wall was built around Raphael, which then rendered Dennis incapable of making a move against him. However, refusing to give up, Dennis applied more force and struck Raphael again. This time around, he aimed at his face. Thud. A second after Dennis sent his claws out, he staggered backward, and then abruptly fell to the ground. "Why you?" There was rage written all over his face, as he was greeted by a burst of laughter from the people in the stadium. Dennis quickly stood from the ground and dashed towards Raphael. He struck his claws once again, but this time around, Dennis didn't stop at just one strike. He attacked multiple times. As he attacked with his right claw, he began to swing his left claw at Raphael. However, the circumstances didn't change, not even in the slightest. None of the attack that Dennis threw forward had any effect on Raphael. He still stood in position with his hand placed behind his back, but a mocking expression was now on his face. "Ugh!" Dennis yelled, completely furious. He took a step backward, breathing in and out. Dennis bit his lower lips hard, and a bone-chilling frown on his face. Raphael's action of not moving from where he was or attacking was not only infuriating, but it was also insulting. "Fight me like a man, and stop hiding behind some wall or shield." Dennis was left frustrated by Raphael's action. He couldn't help it. He had thrown all that he got on Raphael, but still, it didn't make any difference. Suddenly, Raphael took a step forward. "It's not a shield, it's a force field," Raphael muttered. A sneer, however, appeared on Dennis's face. "Whatever, are you going to fight like a man, or will you continue to hide behind that shield?" Dennis said. The discussion between Dennis and Raphael wasn't heard by the people in the stadium, but when they saw Raphael give Dennis the come-over hand, their faces lit up. Dennis had no idea what he was in and for, and he launched at Raphael right after he saw him moving his hand, still not moving, and with only a few meters away for Dennis to come close to him. Raphael still remembered calm, and with full force, Dennis attacked Raphael with his right claw. This time around, he went in for the kill by aiming the attack at Raphael's left chest. Time seemed to lose down in the stadium, and as the claws seemed to want to make contact with Raphael, he suddenly moved. Raphael stretched his hand out, grabbing one of the bone claws. Dennis stood in place, unable to move from where he was after his claw was held by Raphael. He stared at Raphael with shock evident in his eyes, and after a few seconds, he spoke in a trembling tone. How?" There was terror and fear contained in Dennis's face as he spoke. He was startled by how Raphael had held one of the bone claws. There wasn't even a slight bit of injury on Raphael, and it was almost like holding the claw meant nothing to him. What is he doing? The people around the stadium were confused, seeing how Raphael was staring at the bone claw. He appeared to be fascinated, and at the same time, he seemed to be disappointed with something about the bone claw. After a few seconds, Raphael shook his head and said, "Adamantine, so bad." Why not tungsten? It would have been so much better. Raphael felt the bone claw one more time and shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied. A confused look appeared on Dennis's face. He had heard of adamantine, as that was the metal of which his bone claws were made of, but the other metal, Raphael said, Dennis didn't have a clue about what it was. Well, this will surely be a good addition to our collection, or what do you think? Raphael asked, and in response, the owl, on his shoulder, nodded its head several times. What? What do you mean? Dennis stuttered. He had however only just spoken when Raphael let go of the bone claw and grabbed him on the neck with his left hand. Why? Before Dennis could complete his words, his head turned into ashes. In less than a second after the ashes touched the ground, his body also began to transform. Whether it was his chest, hand, thigh, or legs, every part of his body transformed. The only part of his body that wasn't turned into ashes was the 6 bone claws. Raphael was then quick to grab the 6 bones claws before they would drop to the ground. With a smile then on his face, he clenched his right hand around the bone claws and went back to his seat. To Raphael, his feat was a trivial move, but for the people around the stadium, it wasn't. Be it the murderer division students, instructors, the other students, and even the 7 directors, a dumbfounded, as well as stupefied expression, was on their faces. Oh, my God! After a few seconds, one of the students yelled. It was none other than Bane, and for some reason, there was excitement in his voice as he watched Raphael turn a whole human into ashes. The decaying ability that Raphael displayed was insane, as within a second, he demolished Dennis. Even though the Lazarus pit could bring the dead back to life, there was nothing the pit was capable of doing for Dennis. He was gone. Pa, 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 pa. Followed by Bane's loud voice was a loud clap that reverberated the whole stadium from him, and as he began clapping his hand, the student beside him joined him. Soon enough, it wasn't only the elite division student who were clapping for him, the tech division joined in as well. Their clap was led by Aurora, and when the tech division clapped, the rest of the division joined in as well, including the bandit division where Dennis was from. If there was one thing that excited the people in the academy, it was how brutal and savage someone was killed. It was a thrilling feeling that ignites the blood of everyone in the academy, and being so, seeing how Raphael had demolished Dennis, he was worthy of being applauded. Now I see why you were adamant about wanting the kid. Grayson, Iris Waldorf, the director of the tech division, stared at the man beside her. Grayson, however, flashed a light smile at her. The elite division is just wasting his talent. The murderer division is where he truly belongs, and I won't stop the pursuit until I have him in my division. Grayson blurted, ha ha ha. A second after Grayson spoke, Iris laughed out loud. Meanwhile, Grayson turned towards the silver-haired man among them and said, You know, it's such a pity, Vermont, he said. It would have surely been a delight to see my students rip apart that peasant always hiding behind a mask in your division. Grayson didn't hide his dissatisfaction about the Assassin League not always participating in the tournament. He had always been against the idea, as instead of the league fighting like the others, they chose not to involve themselves in it, and as if that weren't outrageous enough, the Assassin League chose to do the dirty work of others. Their job in the Academy tournament entailed one single aspect, assassination. But, let me warn you, Vermont, I won't allow what transpired in the last tournament to happen again. Grayson blurted, and so help me, devil, if I see any of your students lurking around my divisions, it would be repaid in the bloodbath of the Assassin's division. Grayson's voice wasn't only filled with killing intent, he also excluded the intent from his body as he spoke. Vermont's mouth opened slightly after Grayson spoke. I'm afraid, it's already too late. Our task is simple. We provide help to those who need help, and who are we not to help the needful? A chuckle escaped Vermont's mouth afterward. Grayson was about to flare from the words he had just heard from Vermont when he was quickly restrained by Nicholas. The both of you should quit acting like a kid, Nicholas exclaimed. You know how this works. I shouldn't have to explain it to you. We can't interfere in what goes in the academy. If it happens, Then it happens, a second after Nicholas spoke, Grayson's voice rang out, "That bullshit, Nicholas. We spend all our effort tutoring our students in the right aspects, only for them to be assassinated at the end." Grayson said, "Every tournament we lose over half of our students in the hands of the Assassin Division, and it isn't only us, the other division as well. This is not only insulting, but it's also embarrassing." Grayson glared at Vermont as he spoke. His words, however, meant nothing to Vermont, who kept a straight face the whole time. "Likewise, Nicholas, it's like you said, we all lose students during the tournament, but that's just how it's going to be," Nicholas said. "The Assassin Division is doing their work, we should also do ours, it's that simple." A nod came from Vermont after Nicholas smiled. His lips were curved inwardly, as he then gave Nicholas a thumbs up. "And by the way, how many quotas do you have this time around?" Nicholas couldn't help but ask. Quota could be termed as different things, but in the Assassin Division, it simply meant the number of students that were booked to be assassinated. And when Vermont heard Nicholas, he simply smiled. A frown was quick to appear on the faces of the directors. They glanced at one another, before heaving a deep breath and then shifting their gaze to the battle. Victor was on stage. Even though the Bandit Division had applauded Raphael for the way he handled one of their own, they were still very much pissed about it, and at that moment, Victor was lashing that anger at the Tech Division student in front of him. Victor held nothing back, and despite already shooting 4 bullets at the body of the male student, he still continued to shoot more at him. While the students from the Tech Division were always wearing full body armor beneath their clothes, the armor wasn't able to handle the impact of Victor's bullet. It could be said that the Tech Division was having a taste of their own medicine, as the magnum bullet that was capable of passing through even the strongest body armor was their own creation. Victor had paid for the bullets to be made from the Tech Division, and now he was using it against them. Ugh! As blood oozed out of his mouth, his body shook violently from the bullets that penetrated into his body. He was in a disastrous state, with several holes all around his body. How he still managed to stand on his feet after the number of shots he had received from Victor was still a miracle. "Why you?" Victor's eyes suddenly twitched, and he stammered, seeing the man covered in gunshots walking towards him. However, he had only just taken a step forward when he stumbled to the ground. Victor heaved a deep breath. He didn't walk toward the man immediately, and it was only after he fired another shot and confirmed the man was truly dead. "Did he move?" With a grin on his face, Victor flipped the man's body to the other side. He glared at the hole that was in his face and then pointed his guns at him. Bang, bang. Victor ensured he had destroyed what was left of the man's face before he walked past his body. Ha ha ha. The students of the Bandit Division began to cheer Victor one after the other. Even though the Tech Division wasn't the one who caused them shame, it still felt good taking their anger out on the student of the Tech Division. A few hours went by quickly, and as time moved, the death count increased, while the number of students that were eligible for the second round of the tournament was attained. One of the directors stood from the Obsidian Throne. "The 150 students who would be participating in the second round have been attained, so that will be all for now," Nicholas said. "I wish you the best of luck, and hope that you would be able to get past whatever is thrown past you. See you in 2 days, goodbye." With that said, and the 7 directors have vanished from their seats, whether it was the students from the Elite, Murder, Norms, Tech, Research Division, or the instructors, they all shifted their gaze to the area where the Assassin Division was seated. The battle to win the grand prize wasn't simply on stage, it was also off stage. The atmosphere among the first-year students was quite intense, as each one of them could tell that danger was looming, and it was only a matter of time before that division came knocking at their door. The Assassin Division was the most discreet division in the academy. It was to the extent that both the students and instructors from other divisions didn't recognize those who were from the Assassin Division. Nor were they aware of where exactly they were based in the academy. They were always wearing full black robes that masked all of their body, and as it was, apart from the director of the division, and themselves, no other person knew who exactly they were. However, No one in the academy had ever doubted the strength of the assassin division, not even the elite and murderer division. The both of them considered them as a huge threat, and at the moment, the assassin division was about to make a move on the 6 of them. You can't be scared, right? Seating on the couch with his legs on the table, Bane said with a sneer on his face, as Aiden heard Bane. He shook his head several times. No, why would I be scared, he muttered. Aiden's voice was however not as convincing as he hoped it would be, and it was replied with a burst of laughter from Bane. Bane shook his head. Don't worry lad, the assassin division would think twice before coming to this place, especially now that I'm here. Ha ha ha, you. Aiden couldn't help but crack up after Bane spoke. I'm serious, you would see they won't be here, Bane said, folding his hands across his chest. A chuckle suddenly escaped Devon's lips, and seeing Bane turning towards him, he said, Who are you fooling? The only reason why you're here is that no one dares act willfully in this place. Even those people after you don't dare barge in here, and as for now, the assassin division would also think twice before coming to this place, as the Cabal already warned them about it. Raphael is off limit, Devon blurted. Bane knitted his brows as Devon spoke, and after a few seconds, he spoke. It's the same thing we are saying here. Raphael is off limits, and so am I. The assassin division don't dare come in here because of Raphael and me. Isn't that right, Raphael? Bane moved his gaze to the person in front of him. Raphael, however, let out a light smile. The issue of the assassin division wasn't the most pressing matter at hand for him, as he was 100% that they wouldn't be able to lay a hand on him. So long as he was in the room, he wasn't even worried about an S-rank meta-human. Instead, the main issue was the students he witnessed in the tournament. It made Raphael realize that he might have underestimated the student in the academy a little. Even though he had measures prepared to take care of them, he realized that just like him, they also had moves yet to be deployed. Do you know anything about Jeremy, other than what he revealed today? Raphael suddenly asked the 3 in the room. Aiden paused as Raphael spoke. He turned towards Devon and Bane a second after. That arsehole, Bane stated. Bane was one to appreciate an arsehole because he was one himself, but Jeremy was considered the king and the worst of all arseholes. There was disgust written all over Bane's face, and he wasn't the only one. As Raphael turned towards Aiden and Devon, he also saw hate evident in their eyes. This wasn't the first time that Raphael had seen that look on the 3 of their faces when Jeremy was brought up, but he hadn't made much attention to it then. But what he witnessed in the tournament made him realize that Jeremy was capable of more than what was written in his book, and he had to pay more attention to that youth. Suddenly, a knock came on the door. The expression on Devon's face changed when he heard the door knock. He turned towards the others in the room and was about to speak when Bane stood from his seat. Relax, it's probably someone we know, he said as he walked towards the door. As Bane got to the door, he held the door handle and said, I doubt an assassin would take the time to knock on the door instead of simply passing the windows. Not helping, Bane, Aiden exclaimed, with a smile on his face. Bane opened the door. Camille, what are you doing here? Bane asked with shock evident in his voice. A sneer formed on Camille's face when she heard Bane. Even though they all hung out frequently, after the tournament date arrived, Camille was one of the people who chose to keep her distance. So, seeing Camille coming to the room, Bane couldn't help but be surprised. The reason you're here is also why I'm here, Camille replied. Bane's eyes twitched, and he stretched his hand forward, wanting to give Camille a fist bump. Camille took a glance at Bane and then shook her head. So, Camille, what will you be doing after the break? Bane asked, and before Camille would even respond, his voice rang out again. You know, I was thinking since I have a ship in the Middle East, how about the both of us cruise around the world? It will be legendary, I can assure you, and this might be one of the stories we tell to our children. Bane's face was full of smiles as he spoke. Camille knitted her brows, and then her lips curved inwardly. All right then, she said. There was a dumbfounded look on Aiden, Devon, and even Raphael's faces when they heard Camille. The 3 of them were already expecting Camille to turn Bane down like she always did, but instead, she seemed to have agreed to what Bane said. "Oh really?" A nod came from Camille's face after Bane spoke. She then moved a step closer to him. "But, you also know that it's a have one get five or six situations. If you're really serious about us, then you would have to be with my companions also." The smile on Bane's face widened. However, he soon became confused as he recalled that she had mentioned companions along with what she said. "What do you mean by compare?" Before Bane would complete his words, 5 figures appeared in the room. 3 women with arctic white skin, a face that was splattered with blood, and straggly hairs. The 2 men who were beside them were of similar features, and their hands were also stretched out. As soon as the 5 of them appeared in the room, and in front of him, Bane staggered several steps backward, with shock, fear, and panic written all over his face. He pointed his hand at Camille, who had a huge smile on her face, and said, "Why you?" Bane stammered at first, and it was only after a few seconds that he could let out actual words from his mouth. "What do you think you're doing?" Bane asked, hoping it wasn't what he was thinking. A seductive smile appeared on Camille's face, and she nodded her head. "Sorry, I made a mistake. It does not have 1 get 4 free, it has 1 get 5 free." Camille winked and then instructed the 5 undead beside her to move toward Bane. Without delay, as the undead took a step closer to him, Bane hurried backward. He moved far away that within seconds, he was standing in Devon's room corridor. "Ha ha ha," Camille laughed out loud. She held her stomach as she saw Bane retreat with fear and at the same time worry on his face. It was as though he had encountered what he was terrified of the most. "Coward," Camille sneered, and then flicked her finger. No words were needed to be said, as the undead understood what Camille was implying. They vanished from the room quickly. As they left the room, Devon scanned the whole surrounding. His brows were furrowed, and even though he didn't say the words out, the expression on his face said it all. "Don't worry, they are not in the room," Camille said. "You're a psychopath, do you know?" Bane exclaimed. Camille rolled her eyes at him and then walked over to the couch. Meanwhile, Raphael was in no mood for any of what was occurring in the room. His hand was balled into a fist, and after a few seconds, he took a deep breath. "So, what is it you might know about Jeremy?" he asked in a soft tone. As Raphael uttered that name out, the expression on Camille's face became grim instantly. She bit her lower lips hard and then glared at him. "Was he here?" Camille inquired. "No," Raphael responded. Aiden saw a killing intent flash between Camille's eyes, and he said, "I think Raphael is just curious about him after all the abilities he displayed in the tournament." "Oh, I thought he was here. I would have shredded him into pieces," Camille said. And she didn't seem to be joking, as when she asked Raphael if Jeremy was in the room, about 7 undead appeared behind her instantly. "Calm down, woman, you will have to get in the line," said Bane. "As of now, there are over 1,000 people who want to rip him apart, so you will have to hope you get your turn with him." For some reason, a smile appeared on Raphael's face when Bane spoke. He folded his hand across his chest, and rested his back against the couch, seemingly interested in this Jeremy everyone hated so much. As it turns out, Raphael wasn't the only one who was considered a project for the future by the Academy. He was, however, the 4th on the list. While Jeremy was the 2nd most valuable student in the first year, Jeremy McCall, Bane sneered, "Or should I say copycat, Jeremy?" Camille shook her head, seeing the look on Bane and Aiden's faces. "The both of you are not helping in any way. Raphael, you know what, I will tell you everything you need to know about that scumbag," Camille said. A nod came from Raphael, after which Camille spoke. "You already know that Arsehole is a student of the Murderer Division, number 2 on the most valuable students list, and his power is called power replication. The power to replicate the powers of others. But, what you don't know is Jeremy's ability doesn't just lay in power replication alone. He can also duplicate any object, be it weapons, gadgets, tools, whatever it. Jeremy can produce it with a flick of the hand," Camille said. Jeremy had picked Raphael's interest when he saw how he copied his opponent's power, and then made the copied power much stronger than the original power. As Jeremy hadn't copied any gadget in the tournament, Raphael wasn't aware that his powers were at this stage, not until Camille informed him about it. And this made Raphael take him more seriously, a metahuman who was able to replicate the powers of others, and also any tools that were thrown at him, was to be wary of. As cruel as his powers might seem, he is nothing but a jerk, a scumbag, Bane blurted. Raphael raised an eyebrow. Why is there so much hatred between the four of you toward him? Did he perhaps hurt any one of you? Raphael inquired. Devon, Bane, Aiden, and Camille glanced at one another as they heard Raphael, a second after, and the four of them burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Bane held his stomach as he laughed hard. However, seeing the look on Raphael's face, the four of them became quiet. Raphael, it's not just the four of us who hate Jeremy, everyone in the academy does, Camille stated, including his own division. Bane continued. There were question marks written all over Raphael's face as he heard Bane and Camille. What made Raphael more intrigued about Jeremy was that he had so many people who wanted his life, yet he was still very much alive. They were just expressing their hatred towards him. None of them seemed to be bold enough to make a move against him. Then why is he still alive? If the 7th Division dislikes him that much, why haven't they done anything about him? Raphael asked. Camille sighed deeply. It's not as easy as you think. The division going after Jeremy is exactly what he wants. It would only make him stronger, and that's why we have held back from doing anything to him, she said. A nod came from Devon, Aiden, and Bane's faces after Camille spoke. Jeremy's power goes way beyond copying powers. He is also able to merge separate powers into a single whole. When Raphael heard Camille, he readjusted his position on the couch, and as Camille continued, his mouth opened slightly. The ability can make him merge or combine powers to create combos and even new force. There are all sorts of powers that can be produced through Jeremy's power mixture, and it isn't something that the division wants to be up against, Camille said. Jeremy's action of making everyone in the academy hates him is deliberate. He wants us to come at him, so he would be able to use the power mixture and wipe us all out. It was Bane's voice that rang out. Raphael placed his hand on his chin and pondered deeply. Seeing the expression on Raphael's face, Aiden spoke. Raphael, I must warn you, Jeremy is going to come after you during the tournament, but, regardless of what he does, do not make a move on the bastard, Aiden exclaimed. It wasn't even up to a second after Aiden spoke, and Bane said, Yes, Raphael, as much as I hate that asshole, I have to admit that, he isn't someone to be messed with. We will deal with him, but not now, Bane stated. A sneer was, however, on Camille's face as Bane and Aiden. She spoke. She started at the both of them with ridicule evident in her eyes, and after a few seconds, she spoke. So, you're insisting that Raphael should ignore whatever Jeremy does because he shouldn't be messed with. The rest of us might be cowards to do anything to Jeremy, but when has anyone on the top list gave a shit about him? Camille blurted. Raphael, I say you repay evil with evil. Camille's hands were clenched into a tight fists as she spoke. Suddenly, a chuckle escaped Raphael's lips. I certainly will, he said with a smile on his face. As Gus, who was on his shoulder, saw that look and smile, its eyes lit up. Gus let out a hiss that then brought the smile on Raphael's face to widen. Yes, Gus, but, I do hope, he doesn't disappoint. The four in the room didn't have any idea what Raphael meant. They glanced at themselves with confusion evident in their gaze, before one of them said, As long as I don't encounter those most valuable students, I should be able to make it to the top 50 comfortably, Bane said with a smile on his face. None of the people in the room doubted what Bane had just said, as even though Bane was very mischievous, he was one of the strongest metahumans in the elite division. What about you, Aiden? Camille asked. Aiden was about to speak when he suddenly paused. He stared at Camille for a brief moment before saying, My goal is top 20. As Camille heard Aiden, a light smile appeared on her face and she nodded her head. Nominal student, not so bad, Devon. With your abilities, you would be able to redeem yourself and become a core student in the second year. Camille's voice rang out as soon as she moved her gaze to Devon. As a nominal student, Devon could be said to be on probation. There were 3 options for nominal students in the academy. He could either choose to leave the academy with his memories all wiped clean, death, and lastly, he could redeem himself. The discussion soon changed, and as the topic wasn't intriguing nor satisfying, Raphael stood from the couch. He was about to head towards his room when Camille spoke. "Raphael, don't just focus your attention on Jeremy since he seemed to be the most interesting. There are also other meta-human you need to take seriously. There's Marcel and Teresa from the Murderer Division, Alfonso, Enzo, and Hilario from the Bandits Division, Orson from the Research and Support, Aurora from the Tech Division, and Nova from the Norms Division. And many more," Camille said. "You're the 4th most valuable student in the first year. I can assure you there are plenty of students who are looking into you." Raphael flashed a smile at Camille and said, "I will be waiting for them." With that said, Raphael left the living room. Bain shrugged his shoulder as they all shifted their gaze to him after Raphael went into his room. Meanwhile, as Raphael went into his room, he immediately headed to the construction table. He placed the black book on the table and began to write into it. Even though Raphael was informed of some new details about the other details, it still didn't affect any of the plans he had already made. "Marcel Bleu," he muttered. Marcel was mentioned by Camille earlier in the room, but before she gave the name, he was already one of the people on Raphael's list. Possessing the power to split his own body into pieces, and control the pieces anyhow he wished, Marcel wasn't to be underestimated. He is immune to cutting and being slashed, as he could easily pull his body back together. Marcel could also remove his heart or any organs in his body without dying or even bleeding to death. A bone-chilling smile however appeared on Raphael's face, as below Marcel's abilities were his limitation and weakness. "They are really bringing out the best in me," Raphael said. There was a nod from Gus, who was at the table. If there was one thing Raphael enjoyed about the tournament was that it tested his skills and imagination. In a world where superpowers were everything, it was fun to create gadgets that could take down a human with these so-called superpowers. Teresa Hayes, another name was mentioned by Camille. If there was an aspect that the students in the academy agreed to about Teresa apart from being beautiful, then it was the quote said by the Merchant of Venice. "All that glitters isn't gold." Teresa possessed a striking appearance that could leave both men and women dumbfounded, and just as her appearance was striking, the power she possessed was startling. The ability to cause anything or anyone to explode upon touch. The young lady could rank among the top 15 most valuable students because of her power and critical thinking skill. Time passed very quickly. Blood covered the ground of the first-year block, and as the day went by, it was once again the moment for the first-year tournament. The first round of the tournament was held in the test domain, and the second round was also held in the domain. The stage was set, the directors and crowds were already at the venue, and as the eligible students stepped into the domain, they were astounded by a 13-story building in the domain. It was a big, tall, and elegant tower with steel-colored triangular roof, and regardless of what angle the tower was looked at, it was extremely unique, impressive. One of the students exclaimed as he stared at the tower. A nod came from 2 of the directors who were sitting on the obsidian throne. The shocked expression was anticipated, as they hadn't been anyone who had seen the tower and didn't react that way. The director allowed the student a few more minutes to admire the tower, and once it was time, he waved his hand at the student who was standing beside him. Without delay, the student's voice rang out. "We welcome you to the second round of the tournament," he said. "Without wasting much of our time, I will quickly brief you on what the tower and what this test is all about." As soon as the male student's voice rang, the 100 contestants were quick to move their gaze away from the tower to him. They all had very stern expressions on their faces, as they listened to every word that came out of his mouth attentively. The tower is used to test the willpower and perseverance of a meta-human. It consists of 12 steps, with each step increasing the pressure and tribulation force you must endure. And for those who want to qualify, you must be able to reach the 6th step. The more steps you can climb, the more talented you're said to be. The contestants' faces lit up and one after the other they turned toward the tower. The tower can accommodate 20 people at a time, so once you hear your name, please move to the tower. Darnell Hatley, Bull Calhoun, Anna Campbell, Eggleston Matthew, Bain Senval. Bain's eyes twitched when he heard his name called out. See you at the top, Bain said. Those whose names were called hastily went into the tower, but Bain didn't. Instead, he took his time, and with his hands placed in his pocket, he walked majestically to the tower. Devon shook his head as he saw Bain walking posture. As for Aiden, he placed his hand on his face. Marcel Bleu? As that name rang out, everyone moved their eyes to the youth who was now walking towards the tower. A tall, bald, muscular man with bushy sideburns approached the tower. He had orange eyebrows, and red markings under his eyes, as well as a ridged cranium. Meanwhile, as the contestants stared at Marcel, the student who was behind the directors suddenly moved towards Nicholas. He whispered to Nicholas softly, and whatever it is that he said caused Nicholas to flare. How dare you? As Nicholas's cold and ruthless voice rang out, a force barrier was quickly placed in the area where the 7 directors were. The force barrier prevented the others to be able to see them or hearing any of what they were saying. In fact, it was as though the 7 directors were not in the domain, to begin with. What is it this time round? Layla said as she stared at Nicholas and Vermont. There was rage written all over Nicholas's face. As for Vermont, he didn't even glance at the person staring at him with eyes full of killing intent. Iris turned towards Wyatt, who in return shrugged his shoulders at her. Nicholas, what's wrong? You should say it, and let's put an end to it, or you hold your peace, Layla blurted in an emotionally detached tone. There was then a sneer from Nicholas after Layla spoke. The assassin division killed 12 students from my division. 12, within 2 days, 12 students are gone. Nicholas clenched his hand into a fist. I won't have reacted if it were any other student, but they ended 3 of the top students in the research and support division. A second after Nicholas spoke, a burst of laughter rang out. Grayson cracked up as he heard the devastating news that struck the research and support division. This is starting to make no sense, Nicholas blurted. No, Nicholas, it makes perfect sense, Grayson said. As you said, the assassin division is simply doing their work. We should also do ours. Ha ha ha. There was a sneer on Nicholas's face as Grayson used his words against him. He could also see the remaining director laughing at him. He slowly shook his head and then said, What are you laughing at? It isn't only the research and support division that lost students or even top students, but you also as well. The expression on their faces changed as they heard Nicholas. They shifted their gaze and one of them asked, What does this mean, Vermont? Before Vermont would even respond, Nicholas's voice sounded, I will tell you what it means. The research and support lost 12 students, the norms lost 8 students, the tech lost 10 students, and the elite lost 2 students. And lastly, the murderer division lost 18 students. Grayson, as well as the other director, opened their mouth as they heard Nicholas. The person who received the most hit about the news that was just broken to them was Grayson. He glared at Vermont, the director of the Assassin League, and said, Your methods always amuse me, but, unlike how the others have ignored the dirty ways which the Assassin Division handled things in the academy, my first-year students won't. We will be coming for you soon, Vermont, very soon. With that said, and the force around the directors was dispersed. Meanwhile, the moment the 20 students walked into the tournament began, a huge screen that revealed all that was going on inside the tower appeared in the domain, and everyone's eyes were glued to the screen in front. Raphael stood with his hand folded across his chest, and his attention on the screen. Hello there. Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Raphael. The voice was directed to Raphael, and as he turned towards the person, his lips curved inwardly. I'm sure you must have heard of me, the silver-haired youth said, but either way, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Jeremy McCall. Not everyone's eyes were apparently glued to the screen, some were staring and also talking about the student in the surrounding and as Jeremy moved from where he was and walked towards Raphael, a couple of the students' eyes were on him. Both of them were colossal forces in the academy, and it would certainly be of delight to see them battle against one another. A life and death battle would, of course, be extremely exciting. "I'm Jeremy McCall," Jeremy said in a soft tone. His hand was stretched out for a handshake, while a light smile hung on his face. Aidan and Devon were standing close to Raphael, glancing at one another. The both of them then turned towards Raphael, wondering how he was going to handle the situation. "Raphael, don't forget what we talked about." Aidan moved close to Raphael and spoke in a really low voice. "Aidan, he doesn't need you telling him or reminding him what to do. I'm sure he can handle himself," Jeremy blurted. A frown appeared on Aidan's face as Jeremy spoke. He stared at Raphael and then took a step backward. The smile on Jeremy's face widened. Meanwhile, Raphael stared at Jeremy for a few seconds before responding to his handshake. "I'm Raphael," he said as he shook Jeremy's hand. Whether it was the students in the surroundings or the 7 directors, they all shifted their gaze from the screen to Raphael and Jeremy. There was concern on the faces of some people in the surrounding, while the majority were hoping both sides would get to battle it all out. It could, of course, lead to them being disqualified, but if there was one thing the students cherished apart from a bloodbath, then it was seeing a metahuman's downfall. Especially when he or she was of high value. "It's nice to finally meet you, Raphael," Jeremy said, and as both of their hands came in contact, a sneer appeared on their faces. Jeremy had chosen to go for an aggressive handshake, and who was Raphael to back down from the attack? Raphael applied even more force to his grip, and so did Jeremy. While both of them had neutral looks on their faces, they were in a heated exchange, battling for who would pull out of the handshake first. The sound of bone cracking soon sounded, and a second after, Jeremy pulled out of the handshake. Even though the bone crack had occurred in his hand, a smile appeared on his face. He stared at Raphael and then nodded his head at him. "As I've heard a lot of things about you this past few months, it's only right I come to greet you personally," Jeremy said, "and I must say, I'm impressed." Jeremy's voice wasn't loud, neither was it low, but it was clear, and with the whole surrounding in complete silence mood, everyone could hear the words that were coming out of his mouth. "I will be true to you." Jeremy paused. "I'm not here to be your friend, and at the same time I don't consider you to be my enemy. Instead, I'm here to wish you good luck and hope you get to the top because it's really lonely up there." There was an expression of mockery on Jeremy's face as he stared at the other student in the surrounding. Jeremy chuckled, seeing the look on their faces. He wasn't foreign to receiving killing intent from them, and after a few seconds, he spoke, "See you at the top, Raphael Queen." With that said, Jeremy turned around. There was a bit of disappointment on the majority of the crowd's faces, as they had been hoping a hit or two could occur, considering how mentally deranged Jeremy was. And based on the scene they had witnessed between Raphael and Adrian, they were sure that he wasn't one to entertain rubbish. So, a battle was pretty much certain between the both of them. However, they were all let down, seeing neither Jeremy nor Raphael making a move against themselves. As Jeremy walked away, a couple of them hissed, and then returned their gaze to the screen. As for Raphael, his gaze didn't leave Jeremy, even after he arrived at the murderer division area. "Jeremy McCall," Raphael mumbled in a low voice. Jeremy was not tall nor was he short, and he wasn't well built either. He wasn't all that handsome also. Instead, he could be said to be extremely ordinary. However, the feeling he gave was different. No matter how ordinary he looked, no matter how simple the clothes he wore were, he excluded a unique demeanor from his body. The aura emanating from his body wasn't comparable to an ordinary person. It was as though he were born to rule. "Are you good?" Aidan asked, and in response, Raphael nodded his head. Suddenly, 5 students appeared on the ground in front of the tower. The 5 of them stared at the tower with regret written all over their faces, and after a brief moment, they walked away, after reaching a point whereby their body could no longer handle the crushing pressure of the tower. They were expelled from it, and coincidentally, neither of them was able to ascend onto the 6th step. meaning they weren't qualified to move to the next round. There we go, he is now on the 6th floor, Aiden muttered, staring at Marcel. Marcel took a deep breath as he ascended to the 6th floor. The test was really one to determine one's willpower and perseverance, as the pressure that was contained in the tower could break any ordinary human apart. Every step was more difficult than the latter, and as he stared at the others behind, a smile was quick to form on his face, seeing the state they were in. Most were now on the 5th level, and the pressure was nothing like they had faced. It was 10,000 times more powerful than the 4th stage. While ascending to the 6th step was literally hell, Marcel had only taken his gaze off the people behind him when he saw someone standing close to him. Bane, he stuttered with shock evident in his voice, responding to Marcel. Bane winked at him and then suddenly placed his right leg on the 7th floor. The whole area was completely silent, with everyone's eyes glued to the screen. "He is going to do it," Aiden exclaimed, while it was merely one step that Bane took forward. The pressure that he encountered was simply overwhelming. His face became pale instantly, and he couldn't help but bite his lower lips hard. "Thrash," Marcel sneered. He then advanced toward the 7th level. However, the moment he placed both of his legs on the 7th floor, his body shook violently. It was almost as though he were experiencing a seizure. The sound of bones cracking sound rang out inside of Marcel's body, and a second after, he vomited a mouthful amount of blood. Before Marcel could then get a grip on himself, he was expelled from the tower quickly. Oh my! As Marcel appeared out of the tower, he sat abruptly on the ground. He was drenched in sweat, and even though he was already out of the tower, he was still shivering with fear evident in his eyes. The people in the surrounding only took a glance at him without a bit of care on their faces, and after a brief moment, they moved their gaze away from him. Unlike Marcel, Bane didn't rush into the 7th level immediately. He took his time, and it was only after he was accustomed to the pressure of the 7th level that he placed his other leg on the floor. The 8 behind him paused, staring at him. They had all watched how Marcel was expelled from the tower, and now they were hoping the same would happen to Bane. However, a few minutes passed, and there was still no change from Bane. Instead, as the minutes went by, he seemed to be even more comfortable with it. Ha ha ha! As Bane got used to the overwhelming pressure on the 7th floor, his laughter echoed through the surrounding. Meanwhile, Anna clenched her hand into a tight fist. She heaved a deep breath afterward, and then took a step forward. "You want help, lady?" Bane asked in a cheerful tone. He was, however, replied with a scornful look from Anna. Anna was on the 6th floor, and even though her body was shivering and beads of sweat were all over her forehead, her eyes were on the 8th level. "Watch this," Bane blurted, with determination on his face. He placed both of his legs on the 8th level. The first level to the 7th level dealt with the physical body, while the 8th level focused on the core area of one's body. It tested willpower, and strong was a determination to move forward. Would you submit to the pressure, or would you conquer it? Bane shut his eyes closed, and his fears and worries flashed within his eyes. He clenched his hand into a tight fist as his body seemed to be breaking apart. As Bane fought the pressure on the 8th level, Anna had just stepped onto the 7th level. Seeing the grim look on Bane's face, she thought deeply if whether or not she should take the step to the 8 levels. "I quit," Anna stated a few seconds after. Anna was aware of her own limit. The 7th level was what she was capable of handling. Any other move from there would result in serious damage to her body, and after those words escaped her mouth, she was transported out of the tower immediately. Among the 20 people who stepped into the tower, only 3 of them could pass the test of the tower. Marcel was able to get to that 6th level without breaking down. Anna's limit was the 7th level, and Bane was still stuck on the 8th floor. As the pressure just kept increasing for Bane, the more difficult it was for him to withstand it. The beads of sweat on his forehead were replaced with blood, and that wasn't the only part that was blood on it. He was bleeding from every part of his body. Despite the harsh state he was in, as Bane opened his eyes, there was still unwillingness in his eyes. He felt he could do more. Bane suddenly let out a powerful roar, as he took a step to the 9th level. He had however only just placed his leg on the 9th level when he was expelled from the tower. "Damn it," Bane yelled a second after, with rage and disappointment evident in his voice. "That's enough, Bane, you've done a good job," Leilani exclaimed. Even if Leilani didn't say the word, Bane himself knew he did very well. A smile was on his face as he walked away from the tower, and once the student eligible for the next round was set aside, the next participants were called in. Raphael had been hoping his name was going to be called out, but it wasn't. Instead, Aiden, Eliza, Naomi, and Dwayne were the ones called. From the elite division, 5 students among the 12 who qualified were called. The murderer division had 2 students out, the norms had 4 students, while the bandit and research and support had 5 and 4 respectively. "This will be interesting." Those words escaped one of the students' mouths. However, it wasn't just the students and instructors who had that same thought, but the director as well. Among the 20 students, 3 of them were on the top 20 most valuable student list, and the youth who was in second place was called forward. At the moment, it was all eyes on Jeremy. "I want to pass this message to you all before we begin." Suddenly, Wyatt spoke. He had already stood from the obsidian throne, staring at the 20 participants and then the others. "This tournament might not mean much to some of you, but I want you to give it your all. There's a lot to gain in the academy, and it's tournament. Once you put in your 100%, you already have the right platform to do that. You simply need to put in more effort and most importantly, make hay while the sun shines." A smile appeared on Wyatt's face after he spoke. He was about to ask for the tournament to continue when Nicholas stood from his seat. However, there was no smile on Nicholas's face. His expression was stern. "The director of the norms division is right, make hay while the sun shines, or else, you will miss out on several opportunities. As meta-humans, even though our lifespan is a bit more than the humans, our development rate isn't the same," Nicholas said. "A human can be idle for years, and when he or she decides to become somebody, it is within the realm of possibility. Age or the foundation laid down doesn't necessarily determine where they would get in life. A human can become successful at the age of 20, 30, 40, 50, even 70. It's very possible, but, while that's possible for them, it isn't for we meta-human. The foundation we lay down during our early stage is what will aid us for the rest of our lives." Apart from Nicholas's voice, no other voice could be heard in the domain, not even a whisper, as all the students listened attentively to what he was saying to them. As meta-humans, the age to prepare the best foundation is between 1 to 20. Anything beyond that is all for nuts. Nicholas paused. "I will tell you this. Your development rate once you get to 21 would decline rapidly. It would never remain the same. But if the foundation you have prepared for yourself is solid, you wouldn't encounter many problems. It's why we keep urging you, putting you through the test, to turn that rough gem into a fine one, because we know, once you move past 20, it will be difficult, so, put in more effort. Good luck." "You may continue with the tournament." The majority of the students were informed about the development phase and how important it was to prepare a solid foundation ahead. It was one of the details that were passed on to them the moment they joined the academy. Nicholas and Wyatt were simply reminding them of it. They had to make good use of the opportunity to improve while they had it. "You may begin." Without delay, and the 20 students besides the tower walked into it. The focus of attention in the tower was the 3 most valuable students, Jeremy, Eliza, and Dwayne. And once they entered the tower, they moved immediately. The 3 of them stepped onto the first level and then the second level within seconds. They kept moving forward without the intention to stop, and within seconds, they arrived at the 7th level. "What the hell?" Aiden blurted in shock. At first, he had been able to keep up with the pace of those 3, but once he stepped on the 5th level, he had to slow down a little. Aiden slowly took his eyes off them and stepped onto the 6th level. However, as he raised his head, staring at the 3, his eyes twitched, and his mouth opened so wide that an egg would fit inside. While he ascended to the 6th level, those 3 were now on the 9th level. Even though they had all predicted that those 3 would surpass the 8th level, they still couldn't help but be astounded. by how fast they were. As Eliza and Dwayne arrived at the 9th level, they felt a bit of pressure from the tower. It caused their body to tremble and made them slow down a little. Meanwhile, it wasn't the same for Jeremy. Jeremy wasted no time, and as soon as he got to the 9th level, he took another step forward, ascending to the 10th level. A light frown suddenly appeared on his face. As he stared at the level ahead of him, he bit his lower lips hard and began to contemplate whether or not to move forward. "Come on, Jeremy, you can do it," one of the students in the domain blurted. "Please. Just take the step." There was an optimistic expression on his face, and he wasn't the only one with that look. A couple of other students in the surroundings were also hoping that Jeremy was going to get on the 11th level, and if possible the 12th level. In fact, it wasn't that the students were wishing Jeremy well willfully, it was that they had no choice but to. Before the tournament, the majority of the students had placed bets on some of the students who qualified for the round, and as the second on the most valuable, Jeremy was staked on a lot. "Eliza has really outdone herself. I seriously didn't expect her to get this far." A nod came from Raphael after he heard Bane. He stared at Eliza, who was on the 9th leg, and then nodded his head. Even though he hadn't experienced the might of the tower, he didn't doubt its prowess. Eliza suddenly stepped onto the 10th level, and as both of her legs came onto that area, her body shook. She spat blood out of her mouth a second after, and immediately, Eliza shut her eyes close, trying to overcome the pressure. The number of bone cracks that she had heard within her body was substantial, but Eliza didn't let the pain get through. She maintained absolute focus, and after a few seconds, her eyes sprang open. Jeremy's lips curved inwardly when he saw Eliza opening her eyes. Though he didn't say a word to her, the expression that was on his face was full of mockery. "It best you give up from here, you would only harm yourself if you move any further," Jeremy blurted. Before Eliza would retort to his words, Jeremy took another step forward. As Jeremy stood on the 11th level and then seemed to have gotten to the pressure, a light frown appeared on Eliza's face. The 11th level was her target initially, but she wasn't confident in herself to withstand the pressure of that place. Eliza took a deep breath. She was about to step forward, when she was expelled from the tower. Sigh. Another deep breath escaped Eliza. She wiped the sweat that was on her forehead and returned to her seat. As Eliza headed back, her eyes were on Raphael, who for some reason didn't have a smile or a frown on her face. Gus, who was on Raphael, suddenly let out a hiss as it saw the look on Eliza's face, and when Raphael heard Gus, he peered deep into her brown eyes and then gave her a gentle nod as well as a smile. The smile might not have meant much to Raphael, but it was everything to Eliza. Her face lit up instantly, and she responded to him with a smile. Meanwhile, Aiden was able to get up to the 9th floor before he was then expelled from the academy. "Good job," Bane blurted and then gave him a light tap on the shoulder, and among the 20 people who were in the tower, only 4 were left. Dwayne was at the 10th level, Naomi stood at the 7th level, and Jeremy was now contemplating whether or not to ascend to the 12 levels. While he was able to keep a neutral expression, the 11th level was very frightening. He felt not only his bone breaking apart, but his body as well. "You will die if you go up there." As the 9th most valuable student in the first year, Dwayne was capable of arriving at the 11th level as well. Jeremy sneered when he heard Dwayne. He didn't respond and instead stared at the area in front of him. Those who hadn't come this far would consider the 12 steps to be like the others, perhaps with a bit more pressure, but it wasn't. None of the steps so far could compare to what was contained in that final step. There had only been 3 people who had stepped onto the 12th level of the tower, and when asked how it was, they had all replied with one word: "Supreme." "Tu." Suddenly, Dwayne spat blood out of his mouth, his face became pale, and he soon began to feel dizzy. Based on the event that had occurred with the previous students, it was about time the tower expelled him. However, before Dwayne would disappear from the tower, Jeremy placed his hand on his chest and pushed him backward. "What the hell is he doing?" The people who were watching the screen yelled as they saw Dwayne regress back to the 10th level. Before he could even regain his stance and perhaps even head back to the 11th level, He was expelled from the tower. Screw you, Jeremy, son of a bitch. One after the other, the students began to express their hate towards Jeremy as once Dwayne was sent out of the tower, he wasn't registered at the 11th level. Instead, he was at the 10th level. Dwayne completely ignored his blood-stained cloth and glared at the tower. There was killing intent in his eyes, and surely once Jeremy was out of the tower, the both of them would talk about what happened. Meanwhile, after Dwayne was kicked out of the tower, Jeremy eyed the level ahead. He heaved a deep breath, and then took a step forward. The instant Jeremy's leg touched the 12th level, he appeared in a dark space. It was completely dark and quiet in here, and a second after Jeremy found himself in this unknown surrounding, he assumed a battle stance quickly. He. A deep and yet cold burst of laughter rang out in the surrounding. After so many years, someone has finally arrived here. The cold voice echoed through the area. The voice appeared to have come from the depth of purgatory, and it was brimming with an intense amount of killing intent. Jeremy didn't even realize it, but he was shaking from all over his body. Fear swept all over his body, as this was the closest he had ever been to death. He gasped heavily with beads of sweat all over his forehead. The question is, are you worthy? As Jeremy heard that voice, he wanted to respond, but he found himself unable to let a single word out of his mouth, not to talk of speaking. Jeremy couldn't even nod or shake his head. He stood there with his hands shaking. Outside the tower, Jeremy's main body stood still on the 11th level. Jeremy needed to cross that voice before he would be able to stand on the 12th level. Having not done so, he was unable to be registered on the 12th level. What is going on? Didn't he just step onto the 12th level? How come he is back to the 11th level? Those were the questions that escaped the mouth of the people in the surrounding. They had all seen Jeremy go on to the 12th level, but a second after he entered that place, he appeared back on the 11th floor. He then stood still with his eyes shut closed. I'm also just as confused. If anyone is to know what's going on, then it's going to be them. The person who spoke soon shifted his gaze to the 7 who were sitting on the obsidian throne, and indeed, if there was someone who understood the entire details of what happened, it was the 7 directors. He must have encountered that thing, Wyatt mumbled. A nod came from the other direction after Wyatt spoke. You have a nice lad, Grayson. Let's hope he survives. The smile on Grayson's face vanished when he heard the second part of Mont's word. He glared at the tower with his thought rather unknown. Meanwhile, with each second that passed, Jeremy found death getting closer and closer. He felt that at any point from now, he was going to lose himself. Jeremy McCall, are you worthy? Exclamation mark. Jeremy was in shock as he heard his name called out, and it wasn't even up to a few seconds. The surrounding became clearer a little. The sound of footsteps could then be heard. As Jeremy raised his head and stared at the being in front, he staggered several steps backward. A beast with a gorilla-like appearance, dark black scales all over its body, with 2 pale golden dragon horns on its forehead, and a pair of huge black wings at its back appeared in front of Jeremy. Roar, roar. Jeremy's body shook violently, and it wasn't even up to a second after he saw the monstrous beast in front, that he disappeared from the tower. That was weird, the beast mumbled, seemingly confused. It then let out a long sigh. What a waste of time. With that said, and the beast went back to his resting place. Meanwhile, outside the tower, Jeremy stood still, despite already being out of that place. He wasn't able to get over the fear he experienced. With his hands and legs shivering, and terror written all over his face, Jeremy appeared broken. What is wrong with him? Seeing the state which he was in, the people in the surrounding couldn't help but ask. They stared at Jeremy, who was drenched in sweats, and then glanced at one another. Oh, Layla mumbled. I think we broke him, she said. There was concern evident on Grayson's face as he stared at Jeremy. Even he could tell that something was going on with Jeremy. However, as Jeremy began to head to the murderer division area, Grayson heaved a breath of relief. He is a warrior, there's no way he would be broken that easily. Grayson blurted with a smile on his face. Audrey Perkins, Teresa Rhodes, The names of the next contestant were soon called out, and as Teresa heard her name, she moved forward immediately. Everyone's eyes followed the woman that just appeared, including Raphael, and even though he had seen her during the previous round, his eyes were still glued onto her. A young woman with a slender yet curvaceous frame stood in front of the tower. Despite wearing a long violet cloak that hid her body and face, she was brimming with sex appeal. Alia McAllister. As other students on the most valuable students list were called out, it was certainly getting interesting, and when the 9th name was called out, a smile hung on a couple of the students' faces, as the person who was just called was Raphael Queen. Raphael abruptly stood from his seat. He kept a straight face, and said, "Go bet 100 million points on me, I will get past the 12th level." He spoke in a low voice. A nod came from Gus after Raphael spoke, and without delay it flew from his shoulder and headed to the bet section in the domain, with the majority of the students' eyes then on him. Raphael slowly walked to the tower. "Is it just me, or did you hear what he said?" Bane muttered as Raphael walked towards the tower. Aiden nodded his head several times. He is betting on himself," Aiden stuttered. 100 million fucking points, Bane exclaimed. A second after, Bane, Aiden, and Devon glanced at one another. "Are you thinking, what am I thinking?" Bane said. There were multiple nods from Devon and Aiden, and after staring at one another for a few seconds, the three of them leapt from their seats. They ran as hell to the betting section immediately. If there was one thing they had realized from Raphael, apart from being a freak, was that he never bluffed. He wasn't perfect, but if there was someone who had come close to being perfect, then it was Raphael. Bane, Aiden, and Devon had encountered Camille at the betting section, and as she saw the three of them, she spoke. "What are you doing here?" "To bet, of course. What else can we be doing here?" Bane sneered and then walked over to the counter. "Oh, good luck wasting money, then," Camille blurted. "It will be different this time." Raphael made a bet. "We will simply be betting the same with him," Aiden said. Camille was about to head back to her seat when Aiden spoke. She paused immediately and then turned towards Devon, Aiden, and Bane. "You mean Raphael placed a bet?" she mumbled. Aiden nodded his head. He then began to tell Camille about the whole show, and as he spoke, Camille's eyes lit up. She turned towards the counter soon after and said, "You know what, I changed my mind. I want all my money on his bet," she exclaimed. There was shock written over the man behind the counter, as not so long he had received a bet of 100 million points on Raphael, and now someone else was betting really high on him. However, he didn't retort to Camille and simply gave her a slight nod. "I say we use all the points we have for this bet. We will win it, I'm very sure of it. What do you think?" Devon and Aiden both placed their hand on their chin after Bane spoke. Bane was asking for them to use the points they were gathering for their system on this bet. It was quite a huge decision, but after a few seconds, they concluded. "Let's do it," Aiden said. A nod also came from Devon. Camille was still very much confused by what Devon, Bane, and Aiden were talking about, but as Bane's voice rang out a second after, her eyes twitched. "We will bet 400 million points on Raphael passing the 12th level," Bane blurted. It wasn't just Camille who was stupefied from hearing what Bane had just said, but the man behind the counter as well. He stared at Bane and the others, seemingly dazed. He wanted to speak, but no words came out of his mouth. It was only after a few seconds that he was able to speak. "I will do that immediately." A smile hung on his face quickly. The man put aside Camille's bet and tended to Bane immediately. Throughout the entire time, a smile was on his face. He could already imagine the huge bonus he would receive when they lost the bet, because there was no way they could actually win it. The odds for passing the 12th level were quite high even for those on the most valuable list, as many had tried, but only 3 had succeeded so far. Statistically, the probability of the students also passing it was also near impossible. The man stuck to this belief, and as he received the points through transfers, the smile on his face widened. "I wish you good luck," he said. There was a tinge of mockery contained in his voice. Bane and the others had heard it, but they didn't react. "We will see who has the last laugh," Bane commented. "You may now go in." Once the 20 contestants were called out, they proceeded into the tower, and as Raphael stepped into the tower, he didn't move onto the first level as the others did. Instead, he stared at the surrounding he was in before taking a step forward. The first level, then the second, the third, and within the blink of an eye, he was already at the 7th level. How can this be possible? I know, right? It's almost like he is taking a stroll in the park. This makes no sense. The student who had experienced the terror and pressure that was contained in the tower exclaimed as they saw Raphael's movement. He made it so easily that it was as though those who were covered in sweat and blood were faking it. People began to doubt if the pressure in the tower was still the same as the one they experienced. However, seeing other students struggling to get to the next level, it made them convinced that Raphael was the weirdo there. Teresa's eyes twitched as she saw Raphael on the same level as her. Even Teresa had to admit that Raphael's pace was something else, and as he got to the 7th level, he only glanced at her before moving to the 8th quickly. The pressure in the tower didn't seem to have any effect on Raphael, and after moving to the 8th level, he got to the 9th level. Aliyah had been the one in front, but even she was unable to keep up with Raphael's pace. They arrived at the 10th level together, but as he moved towards the 11th level without a second thought, she had to slow down a little. "He is a monster," Audrey, who was on the 5th floor, blurted. There was a nod of agreement from the others after she spoke. No other words could explain what any of them were witnessing. Raphael was moving past the levels as though it were very easy, whereas it wasn't. Raphael arrived at the 11th level and stared at the surrounding. Unlike how he had treated the other level, he didn't step to the 12th level right away. He placed his hand on his chin and was in deep thought. He has finally slowed. I guess he isn't completely a monster then. The young woman had just uttered those words out of her mouth when Raphael advanced to the 12th floor. Her mouth opened wide, and she couldn't help but place her hands on her head. "Oh, my God," she exclaimed. Whether it was the people in the tower or the ones outside, they were shocked beyond boundaries. Even if Raphael wasn't able to pass the 12th level, he had broken the record for being the fastest student to ascend onto the 12th level. This was simply inhuman, and among the people in the domain, the group who were blown away by Raphael's stunt was the Bet faction. The members were sweating from all over their bodies, those who believed in God and those who didn't began to pray that Raphael fails the 12th level or else they would suffer a fate more cruel than death itself. "Bro, I know I have never believed in you, but if you grant this prayer of mine, I will sing praises to you every day and night. Please, let him fail to pass the 12th level." They were on their knees as they prayed for Raphael's downfall. Before the odds were made, they had analyzed all the students based on aptitude, skills, and even strength, yet none of them were said to be able to pass the 12th level. It was ridiculous to think any would. The 11th was the limit, but, seeing how Raphael had moved so easily, they were beginning to doubt the analysis they made, and if Raphael was to pass the 12th level, the loss they would suffer wasn't something they could never recover from. It was enormous and could as well be said that Raphael winning was shutting their business down. "Please, let him fail." The prayers just kept coming out of the Bet faction members' mouth, one after the other. Meanwhile, Raphael stood in the same place Jeremy was with his hands folded across his chest. He was extremely vigilant, and as he heard the sound of footsteps, a stern expression appeared on his face. The gorilla-like appearance beast with gold horns and huge black wings appeared in front of Raphael. Roar! As the beast let out a feigning roar that was filled with power and killing intent, Raphael knitted his brows. He then glared at the beast with a bit of anger evident on his face. This time around, it was the beast who was dumbfounded. It stared at Raphael, and after a few seconds that cold voice of it rang out, "Are you not scared of death?" Responding to the beast, Raphael shook his head. "Of course, I am," Raphael replied. "Only a fool won't be scared of death," he said. "Then why aren't you scared of me?" the beast asked. "Why should I be scared of you?" Raphael said. The beast paused. "I can kill you with a flick of the hand. That's more than enough reason to be terrified." "You can't," Raphael stated right away. Even though he was standing in front of a 6-foot-tall beast who seemed to possess unfathomable power, Raphael was absolutely confident in his words. "Oh, really?" the beast said in a sadistic tone. It then moved closer to Raphael, and as it stared at Raphael from above, there was a devilish grin on its face. Raphael smirked. "Don't waste your time. We both know you aren't capable of laying a finger on me. The least you can do is roar out loud," he said. "Why? You're confined, aren't you? The academy uses you for many purposes, and one of which is to test the mind of the students," Raphael said. "Your powers are already sealed, so I see no reason why I would be afraid of you." Raphael paused. "And not make you assume I'm confident because I know you can't do a thing to me. Even if you were at your peak form, you still wouldn't be able to harm me, not even in the slightest." The beast peered into Raphael's eyes as he spoke, and what it saw was something it had never witnessed before. For some reason, it didn't doubt any of what Raphael said. "Now, have I passed this, or do I have to prove to you that you can't lay a hand even if you regain your strength?" There was complete silence in the domain as everyone was waiting for Raphael. Was he going to ascend to the 12th level totally, or would he fail like the others? This was the question that revolved around the minds of everyone in the domain. Meanwhile, Raphael stood with his hand placed inside his pocket. In front of him was the beast, and neither did he back away from the glares or killing intent of the beast. Instead, he faced it head-on with a smirk on his face. "I guess I have to prove myself to you then," Raphael muttered. He was about to remove the black jacket he was wearing when the beast's voice rang out. "I believe you." That cold and icy seemed to have become a part of the beast. As a light nod came from Raphael after the beast spoke, it continued to stare at Raphael before saying, "Congratulations, you have passed the 12th level, Raphael." "Queen," the beast said, "I wish you success in your future endeavors, and hope you live long to achieve all that is needed of you." Raphael raised an eyebrow as the beast spoke. He couldn't help but feel as through the words that were being said by the beast were scripted. "Goodbye, and good luck." With that said, the beast turned around. The beast had, however, only just taken a few steps forward, when Raphael spoke. "Hey, have you ever considered getting out of this place?" It was like there couldn't be any more words with value than the words Raphael had said. The beast turned around. "What do you mean?" Seeing the expression on the beast, Raphael smirked. "I mean, don't you want to leave this place and be free?" There was no response from the beast after Raphael spoke. It continued to stare at Raphael, wondering whether Raphael was fooling around with it or not. And after a brief moment, it slowly shook his head. "It best you stop saying things that are beyond your capability," the beast said. "You have passed the 12th level, you're free to return to the domain. Except you have some fetish for hanging around with a beast." There was then a disgusted look on Raphael's face. He would have turned around after the beast's words, but he decided to put that absurd words past him. After all, the gains he set for himself were massive. "There are a lot of elements that are beyond my capability, but breaking you out of this hellhole isn't one of them," Raphael said. "I can, and I will, so long as you want to leave this place, of course." The beast's eyes then twitched as it heard Raphael. It peered them into Raphael's eyes, and that same expression it saw a few moments ago was present once again. The calm composure was one thing, and the confidence was another. However, what astounded the beast was the dominion attitude that Raphael had around him. He made it seem like he was capable of so many feats as long as he wished for it to happen, and one of those feats included breaking the beast out of there. Staring at Raphael for a few seconds, the beast said, "Okay, fine, I think you're able to get me out of here, but I still don't believe you would do it that easily. So, what is it you want from me?" the beast inquired. Raphael's cheeks were raised, and his lips curved inwardly as he heard the beast. Going straight to the point, and not beating around the bush, was something that Raphael took great satisfaction in. "It's simple," he said. "When I get you out of here, I need to follow me around for 2 years. Raphael paused. "You do my bidding, that's all." 6 months, the beast blurted. As it then spoke, Raphael shook his head. "No, did I make it seem like you could negotiate? I apologize if I did, but you can't. You simply have to become my slave for 2 years, and then you get your life back. So, what's your answer? Raphael asked. There was hesitation on the beast's face after Raphael spoke. 2 years was quite a long time, and besides, it wasn't aware of the sort of work Raphael would demand of it. After pondering about it for a few more seconds, the beast spoke. 1 year and a half. Deal, Raphael replied. In the end, all that mattered was being able to get out of this place. The beast had been stuck in here for as long as it could remember. The beast had been counting the days it was in this hellhole when it was trapped, but after some time, it lost count. Considering that no one had ever suggested helping it out of there, Raphael's offer was the best. The most delighted person was, of course, Raphael. Even though he managed to keep a straight face, he was extremely excited that he could strike this sort of deal with the beast. Good, Raphael said, I will come to get you once it's time. Raphael wasn't worried that the beast wouldn't abide by its words once the time comes, because before then, he would already have something to ensure its obedience. Meanwhile, the domain was in a heated state as the moment the beast said Raphael had passed the 12th level, he ascended onto the level immediately. Yes, ha 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 ha. As Raphael ascended to the 12th level, the first set of people to rise from their seats and scream loudly were Bane and Aiden. While Devon didn't scream out loud, he still leapt from his seat and showed just how excited he was. And the next people to scream were the Bet faction. Their scream wasn't of joy like Bane and Aiden, instead it was as filled with agony and pain. We are dead. Every single member of the Bet faction nodded their head when they heard one of their colleagues spoke. The elite division has risen to the occasion once again. Congratulations, Kai. There's another student with enormous potential in your division, Layla said with a smile on her face. Kai smiled. Thank you. Your students are also not bad, he commented. Vermont, you see, instead of focusing on my students, the elite division is who you should be really after. Grayson blurted with a deep frown on his face. He will become one of my students very soon, so why should we go after him? Vermont said. None of the directors were expecting Vermont to speak, as he was a very quiet person, so, when they heard him speak, they couldn't help but be surprised, and the words he said brought a bewildered look on their faces. They shifted their gaze to Kai, wondering how he was going to respond to Vermont. After all, Vermont had just said that Raphael was going to be joining the Assassin Division very soon. However, just like the others, Kai was so confused. He stared at Vermont. I think you must be mistaking Vermont. Why would Raphael join the Assassin Division when he is in the Elite Division? That would never happen, Kai said. Everyone turned towards Vermont after Kai spoke. The Elite Division can't handle someone of his potential. The Assassin Division is where he truly belongs to, and I think the Dean would agree to this, Vermont retorted. You're delusional if you think Raphael would ever leave the Elite Division to join the Assassin Division. Kai spoke in a cold and icy tone. He didn't hide how displeased he was by the words that were being said by Vermont, and killing intent soon flashed between his eyes. Iris could see that the atmosphere was becoming dreadful, and she spoke. Enough, you two. A student shouldn't be the reason why the both of you would get into conflict. Iris paused. Besides, I see no reason why you should be fighting when, as a matter of fact, it is my tech division that he would be transferring to. Clearly, the directors hadn't been expecting those words from Iris, as their mouths opened slightly after she spoke. What? Wyatt exclaimed. There must be a missing screw in your head, because why would Raphael want to join the tech division when my bandits division exists? Wyatt said. As the director of the bandit division expressed his interest in Raphael, a light frown appeared on the face of the others. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Layla burst into laughter. There's no way he would join some bunch of thieves or some mediocre people, Layla blurted. As much as I want him in my division, I know it isn't possible, and let's face it, only the elite, assassin, and murderer is fit for him, she said. Even though the other three refused to acknowledge what Layla said, deeply they knew what she was saying was the actual truth. Who are you calling mediocre? Iris yelled. A student of mine is close to Raphael, and I'm told he is really into technological creation, even more than whatever it is that the elite division does. So, the tech division is a place he truly belongs to. A chuckle escaped Vermont's lips. Keep making a fool out of yourself, he said. Raphael would be joining the assassin division whether you like it or not. Kai sneered. It seems to me like you're the one who is making a fool of himself here. Raphael is a student of the elite division, and he would continue to be one whether you like it or not, Kai said in a decisive tone. We will see about that, said Vermont. After a few seconds, Raphael stepped out of the tower, with his hand then placed in his pocket. He stared at the students in the surrounding, and his lips curved inwardly. Raphael's eyes soon came in contact with Eliza, and as he saw the look on her face, he gave her a gentle nod. Raphael, I love you. Get the hell out, bitch. He is mine. What do you mean he is yours? We are match and made in heaven, don't you know? Raphael, only a woman of my body is fit to accompany you through the journey of life. A woman with a voluptuous build yelled. I want to be the mother of your children. Raphael, my body is yours to act willfully with. Please come plow me, so we can have children. Everyone paused when they heard the woman who had just spoken. They turned towards her with bewildered looks on their faces. As for Raphael, he raised an eyebrow, before then shaking his head. What are your thoughts on going public with Raphael? About your relationship, Becky said as she stared at Raphael. It would really be a good thing to do. That way you can shut the women who would be coming after him. A chuckle escaped Eliza's mouth after Becky spoke. She was about to speak when Melinda's voice rang out. Going public doesn't really matter because even if they know he is in a relationship with someone, they still wouldn't back out. It all comes down to Raphael, Melinda said. As the three of them continued to talk about Raphael, he went straight to the Bet faction. Immediately, Gus appeared on Raphael's shoulder as soon as he walked out of the tower and let out a long hiss. I know, right? I should have asked you to bet more points. Sigh. Raphael shook his head in regret. Even though what he was going to win from the 3 million points he bet was huge, Raphael still felt if he had increased the stake, the reward would be even more massive. What's going on? Raphael mumbled as he arrived in the Bet faction. The place was overly crowded, with people screaming and yelling at those at the counter, and among the screamers, Raphael saw Bane, Aiden, and Devon. It seems to me like the Bet faction wants to raise the ground, Bane exclaimed. Transfer the points right this instant, or else I will rip all of you apart, and begin to sell your body parts to the black market. Even though I wouldn't be able to make those points out of you immediately, I'm sure when I move on to your friends, families, relatives, extended family, then I would be able to get those points. Apparently, after Raphael ascended to the 12th level, Bane, Aiden, and Devon rushed over to the faction immediately. The points they had won were enormous, to the extent that they would surely rank in the top 1,000 most richest students in the academy. However, getting to the Bet faction, the people at the counter refused to pay the points. They went with the excuse of saying they were experiencing some technical issues in making the payment, and hereafter the threats and yelling began. As Bane gave a series of threats to the people in the best faction, Aiden followed up with his. Suddenly, about 15 skeletal figures marched to the counter. They were holding a bone-made sword in their hand, while their body brimmed with an intense amount of killing intent. Camille was standing in front of the 15 undead with a long staff in her head. You have 1 minute to make the transfer of the point, or you will be sent to the Decaulion cave, Camille stated. The expression of the people from the Bet faction changed very quickly. Even Bane, Aiden, Devon, and those who came screaming with them once they heard that amount of points had been won. There was only one reason why Camille would make mention of sending someone to the Decaulion cave, and it was she had received permission and power from the 3 big forces. Lady Camille, it doesn't have to get this far, a member of the Bet faction spoke. The man was of middle age and was wearing a black fitted suit. However, his face was covered in sweats. We are currently facing an issue, as we said, and we also need to confirm if whether or not Raphael is alive before we can make any payment. The man in the suit had only just spoken when Raphael raised his hand and said, I'm alive, and also right here. Instantly, fear swept over the man's body. He heaved a deep breath and then whispered into the ears of the Bet faction members who were close to him, "Would there be any problem in getting my points, or do I have to tell the Cabal you refuse to pay me?" Raphael blurted. There was no fun in beating around the bush for Raphael, and he went straight to the point. And if the Bet faction weren't still terrified of the Cabal's name being mentioned, he was going to pull the big guns out. Whether it was the man in suits or the other members of the Bet faction, their eyes twitched as they heard Raphael. There was already the Deucalion cave threat to deal with, and now there were also chances that the Cabal would come knocking at their door. Both paths were leading to execution, but while one would deliver a slow and cruel death, the other would perform the job within a blink of an eye. Suddenly, a blonde woman wearing the academy uniform appeared in front of the man. She stared at Raphael and the others, and after a few seconds, she spoke, "Transfer them the points. They earned it, so it's only right we fulfill our side of the deal." A smile appeared on Bane, Aiden, Devon, and Camille's faces. Their cheeks were raised, and they eagerly waited for the points to be transferred to them. As the man in the black suit heard the woman, he moved closer to her and whispered into her eyes. It wasn't even up to 5 seconds after and the woman yelled, "What the hell?" Raphael's eyebrows furrowed. "Is there any problem?" The woman gulped and then shook her head. "There isn't. You will get your 600 million points," she said, and moving her gaze toward Camille, her voice rang out again. "You will also get your 300 million points, and..." She paused, staring at Bane, Aiden, and Devon. She wanted to speak, but the words were more harder than she realized. "We will transfer the 3 billion points to you." This time around, it was Raphael who was the most shocked. He stared at Bane, Aiden, and Devon, who had a huge smile on his face, and his mouth opened slightly right after. As a snort came from Gus, Raphael's lips curved inwardly. "Shut the hell up, Gus, why didn't you also bet that high?" Gus was about to respond to Raphael's words when multiple voices rang out in the domain. It then became very loud, but if there was one thing Raphael and the others got to know, then it was that someone else had passed the 12th level. A few hours passed, and as the tower session was over, it was time to move on to the final round of the tournament. Among the 7 divisions, the most delighted was the elite division, as not only did Raphael ascend onto the 12th level of the tower, but Alia was also able to achieve the feat. "Ha ha ha, what can I say? We are called elite for a reason." Whether it was the student or the instructor from the elite division, they were all excited as it felt good rubbing their achievement in the face of the others. 2 students with the potential to become an SS rank, or even go beyond that. "I must say, a bright future is ahead of the elite division," Grayson blurted, and unlike his words that seemed to be full praise, the expression on his face was grim. The murderer division was also able to produce 2 students at the 11th level, so your future in the academy and the world isn't so bad after all. And rather than focusing on who was the bright future, you should hold on to your students, or else someone else would do the jobs for you, Kai said. A deep frown appeared on Grayson's face as Kai spoke. "Vermont, if the assassin division ever wants to make a move against the elite division, then you can count on my division helping to obliterate them," Grayson said. Vermont sneered. "Even if we want help from a division to take care of them, which we don't, it still wouldn't be the murderer division. You should be more concerned about protecting yourself, Grayson," Vermont said. "Ha ha 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 ha." Grayson burst into laughter a second after, and a brief moment later the others joined in as well. Eem. Suddenly, the students who were behind the director let out a light cough. He stared at the directors, and as they moved their gaze to him, he spoke. Among the students who entered the tower, 40 went beyond the 6th step, while the others couldn't. Those who attain the 10th, 11th and 12th step are usually given automatic qualification, which only 14 students got up there. "Should we put those 26 through another test, or should we begin the final tournament as usual?" he asked. The directors glanced at one another after the male student spoke. "We can't simply put those who got to the 6th level and those who attained the 10th, 11th, or 12th together. Where is the fairness?" Grayson blurted. They have to be something that makes them worthy even for a little bit to allow them to stand with the others. Or what do you think? Grayson said, staring at the other directors. As a nod came from the other directors, Nicholas spoke. What about a loyalty test? Not only do we need exceptionally talented meta-human, but we also need those who will be very loyal to the Academy, Nicholas said. It wouldn't do much good if we pay extra attention to the very talented ones and then ignore those who are loyal to us. Nicholas paused. Let's give this even more consideration. Nothing is more noble, venerable, or even powerful than loyalty. Even though the students had been told that those who got to the 6th level were qualified for the 3rd round, it wasn't so. Instead, it was those who got to the 10th, 11th, or 12th level that were given the qualification to participate in the 3rd round. We would be changing the rules here, Nicholas. It's well known that only the gold students participate in the 3rd round, Layla blurted, and after she spoke, Nicholas nodded his head. Yes, we will be changing the rules, and I think that's what we should do, he said. I'm not asking for all the silver students to be in the 3rd round, only a few of them, but let's give all the core student a chance. For a change, let's put loyalty at the same value as talent. In the academy, there were 4 types of students: the nominal students, the silver students, the core students, and lastly the gold students. The students who attained the 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th level were referred to as the core students in the academy, and those who didn't get to the 6th were addressed as silver students, while those who went beyond the 9th step were deemed as gold students. So, what do you think? Nicholas inquired. The director wasn't overly convinced by Nicholas's suggestion, as regardless of how neutral they had tried to act in the academy, the truth was they had always favored the talented students over the mediocre ones. And the grand prize in the final round was only won by the gold students only. However, after a few rounds of discussion, they agreed. All right then, let's give this a shot. As the director began to consent to his suggestion, Nicholas's lips curved into a smile. I'm sure none of you would regret this, Nicholas said. He then continued, one of the mistakes we made in the past was giving those with enormous potential the platform to perform, and then ignoring the loyal ones. As the expression on the directors changed, Nicholas's voice rang out. I'm not saying it's bad, but we created monsters, students who were very talented and way too smart, that at the end of it, they came hunting us back. There were no lies in the words that Nicholas said, and the directors knew he was saying the truth. So, what do you suggest we do now? How do we know who is loyal to us or who can be completely loyal to us? It's not so difficult. In fact, I have been preparing for this for a very long time, Nicholas retorted. He then whistled. The directors were wondering what was going to happen. However, they didn't have to wait too long, as a few seconds after the whistle, 5 huge cages materialized in the sky. They were all coming down the stage, and as they saw the pompous look that was on Nicholas's face, they instantly knew this had a thing to do with him. Inside the cages were the legendary Meta Beasts, and as they arrived at the stage, everyone got to see them. Raphael, Devon, Aiden, and Bane had just returned back to their seats after the payment from the Bet faction when they saw the cages in midair. Meta Beasts, Aiden stated. There had been claims that after the acid rainfall that changed the dynamics of the world, it wasn't only the humans who were affected by it, but also the beasts. Their genes were altered by mutagenic compounds that mutated down to their DNA, and they soon transformed into the term meta-beast, beasts with powers. Though humans were aware of the meta-beast, not many of them had gotten to see the beast, as they were treated as a priority to take care of by the government. Unlike meta-human who had to start from scratch to the top, meta-beasts didn't have to. They were extremely powerful right from the moment they were born. The weakest of all meta-beasts was of S rank, and that was a pup. Raphael knitted his brows as he stared at the 5 beasts in front of him. He was no stranger to meta-beasts, as he, in fact, lived with one. However, he kept a straight face, accessing the 5 beasts in front. Inside the cage was a huge 2-headed serpent, an eagle with 3 eyes, a frog that had blue lightning roaming around its body, a beast that looked like a horse, and at the same time a dog. And lastly, an enormous grey wolf. The wolf had a colossal figure that it made any grown adult standing close to it more akin to a baby. Its claws were around the length of an arm, and they emanated a ghastly and cold glow. A few seconds after the 5 beasts appeared on the stage, Nicholas stood from his seat. "I congratulate you all for your performance in the tower. It is of delight to see the young ones with this much potential, and I must say, the journey doesn't end here. There's always room for improvement." Nicholas spoke in a loud and clear voice. There was a bit of smile on the faces of the students, and a moment later, Nicholas's voice rang out. "I know it was said that those who attain the 6th level are eligible to enter the final round, but it isn't so. The truth is, only students who attain the 10th and above are qualified for the round, the gold students, to be specific." It was even up to a second after Nicholas spoke, and one of the students' voices rang out. "What the hell do you mean?" It was a student from the bandit division that spoke, and as Bane saw the muscular youth on his feet, he clenched his hand into a fist. "Shit, he beat me to it," Bane mumbled. Nicholas flashed a rough smile. "The final round is only for those who went past the 9th level. They are called the gold students. Those of you who from 6th to the 9th level are considered core students, and anything below the 6th level is the silver students." After Nicholas spoke, the student from the bandits division wanted to retort to Nicholas's statement, when he received a deathly glare from Nicholas. "But we have decided to operate differently this time around. We will put you through another quick and short test, so..." Before Nicholas could finish his words, a light cough came from Layla, who was beside him. He glared at her and said, "What is it?" "It's nothing," Layla replied. As her response wasn't confusing, Layla continued, "It's just when you said quick and simple, it reminded me of you," she said. Thankfully, Layla had spoken in a soft voice, or else it would have been a disaster for Nicholas. But even as it was only the directors who heard her voice, they still made fun of Nicholas. It was first a chuckle, and a second after, it was a burst of laughter from Grayson. Meanwhile, Nicholas sneered. He turned towards the students, and spoke, "Ignore my colleague with a borehole underneath her. Those who attain the 6th, 7th, 8th, or 9th level should kindly ascend to the stage." Layla's eyes twitched. She wanted to respond to Nicholas, but no words came to her. She opened her mouth, but it was still nothing. As for the students, they wasted no time and hurried to the stage. While the beasts were on the stages, they all maintained a considerable distance from the beast, and even then, they were on alert for any sort of incidents that might occur. Nicholas waited for a few seconds before he then said, "Are you ready?" As a nod came from the student, Nicholas also nodded his head. "Open the cages." "What?" Clearly, the students hadn't been expecting those words from Nicholas, even though the cages were in front of them. Thinking Nicholas would ask them to fight against the beast was simply insane. However, as the cages of the beast were open, the students realized that this was no dream. They were really up against meta beasts. "Oh my god, you have got to be kidding me. If you want to kill us, why don't you just say so, instead of having us facing beasts who are of S rank?" One of the students yelled. The other student, including Bane, Aiden, and Camille, agreed. As the director were cruel to make up a test like this. This was no test. Instead, it was a suicide road. "Ha ha ha, I wish you good luck." Regardless of the looks and concerns that the students were raising out, Nicholas received a glass of wine and lifted it up to them. Meanwhile, once the cage was opened, the 5 beasts stepped out of it slowly, and as they stared at the students in front of them, there were excitement on their faces. Why? Whether it was Bane, Aiden, Camille, or even the rest of the students, fear swept through their bodies as the directors were simply insane, no matter how they looked at it. The students were still in shock at having to go against an S-rank beast when Nicholas's voice rang out. "I should also warn you, the only way to pass the test is if you attack them, and it's also not compulsory you face them. You can leave now, there's no punishment. You would just miss out on participating in the final round, that's all." As none of the students moved, Nicholas continued, "But if you go to the final round, and you continue to stand still, you would be dead before you realize. So, get into work, if you wish to be on the ground floor." While Nicholas appeared to be advising the students on what to do, his words were more akin to telling them to go harm themselves. Roar. A loud and powerful roar that caused the students to move several steps backward emerged the enormous wolf. Bane staggered several steps backward, and after regaining his composure, he heaved a deep breath. "It will be an honor for me, Bane Senville, to go up against a meta-beast," Bane said. "Prepare to experience a cruel demise, fellows." Bane gave a slight bow to the 5 beasts and then assumed a battle stance. He gathered thousands of insects around his body, and as he was about to dash to the beasts, staring at him with mockery evident in their eyes, Aiden held him. "Let's do this together," Aiden said. A nod came from Bane, and as Aiden came to the front, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. She took a step forward and stomped her staff on the ground heavily. Bang! Instantly, over 100 of undead appeared behind her. They were all holding a bone-made swords in their head, and their body exuded worldly intent. "Count me in," Camille said. Meanwhile, the 5 beasts didn't move from where they were, but an expression of mockery was well written all over their faces. "Who else wants to join us here? You wouldn't want to miss out on the fun we are about to have," Bane blurted. There was however a disdainful look on the faces of the other students after Bane. They stared at Bane wondering if he was hit in the head, but as they remembered the person in front of them was one of the craziest people in the academy, they understood instantly. "Ugh, they are coming," one of the students yelled as the 5 beasts moved toward them slowly, and very quickly. He turned towards the director. "This is optional, isn't it?" It wasn't even up to a second after the directors replied with a nod that multiple voices sounded. "I quit. There's no way I'm facing S-rank beasts when I'm a B-rank meta. This is simply crazy. Yes, it's insane. I also quit. How do you expect a C-rank meta to fight against these ferocious creatures? There can only be one explanation, and that is they want to kill us. This is no test to enter the final round, it is a test leading to hell." One after the other, the student began to back out of the test. They left the stage and headed back to their sections. And within a few seconds, the previous 40 who walked to the stage were the remaining 12. The beasts were only a few meters away and the look on their faces demonstrated that a clash was about to occur. "Are you ready?" Bane yelled. Thousands of insects formed a full body armor around Bane's body, and at his back was a huge black wing that was also made of insects. "Let's go." With that said, and Bane, as well as the others, rushed toward the beasts. However, the 12 of them had only moved a few steps when a burst of laughter escaped one of the beasts' mouths. It was the huge wolf that laughed. The wolf stared at the 12, who was in shock from what had just transpired, and after a few seconds, it turned towards the directors. "I believe they have passed the test," the wolf said in a cold voice. "They also have our blessing to go into the next round." After speaking, the wolf swiftly turned around, and with a single step, it appeared in the cage. The others also moved as well. However, among the 5 beasts, the 2-headed serpents didn't head to the cage. It stood, staring at the students in the surrounding, and after a brief movement, its eyes moved to the 38 students who backed out. Nicholas already saw the dreadful look that was on the serpent, and immediately he spoke. "Medusa, don't." Before Nicholas could complete his words, the serpent moved quickly. It was so fast that within 5 seconds, the 38 students that it targeted were all on the ground, lifeless. Heaving a deep breath, Nicholas watched as the beasts vanished from the domain. "That will be all for the second round. I wish you all the best for the final round." "Good day," Nicholas blurted. After a week, it was finally time for the final round of the tournament. The domain was very crowded as other students in the academy came to watch. Whether it was the second, third, or even fourth, they were all hanging around in one corner of the domain. As the competitors arrived and the directors were also in their seats, the third round started very quickly. The previous round had been conducted by one referee, but for the final, 7 referees were on the stage. They were all standing in front of the selection boxes and after a few seconds one of them spoke. The selection for the final round will be called out shortly, kindly get ready." With that said, and one of the referees took out 2 papers from the selection boxes. He opened the paper, Aiden from the Elite Division versus Roy from the Tech Division. A second after the referee spoke, the other referee beside him took out a paper from the selection boxes. Jeremy from the Murderer Division versus Alfonso from the Bandits Division. Levi from the Elite Division versus Teresa from the Murderer Division. Nova from the Norms Division versus Orson from the Research and Support Division. Aurora from the Tech Division versus Azarov from the Bandits Division. Eliza from the Elite Division versus Victor from the Bandit Division. Dwayne from the Elite Division versus Talia from the Norms Division. Hilario from the Bandit Division versus Spain from the Elite Division. Raphael Queen from the Elite Division versus Camille from the Division. As the names of the competitors for the final round were called out one after the other, everyone in the surrounding listened attentively. Bane was in shock from the person he was going up against, and so was Aiden. Hilario was a monster, and even in the Bandit Division, she was rated very highly. And as for Aiden's opponent, Roy, if Aurora was the number 1 student in the Tech Division, then Roy was the number 2. He was blessed abundantly and treated with high regard by the Academy. And Raphael is up against Camille, Bane muttered as he stared at Raphael and Camille behind him. This is going to be... Before Aiden could finish his words, Bane's voice rang out, "Freaking awesome." Once the names of the contestants were called out, the referees waited for a few minutes before saying, "Nev and Orson, please step forward." Without delay, Nev and Orson marched forward. Both of them had very grim looks on their faces, as they stared at one another. "Fighters ready? Start!" In less than a second after the referee's voice rang out, Neve sent multiple microscopic rods at Orson, and even though Orson was unable to see the rods that were thrown at him, he had heard as well as seen Neve in combat before. Orson quickly generated concentrated amount of heat from his eyes and spread the beam of heat around him. Against the microscopic rods, Orson just kept using the beam of heat. He had no idea where they were coming from exactly, so he just shot beams of light over the place. A few seconds passed and as there was no hit, Orson smirked. He withdrew the beams of heat coming out of his eyes and then turned towards Neve. "Bitch," he blurted, "now, die." A more powerful and concentrated beam emerged from Orson's eyes, but, this time around, it wasn't used to block the rods. Instead it was targeted at the woman in front. In response to the beam of heat, Neve didn't move from where she was. However, just as the beam of heat was to make contact with her, she flicked her finger, PFFFFFTTT. As Neve flicked her finger, 5 huge rods expanded from Orson's body. They penetrated deep into their body, appearing on the other side of his body, and as the rods dug a huge hole in Orson's body, he vomited a mouthful amount of blood. Orson was unable to keep the heat going, and as the rays of heat vanished, he seized his body from head to toe, staggering several steps backward with fear evident in his eyes. Orson's mouth opened slightly. "Thrash." Neve had only just spoken and Orson was about to raise his head when he was greeted by a full-force hit from the rod that was on Neve's hand. He flew meters away with blood moving out of his mouth in an arc manner. Thud. Orson landed on the floor with his body battered severely. Killing intent soon flashed within Neve's eyes, and she was about to go to finish the job when the referee's voice rang out. "The winner is Neve from the Norms Division." Neve and a couple of other students were dissatisfied with the referee interference and lack of bloodshed in the battle. However, they soon moved past it. After all, there were going to many more chances to witness a bloodbath. Dwayne from the Elite Division versus Talia from the Norms Division. From the moment the selection was made, Talia had a grim look on her face, as being paired with one of the top students in the first year wasn't what she expected, at least not at the beginning of the tournament. "Fighters ready? Start." Talia possessed the power to emit highly enhanced screams of high amplitude, and the moment she heard the referee, she opened her mouth and let out a scream. Ugh! However, a second after she opened her mouth, an arrow was shot into her mouth. Kug. The words which were coming from Talia were gibberish, but while she was unable to speak actual words, she kept shaking her head. Meanwhile, a neutral look was on Dwayne's face. He lowered his bow and arrow, and said, "Sayonara." Dahlia's eyes twitched. She had just grabbed the arrow and was about to pull it out when she felt something swelling within her body. Boom! And in the eyes of everyone, Talia exploded into different pieces. Her head was flung to the front of the director, while her remaining body part was scattered all around the stage. The winner is Dwayne from the Elite Division. There was rage on the faces of the students of the Norms Division, the instructors, as well as their directors. Those who could get into the third round were viewed highly in the academy, and the Norms Division was delighted about the potential that Talia's potential. The goal was to educate her privately and make her one of the powerhouses in the division. However, none of their plans were going to happen, as Talia was dead. Fighters ready? Start! Once Talia's body was cleared, the next competitors moved onto the stage. And I hope you don't feel like these are just fillers or something, because it isn't. The characters I'm mentioning in the tournament will play a big role in the future, which is why I'm choosing to demonstrate what they are capable of. The battle that took place following Dwayne and Talia was Alia against Anna. "I quit," Anna blurted right after her name was called, though. The ability to project needles from any part of her body was astounding. Anna believed that the only reason that would make her go up against someone who could enslave her with just a touch was if she were crazy. The people in the surroundings weren't entirely surprised by Anna giving up, as all the people who were grouped to face Alia all gave up. She was a monster. As Alia left the stage, Levi and Teresa ascended on the stage immediately. On one hand was Levi with the ability to kill upon touch, and on the other side was Teresa who could cause a body or substance to explode when touched. The crowds couldn't help but feel as though the match was made purposely, or else, what were the odds of something like this happening? Fighters ready? Start! As the referee's voice rang out, Levi didn't move from where he was. He stared at Teresa with a sadistic smile on his face. "Give it your best shot," Levi exclaimed. Those who had fought with Levi in the first tournament had also received these words in particular from Levi, and while he expressed a proud demeanor towards them, they didn't dare to act trashly because of the power he possessed. He. A sneer appeared on Teresa's face as Levi let out a chuckle. Both of their eyes were glued together, and if there was one other thing that pissed Teresa apart from his face, then it was the look on his face. "All right then, I will give it my best shot," Teresa responded. The expression on Levi's changed when he heard Teresa. Suddenly, Teresa took a step forward and directly appeared in front of Levi. She sneered, "You're a clown if you believe I haven't made my research on you." She then chuckled, "That wouldn't be befitting of my name as one of someone on the most valuable students list," Teresa said and brought a ring out. Levi raised an eyebrow. "Could it be that she has?" Levi shook his head at the thought of a tool being created to block out his powers. Though the world had advanced beyond boundaries and the tech world was capable of so many extraordinary feats, Levi refused to believe that they could have come up with a tool that could be used against him. If so, what else weren't these people capable of bringing forth, and wouldn't this make them the strongest division in the academy? He was in deep thought when he felt Teresa's hand touching his arm directly. What? There. Levi was wearing a white singlet and shorts, and as he saw Teresa touching his hand, without facing any consequence such as collapsing on the ground, his eyes twitched. It wasn't just Levi who was in shock, but the other students as well. Those who had gone up against Levi in the first round all stuck to long-range attacks, and when that didn't seem to work, they all gave up before he would move towards them. A smile was however on the face of the Tech Division students. "I must say, the Tech Division is really full of wonders," Grayson said. "What other gadget do you possess that we aren't aware of?" The 5 other directors turned towards Iris after Grayson spoke. "No gadget at all," Layla replied, but the smile that was on her face gave the impression that there was something she was hiding. Meanwhile, Levi was forced to move several steps backward. "Why?" he stuttered, finding it very difficult to speak. There was then a disgusted look on Teresa's face as she stared at Levi. She brought a stone out and said, "I loathe people like you this most." Teresa paused, You consider your superpower to be everything, and once that power is useless, you tend to lose confidence. People of your kind don't deserve to live. Now die." With that said, and Teresa threw the stone in her hand at Levi. Levi didn't think twice and ran. He already knew what would come of the stone once it came close to him, and before any unusual incident would happen, he ran. He ran like as if his life depended on it. As Levi wanted to utter those four-letter words, the stone landed on his arm, and a second later, his arm exploded. Thud. Levi stumbled to the ground. His body rolled for a few seconds before it then settled. "Why you?" Levi didn't hesitate, and the instant he saw Teresa in his front, he spoke out loud. "I quit." "Ha ha ha." Teresa burst into laughter when she heard Levi. "I won't kill you now, but very soon. Your life is mine to take. Keep that in mind." Those words were said in a decisive tone, and none of the people in the surroundings doubted what Teresa had just said. Not even Levi doubted Teresa. He mustered all the strength in his body, and as Teresa walked away from him, he stood from the ground, with his head then lowered. Levi stepped out off the stage. The stage was clean, and as the referee called out the next competitors, Elisa and Victor appeared on the stage. "This will be fun, don't you think?" Victor said. Victor had been hoping for a response from Elisa, and when no reply came from her, he spoke. "I mean, there won't be any point in using your powers on yours truly. I'm terrific with or without my powers, and can also assure you that, within 5 gunshots, you will be down." Victor aimed the golden pistol in his hand at Elisa. He seemed to want to pull the trigger only for him to stop and say, "You know what, why don't you just quit? I don't want to harm you based on the fact that you will become my woman one day." Victor nodded his head. "So, what are you still waiting for? I see, you must want me to prove that I'm worthy of you by defeating you. Don't worry, that I will do." Elisa was in shock at how Victor was able to come up with a theory like that within seconds. However, as he pointed the pistol back at her, she didn't hesitate and made a move. Bang! Victor pulled the trigger of the 2 guns that were in his hands and then heaved a deep breath. He glared at Elisa, who had easily dodged the 2 gunshots that came at her, and his lips curved inwardly. "What happened? I thought you don't miss a target," Elisa said in a mocking tone. The number of times Victor had to pull the trigger was uncountable. As Elisa was able to elude from every single one of them, she made a mockery of him the whole time. "Why you?" Victor stuttered. "You what?" Elisa sneered. "That's because you took away my power. If not, I would have ended you by now," Victor said in an enraged tone. Meanwhile, Elisa shook her head. "And don't you come to act like some pro. Just as I'm unable to do anything to you, you also can't lay a finger on me," Victor blurted, and there was indeed no light to the words he had just said. Elisa was unable to move close to him, because of the gunshots she had to deal with. "We will see about that," Elisa said. Victor sneered, and waving his hand, 2 rifles replaced the pistol he was holding onto. He wasted no time, and once he had his finger around the triggers he pulled it consecutively. Ka, 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 ka. It was almost as if the guns in his hand possessed unlimited ammo, as there was no stopping. Victor didn't pull to reload the bullets, he just pressed the trigger of both guns, and while his powers had been nullified, Victor's aim was still top-notch. He didn't shoot randomly, his shots were fired at the places Elisa was moving to or would move to. Elisa was able to dodge the bullets, but as the shots kept coming without pause, it began to become difficult for her. She tightened her grip on the dagger in her hands, and as she saw that smile as well as the confidence that was on Victor, she knitted her brows. Ka, 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 ka. There was no stopping for the bullet spray, but after Elisa covered some distance, and found the right angle, she threw the dagger at full force. With a precision that defied common sense, the dagger moved at a frightening pace, and within seconds it appeared before Victor. Victor's eyes twitched as he saw the dagger ahead. He wanted to move, but before he could do so, the dagger penetrated deep into his eye. "Ahilda!" Victor let out a pure scream of agony as the dagger pierced through his eyeball. Blood was oozing out of his body, and as Victor was still dealing with the pain of the dagger, he received a high kick from Elisa. Bang! Victor's face was slammed heavily on the ground. His front teeth broke from the hit and were on the ground as well, while the back of his head was covered in blood. Eliza had a disdainful look on her face. She turned towards the referee, and as the referees saw the look on her face, one of them stepped out quickly. "The winner is Eliza," he announced. A light smile appeared on Eliza's face. She readjusted her clothes and walked back to the Elite Division area. Victor was soon taken away from the stage, and after a few minutes, the next competitors were called forward. The battle was between Aurora from the Tech Division and Azarov from the Bandit Division. "Fighters ready? Start!" Aurora was no easy opponent, and as the referee spoke, Azarov assumed a battle stance, something he hadn't done in his previous fight. He tightened his grip on his sword and stared at Aurora. Suddenly, Azarov approached Aurora. Aurora didn't wait around, and as Azarov took the first step, she launched herself at him. She moved in a zigzag manner, with several beads on her hands. Ksu! Azarov was the first to attack. He swung his sword as he was a few meters away from Aurora, and if there was one thing Aurora was more conscious of was to prevent the sword from causing her to bleed. She moved away very quickly, while none of the students that Azarov encountered forced him to go all out. The Academy was very familiar with what exactly he was capable of. His power was his sword. It allowed him to paralyze and immobilize his opponent by either ingesting a sample of their blood, or his sword coming in contact with the opponent's blood. "Go!" Aurora muttered a second after she eluded the sword strike, as her soft voice rang out. The beads that were in her hand flew and dashed toward Azarov. Azarov knew better than to underestimate Aurora. He held his sword and struck the beads that were attacking him. Clang! The beads were metallic, and as they came in contact with Azarov's sword, a sound rang out. Azarov was then forced to retreat several steps backward from the continuous attack of the bead. He had to move as well as swing his sword in different directions as the beads were ruthless. They attacked in different fashions, and they seemed to possess unfathomable power. "Why you?" Azarov stuttered. He was dealing with the beads that he almost forget that Aurora was standing in front of him, and as he managed to move his gaze to her, his eyes twitched. There was then an expression full of fear on Azarov's face, as he saw what Aurora was up to. A few meters away from Azarov were 20 anti-tank rocket launchers, all pointing toward him. Behind the rocket launcher was Aurora, and as she saw him, she waved her hand at him, before then pressed the red button tool that was on her hand. Oh, Azarov mumbled. There was no need to worry about the people in the surroundings, as the Academy had already taken measures to ensure such a scenario doesn't occur. And as the red button was pressed, the propelled grenade was sent forward. Boom, 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 boom. The mighty sound of an explosion echoed through the surrounding. After the explosion, whether it was Azarov or the beads he had been fighting it, none of them could be seen. The rocket launcher had left his area in a distorted state. It was so horrible to the extent that no one in the surrounding believed that Azarov was capable of surviving it. There was complete silence in the domain, and as the referees were beginning to wonder whether or not they should declare Aurora the winner, there was suddenly a sound of footsteps. The steps were taken slowly, and trails of blood were left behind. As the dust cleared and the region cleared, Azarov appeared in front of everyone. I can't believe he survived that." "Yes, but at what cost?" Azarov was covered in blood from head to toe. His clothes were dyed in blood, and blood dripped from different parts of him. Despite being in such a horrible state, he stared at Aurora with a light smile on his face. "Impressive," he blurted and spat blood out of his mouth. "I will have your head in between my sword before I leave this stage," Azarov stated. A sneer, however, appeared on Aurora's face. She wasn't panicked by the words said by Aurora nor the brutal, murderous intent that was coming out of his body. "It is as if you read my mind about what I intend to do to you. This fight will only end until I have your head in my hand," Aurora exclaimed. A second after she spoke, she raised her hand, and after giving a series of commands to her wristwatch, she lowered her hand. It was barely up to 2 seconds after, and a black suit made of gold titanium alloy suddenly appeared on Aurora. There was a circular arc reactor in the middle of the suit, a thruster behind her back, and a rechargeable laser capable of decimating any substance. She was also wearing an electronic helmet. "This won't save you from me," Azarov blurted. "We will see about that," Aurora replied. She stretched both her hands forward. "Goodbye." With that said, and flames burst out of Aurora's left hand. As the flames came from their left hand, spikes made of ice emerged from her right hand. There was no time to be dazed by Aurora's stunt, and as she sent both flames and ice coming toward Azarov, he moved quickly. This time around, he didn't wander aimlessly, and instead, he dashed towards Aurora while eluding the ice and flames. "Ha ha ha, is this all you're capable of?" Azarov exclaimed as dodging the ice spikes and flames was easier than he thought it would be. "Who said that all?" Aurora stomped her feet heavily after she spoke. Azarov was only a few meters away from her when he felt a change in the environment. He paused, and as he decided to take a step forward, he found himself floating upward. The sword he was holding on to soon broke free from his grasp. Shock was written all over his face, as every movement caused him to float upward again. "What did you do?" Azarov yelled. Raphael, who was seating a few meters away, opened his mouth and said, "Gravity manipulation, the power to manipulate gravity." It was no secret that the Academy was capable of so many feats, one of which made the impossible somewhat possible. However, the Tech Division only revealed a tip of what they were truly capable of. It was said that only the Dean knew how capable the Tech Division was. Azarov was still in midair, trying as much as to get away from this predicament he was in, but, regardless of his effort, or how he moved, he was unable to regain his stance. As he raised his head, staring at Aurora, his mouth couldn't help but open slightly. "Oh, oh," those words escaped Azarov's mouth, and a second after he spoke, he was bombarded with ice spikes. The spikes penetrated deep into his body, and as if that weren't already enough, he was enveloped by flames soon after. Argtilde. Azarov had sworn not to be terrified of death, as death was nothing but an ally to him. He had gone through hell and concluded that only the weak felt pain. However, as the ice spikes rooted deep into his body, and flames covered him from head to toe, he realized that there was a more horrifying place than hell itself. The flames were a degree fiercer than anything he had experienced. They didn't only affect the exterior part of his body, but they also dealt with the inside of his body, his core region. Azarov was about to scream, but the vocal cord to do so was soon destroyed. He had become completely bald, and his body skin was peeled off. Despite being in this severe state already, Aurora didn't stop sending the flames and ice spikes at him. The goal was to leave only his ashes behind, as that was what could satisfy her hunger after all the Bandit Division had done to students of her division. As Azarov was unable to utter those words out, the battle went on, and it was only after what was remaining of him was his ashes that Aurora withdrew both the gravity manipulation and the ice spikes. She kept the flames going, and it was only after a few seconds that she pulled her hand back. There was complete silence in the surrounding, as everyone had watched how a human was burnt until only his ashes were gone. "The winner is Aurora," the referee announced. The truth was, what sort of death had this person not seen? Some had witnessed a human being crushed and eaten alive by beasts. As Aurora walked out off the stage, she received a round of applause from the students in the Tech Division. Aurora had acted that way to prove a point that was now understood by the students from the Bandit Division and the other divisions as well. The referee wasted no time, and once Azarov's ashes were cleared, he called on the next competitors, Raphael from the Elite Division versus Camille from the Elite Division. "The both of you should kindly step forward." When Raphael heard his name, he stood from his seat with a neutral girl expression, while Camille had a stern look on her face. She tightened her grip on the staff in her hand and walked to the stage. The both of them peered into one another's eyes deeply, with their thoughts unknown. However, just as the referee's voice rang out, Camille attacked. Camille along with 5 undead slashed their weapons at Raphael. The strike came at full force as Camille knew that if she wanted to win this fight, She had to give it everything she had. Ting! A sound rang out, as the 5 of the staff were obstructed by the force. The force didn't only prevent their attack from touching Raphael, it also made them move a few steps backward. Camille knitted her brows, and knowing full well what she had just come across, she gathered more undead beside her. Meanwhile, Camille didn't realize it, but when her staff came in contact with the force field, the expression on Raphael's face changed slightly. The look only lasted for a brief moment, before it returned to his usual expression. "Let's go," Camille said. She and the 30 undead moved towards Raphael, wanting to hit their staffs against the force field when he suddenly moved. Camille was quick to read the situation. She sent the undead forward while she remained still, preparing and waiting for the right moment, in which she was going to attack. Bang! The power Raphael drove with was simply insane to the extent that merely standing in close distance with the undead, he had them collapsing on the ground. Shit, can he use his power without touching them? I think so. Several theories were brought up by the people in the surroundings as they watched the undead collapse one after the other, but the one which seemed to be the most likely was that Raphael was capable of using his powers without laying hands on his target. Even though Camille was extremely terrified of how the situation transpired, she took a deep breath. "Dalek," Camille muttered, and a second after she spoke, an undead appeared behind her, a muscular man with arctic skin and a face that it was full of scars. His status as an undead was too already to be terrified of, then the killing intent of which his body was excluded out of his body was intense. Raphael raised an eyebrow when the man appeared beside Camille. He, however, kept moving forward, leaving bodies on the ground as he advanced toward Camille, a few meters away from Raphael to come in contact with Camille. Dalek, who was behind her, suddenly moved. Raphael's hand was already balled into a fist, and as he appeared in front of Dalek, he struck out a full-force punch. Bang! Raphael and Dalek staggered a few steps backward. It wasn't even up to a second after they were pushed back by the collision and Raphael launched at Dalek. Raphael went in for a kick as soon as he got to Dalek. The force and pace of the kick were something that Dalek didn't see coming. He was, however, quick to raise both of his hands in an attempt to avert the kick, but his effort wasn't able to block the kick, and as the kick came in contact with his hand which was crossed together, Dalek was sent flying away. Ugh! A loud and powerful roar came from Camille as she rushed towards Raphael. She raised the staff and was about to attack Raphael when he suddenly appeared in front of her, with a sadistic smile on his face. Raphael grabbed Camille by the face and slammed her onto the ground. Bang! The impact of the slam had blood spilling out of Camille's mouth. She had yet to recover from the hit when Raphael tightened his grip on her face. He dragged her body to the floor by the face and after a few seconds, he pulled her up. Everyone in the domain had their eyes fixed on Camille as her body was raised. "What is he doing?" Aiden muttered as he stared at the duo a few meters always from him. Even Bane was just as startled as Aiden. They had expected the battle between Camille to be intense, but they didn't expect it to be brutal. From their view, Raphael could have easily ended the battle, but instead, he didn't. He seemed to want to show Camille that she was not a match for him. Not even in the slightest. Meanwhile, as Camille was in midair, Raphael balled his hand into a tight fist and struck out a full-force punch at her abdomen. Pfffftttttt. This time around, it wasn't just blood that left Camille's mouth, but the first row of her teeth. The punch hit Camille's body, bent in an arc form, and second after teeth touched the ground, Raphael gently bent, placing his hand on the ground, and he kicked her jaw. Every blow he struck at Camille was at full force. Raphael didn't hold anything back, and as blood came out of her mouth, from the jaw strike, the teeth remaining were also out. Thud! Camille's body hit the ground. A snort soon left Gus's mouth a second after. Its eyes were on Camille, who lay still on the ground. It was only after a brief moment that it turned towards Raphael. Only this way would they know how much the disparity in strength truly is. Raphael mumbled, while the people in the surrounding didn't hear Raphael's response to Gus. Camille, who was in front of him, heard him clearly. She raised an eye, and even though she desperately wanted to speak, she simply didn't have the strength to do so. The referee waited for a few seconds, and as there were no movement from Camille, his voice rang out, "The winner is Raphael Queen." Bane heaved a deep breath. At least he didn't kill her. Jeremy from the Murderer Division versus Alfonso from the Bandit Division. "The both of you should kindly step out," the referee said. A smile hung on Jeremy's face when he heard his name. He stood abruptly from his seat and jumped onto the stage. Finally, he blurted, "As for Alfonso," he had a stern expression on his face as he walked casually to the stage. A glow appeared on the faces of the people in the surrounding. This battle was surely going to entertaining, as it was between students who were on the most valuable list. "Fighters ready? Start!" As Alfonso heard the referee, he moved a few steps backward, and as he moved, his body broke them slowly till all that was remaining was a grain of sand. Everyone, including Jeremy, had their eyes fixed on the sand that just emerged on the stage, and while there was a smile on some of their faces, a mocking expression was evident on Jeremy's face. No one in the area found Jeremy's action surprising, as he was always like this. Suddenly, a change occurred in the sand that was on the stage. The change took form gradually, allowing the people in the domain to watch as the former grain of sand suddenly turned into a 12 feet tall monster. Its entire body was made of sand, and as the figure surfaced before everyone, one of the students in the surrounding opened his mouth and said, "Sandman." Followed by his words was the nod of acknowledgement coming from his colleagues and instructors. Meanwhile, before the 12 feet tall sand monster, there wasn't the slightest bit of worry nor concern on Jeremy's face. His face was still full of mockery, and he even appeared to be more confident than ever. Raphael smirked. "Dalek," he muttered with a smile on his face, and a second after he called out that name, a muscular man with Arctic skin, and a face full of scars. The man didn't have just a striking resemblance to the undead that Camille summoned earlier, he was also brimming with the same killing intent as the undead. "Attack," Jeremy stated, as though Dalek had been waiting to hear those words from Jeremy, and the moment he heard them, he rushed towards Alfonso immediately. Alphonse didn't wait around, and as he saw Dalek running towards him, he made his hand even bigger, and once the size intended was met, he struck a mighty blow out. Dalek, however, more quicker than Alfonso realized, and as he smoothly dodged the punch, by sliding over it, he then jumped, and with a black staff similar to the one that was used by Camille's hand a moment ago, he launched at Alfonso. However, as the staff was to come in contact with his target, Alfonso suddenly vanished. A light chuckle escaped Jeremy's mouth as he watched Dalek flee from that attack. Jeremy soon scanned through the surroundings, and after a brief moment, his lips curved into a demonic smile. The truth was, Alfonso didn't vanish from the surrounding. Instead, he transformed into a very small property, of course, still in his sand from. "Come back." As Jeremy spoke, Dark appeared behind him quickly. Jeremy gently bent down, with his eyes then shut closed. He placed his right hand on the ground. He kept his eyes closed, and it was only after 5 seconds that it sprang open. Absolute decay. If Jeremy using Camille's power didn't cause much shock, then when he used Raphael's power did. It caused a lot of reactions both from students and instructors. Both parties couldn't help but move their gaze to Raphael, wondering how he was going to react. Raphael, however, kept a straight face. He didn't seem to be displeased, and neither did he seem to be pleased about it. A hiss then came from Gus as it saw Jeremy using absolute decay on the stage. As there was no response from Raphael after Gus spoke, it let out a loud hiss. This time around, it caused Raphael to shake his head and then move his gaze to Bane. The power he is displaying can make him the most valuable student on the list, so why isn't he the one topping the list? Raphael asked. Bane nodded his head. Yes, that's true. Jeremy's ability to copy other powers and abilities, and even display them better than the original owner is terrific. It's normal to think he should be the first on the list, but that's only because you haven't met that person yet, Bane said. Raphael raised an eyebrow. You mean Vernon? He mumbled, and as a nod came from Bane, Raphael moved his gaze from Bane and turned towards the stage. The name A. Vernon was one that he heard of several times, and even though he hadn't seen the person yet, Raphael was really looking forward to meeting him, a student who didn't belong to any of the divisions in the academy, but was taught by the 7 of them. Suddenly, a burst of cry rang out from the stage. It didn't take long, and after the cry, Alfonso appeared on the stage. He wasn't in his sand from any longer and breathing heavily, almost as though he were experiencing an asthma attack. Alfonso glared at viciously, and the blood which was seeping out of his body made him more horrified. He, Jeremy chuckled, I find it humiliating that someone of your kind is on the most valuable list, because to me, you're simply average, Jeremy blurted. There was a frown on Alfonso's face as he heard Jeremy. He wasn't able to give a response, and when Jeremy saw the look that emerged on his face, his own lips curved inwardly. You know what, I will make this even more interesting, Jeremy said, stretching his hand forward. Jeremy's hand suddenly turned into sand. As the sand materialized from his body, it merged with him within seconds, and a huge hand made of sand was formed. It didn't come as much shock to Alfonso, seeing Jeremy creating a hand made of sand, but as Jeremy raced toward him, and became a 15 feet tall sand monster, he staggered backward. There was immediately fear on Alfonso's face, as he realized that Jeremy intended to use his own powers to defeat him. You never know your true potential until you have defeated yourself, Jeremy uttered and sent forth a powerful punch at Alfonso. Alfonso's body was already extremely battered from the decay abilities that he experienced earlier, and as the punch came forward, the least he could do was raise both of his hands. PFFFFTTTT. Before Jeremy's attack, Alfonso was like an ant to be squashed, and as the blow landed on his body he flew meters away with his body leaving trails of blood behind. It took only a step, and Jeremy appeared in front of Alfonso. He stared at Alfonso from above in his sand form. Pathetic, he spat and then turned it into his original form. Jeremy stomped his feet heavily on Alfonso's chest, and as he spat out blood, before then becoming unconscious, Directors, this is a little lame, don't you think? These students here are all below average. If we are being serious, they need to step up their games, or else what the heck is this? It's just a bunch of shitty individuals who are somehow lucky to be born with powers, Jeremy blurted. There was complete silence in the surroundings area. Jeremy spoke. Everyone, including the 7 directors and instructors, was staring at him, and after a few seconds, the silence broke by a powerful fire burst from one of the students. The students had leapt onto the stage, and with his mouth opened, he spat fire at Jeremy immediately. The fire was a few inches from touching Jeremy when they suddenly encountered an obstacle, and while the fire enveloped Jeremy, they weren't able to harm him, not even in the slightest. Fool, Jeremy blurted. As the fire vanished after a few seconds, he opened his mouth and sent out flames of his own. The fire outburst was 10 times bigger than the one sent by the student, and as he saw the flames fast approaching, he wasted no time and ran like his life depended on it. Someone, help, he screamed as he ran, and even though he had his division behind him, none of them were stupid enough to jump into purgatory all because they wanted to save him. It took only a few seconds and the fire caught up with him. Oh, the scream was one thing, but seeing how another being was set ablaze, a flicker of excitement appeared on the faces of a couple of the students. Ha ha ha, Jeremy burst into laughter a second after. Why don't you all come at once? Let's end this once and for all, Jeremy exclaimed. While most of the people in the domain wished to ascend onto the stage and beat the living shit out of Jeremy, they held the urge back in. Return to your seat, Jeremy, the student behind the director spoke, and before Jeremy could respond to him, he disappeared and appeared in his seat. The student paused for a few seconds before saying, "It pleases me to announce that we have the top 10 students for this year's tournament. Raphael, Aliur, Dwayne, Eliza, Teresa, Aurora, Jeremy, Clement, Novi, and Hilario." After the name of those who qualified were declared, the 10 of them were soon called onto the stage. Raphael and the others stood in front of the 7 directors with different expressions on their faces, while the thoughts of the 10 of them were unknown. A light smile hung on the faces of the directors, with the only exception being Kai and Vermont. "Congratulations," Kai suddenly spoke. He stood from his seat, with his hands then placed behind his back and a very serious look on his face. "The Academy won't be unfair to you, and whether or not you win this tournament, each one of you will be rewarded handsomely," Kai exclaimed. As the director of the number 1 division in the Academy, Kai's words were akin to gold before the students and instructors. None of the people doubted what he had just said, and those who knew Kai to an extent were eagerly waiting for the rewards that would be given to their students. We are already at the final phase of the tournament, and it here that a king or queen would be crowned. Unlike the previous assessments, there won't be a one-on-one combat here. Kai paused, and instead it would be a 3-on-1. Everyone wondered what Kai really meant by a 3-on-1. Would the students be teaming up to defeat an opponent, or how would it be? However, a few seconds after Kai spoke, the surrounding the ends began to change. It happened in the blink of an eye, and the previous gladiator stadium transformed. Both students and instructors found themselves in a huge hall. In front of them were the 7 directors and 3 huge projectors which were placed side by side. "What are they doing?" one of the students in the hall asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Among the students in the domain, the 10 students who qualified for the next phase of the tournament weren't in the hall. Instead, they seemed to be in another location but were being displayed on the projector. They were grouped into 3, and the last person, which was Alia, was nowhere to be found. Jeremy, Eliza, and Nova were in the middle of a garden. Raphael, Aurora, and Clement appeared to be in a desert, while Dwayne, Hilario, and Teresa were standing a few meters away from an ocean. The 9 of them were staring at the surrounding they were in, seemingly perplexed. However, after a few seconds, Kai's voice rang out. "Listen attentively." Kai's voice echoed through the domain in which the 9 of them were. Though it brought a bit of confusion to their faces, they listened attentively to the words that Kai was about to say. "The 9 of you are going to face a meta beast," Kai stated. "I know what you must be thinking at the moment, but we wouldn't have you face them if we didn't think you're capable of it," Kai said. "And besides, it's not like the goal is to have you defeat the beast. You simply need to get the key from them." Kai paused. "Whoever gets the key." Kai then gave the 9 of them a few seconds to assimilate what he had just said before he continued. "Lastly, the beasts are of A rank. Good luck," Kai exclaimed. It wasn't even up to a second after Kai spoke, and the 9 people who were shown on the projector experienced a change in their surroundings. Aurora wasted no time and immediately wore her suit quickly. She moved a few steps, neither close to Raphael nor Clement, while her eyes scanned through the surrounding. Even though the director of the elite division said that this was going to be a 3-on-1 battle, Aurora refused to team up with Raphael or Clement. She couldn't get the picture of how he treated Camille away from her head. He. Meanwhile, a chuckle escaped Clement's lips as he stared at Raphael. He licked his lips in a sadistic manner, as this was the moment he was waiting for. The tournament had been cruel to them, and he or Hugo had gotten the chance to get rid of Raphael, but the opportunity had finally arrived, and Clement swore that he was going to put Raphael to rest. If nothing, he had to at least ensure that Hugo didn't die in vain. "Scorpions," Raphael muttered as he saw the creatures that were crawling toward them. Over 1,000 scorpions were moving forward, but among all of them, the scorpion that received the most attention from Raphael, Aurora, and Clement was the red scorpion. Apart from being bigger than the rest, there was a necklace wrapped around its delson. A key was used as the pendant of the necklace, and as the trip saw the key their eyes lit up. Aurora, Raphael, and Clement, and suddenly, Aurora moved. She instantly used her gravity manipulation, flames, and ice spikes on the scorpions, and as that only affected a quarter of them, Aurora brought the big guns out. It was an anti-tank rocket launcher, but unlike the one she used previously, this was a grade better. Boom! Followed by the rocket launcher appearance was an explosion occurring in the desert. As Aurora continued to move towards the black scorpion with the key, Raphael couldn't wait around. He cracked his knuckles and was about to take a step forward when Clement suddenly appeared in his front. The sadistic grin was still on his face, and a second after Clement appeared in front of Raphael, he held Raphael's hand immediately and spoke. Basinger. Raphael already found it absurd that Clement was able to break past the force field that was around him, and as Clement uttered those words, his eyes twitched. Before Raphael could even retort, he felt Clement tightening his grip on him, and followed by that was an explosion. Boom! The explosion was massive to the extent that the ones which were caused by the 10 rocket launchers in the desert were nothing. They couldn't hold a fart to the one that just surfaced, and as the ground trembled violently, Aurora had to halt her steps. She turned, and as she saw the area that Raphael once was, her with opened wide, fear was written all over her face soon after. Raphael, what the hell? It wasn't just Aurora who was left stupefied by what she was seeing, but also the people who were watching the whole show in the hall. Meanwhile, Eliza and Nova were having a heated exchange with a 9-feet-tall bear. The bear was donned in armor so powerful that the purple rod which was thrown by Nova didn't have the slightest effect on it. It was, in fact, as though she were hitting an egg on a rock. Nova tried using the purple rods on the bear countless times, and after her 85 attempts were all in vain, she eventually gave up. Son of a bitch, Eliza blurted. She staggered a few steps backward, glaring at Jeremy with eyes that were simply full of killing intent. When Jeremy saw the expression that was on Eliza's face, he had a huge smile on his face. Placing his hand behind his neck, he continued to watch as they fought the bear. Nova was equally enraged as Eliza because she knew exactly what Jeremy was waiting for. A cave existed in the garden they were in, and that same cave was not only the home of the bear, but it was also where the key they needed to pass the phase was. To get the key, they needed to defeat the bear who was protecting his home and belonging, and Jeremy was waiting for them to defeat the bear, then sweep in and get the key from the cave. Ru-ah-ah. The bear bellowed with rage as after numerous attacks from Nova and Eliza, they were able to create a hole in his chest. Another fierce scream was let out by the bear, and as he screamed, he hit his hand against in chest, displaying how infuriated it was. A light smile appeared on Eliza's face as she saw the bear who was bleeding. They had been battling the bear for hours, and they had not been able to cause real damage to the bear, while their own body was in a severe state. There's an opening, Eliza mumbled as Nova appeared beside her. Eliza then informed Nova about the way they could take down the bear, and as Nova heard, Eliza, her lips curved into a smile. After all that the both of them had been through, it felt really good to finally see a breakthrough. Nova patted Eliza on the shoulder gently and said, "This is really good, Eliza." Eliza nodded her head. "Let's go." With that said, she was about to run toward the bear that was coming their way when Nova pulled her back. "There's no need to get yourself involved in this," Nova blurted. "Only one of us is needed for this, and I will be the one to take care of this." "Why?" Eliza inquired, and in response, Nova turned towards Jeremy who was eating an apple. "Because of you of this scumbag, I can accept you taking the key, and winning this phase of the tournament, but there's no way I will tolerate him winning this," Nova said. Eliza's mouth opened slightly. She wanted to speak, but before she could do so, Nova pushed her. "Go." Meanwhile, in the feat of rage by the bear, it rushed towards Nova and Eliza swung its hand left and right. Ru-ah-ah. As the bear began rushing towards Nova, she created 2 purple rods in her hand and dashed towards the bear. There was first a jestful look on Jeremy's face, as Nova had repeated this move several times and it was all fruitless. However, seeing the move she took once she emerged in front of the bear, Jeremy stood upright and his face couldn't help but light up. Nova drove the 2 rods into the bear's leg, and a second after the rods penetrated through the bear, another rod appeared in her hands. Without delay, she attacked the bear with the rods as well. Unlike her previous attack, this was aimed directly at the hole that was formed in the bear's chest. Roar! There was a tinge of rage and yet pain evident in the bear's voice as it screamed. The killing intent which was then excluded from the bear's body became more condensed and had the garden shaking. But, Despite being in the face of danger, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear on Neve's face. She glared back into the bloodshot eyes of the bear. "Why are you still standing there? Go." As Neve saw Elisa still staring at her, she couldn't help but yell. Elisa took a deep breath, and once she nodded her head, she headed to the cave immediately. Ruah! The bear was alerted very quickly, and when it saw Elisa going into his home, another powerful scream escaped its mouth, and even though it hated Neve to the core, the bear moved his attention away from her and began dashing towards the cave. It had maintained close approximate with the cave the whole time, and this was one of the reasons why Elisa and Neve couldn't enter the cave without defeating it. However, because of the severe damage it suffered from Elisa and Neve, the bear lost its reasoning and rushed toward Neve with only one intention, which was to end her life. But that soon changed, as, seeing Elisa moving towards the cave, the bear wasted no time and dashed towards her. "Where do you think you're off to?" The bear had only covered a few grounds when it was suddenly interrupted by Neve. A smile appeared on her face soon after, as Elisa had already entered into the cave. The smile was soon replaced by an expression that was full of mockery as she stared at the bear. Ruah! The bear let out another scream afterward, and while Neve didn't understand the animal's language, she was still able to notice the change that was in the bear's voice. This wasn't the bear showing how infuriated it was, but this was the bear pleading. "What do you mean?" Neve asked. The bear paused for a few seconds before pointing his paws toward the entrance of the cave. Neve turned towards the cave, and even though she didn't understand what it was that the bear was implying after another cry rang out from the bear, she understood a bit of it. "Oh, you mean we shouldn't steal anything from you?" Neve blurted, if there was still any doubt. Then when the bear nodded its head rapidly at Neve, the doubts were well cleared. Neve's mouth opened slightly. She was about to speak when she paused. An idea quickly popped into her, and as she saw Jeremy walking towards the cave majestically, her lips curved inwardly. "We were thinking of raiding you completely, but we might decide to change our mind if you're able to do something for us," Neve said. The bear was immediately anxious. The thought of all its honey, fish, and nuts being stolen caused the hair on its body to become erect. It then stared at Neve with a puppy gaze that was certainly amusing. A chuckle escaped Neve's mouth afterward. "It's simple, you simply need to kill him once he comes out," Neve stated. There was a bit of concern on the bear's face after Neve spoke. It seemed to be contemplating on its options, and after weighing them, it concluded. The bear glared at Neve, and a second later, it attacked her. "Why?" Seeing how the bear broke the rods that were impeded in its body, Neve's eyes twitched. She was however able to get a grip on herself, and when the bear swung its paws at her, she dodged immediately. Neve moved several steps backward. "If this how you want it, then so shall it be. Not only are we going to take everything you own, but we will also end you," Neve blurted, and with that said, she dashed towards the bear. While Neve and the bear continued to have a heated exchange of their own, Elisa was exploring through the cave. The bear's cave wasn't exactly enormous, but neither was it small either. Elisa searched through the whole cave, and it was only after a full round search that she found the key. "Finally," she exclaimed. Finding the key was one thing, then placing the key on the table was another. Elisa would only be declared the winner of the tournament once she had placed the key on the table. With a smile on her face, Elisa didn't bother with the other items in the cave, and once she had gotten what she was there for, she headed out of the cave. "Hee, I believe you have something of mine, Elisa." It was even up to a minute after Elisa began making her way out of the cave when she encountered Jeremy. Jeremy placed his hands behind his back, and as he saw the key that was wrapped around Elisa's hand, his lips curved inwardly. "I will make this easy for you," Jeremy said. "Hand over the key, and everyone would simply go their separate way." "Never," Elisa responded. Jeremy raised an eyebrow after she spoke. "Don't make this more difficult than it already is. I am asking politely because I promised your brother that I won't hurt you, but if you keep acting this way, sooner or later, I will break the promise I made." Elisa sneered in response to Jeremy. "Hand over the key, Elisa, over my dead body." Eliza replied, and this time around she assumed a battle stance. A light frown appeared on Jeremy's face when he heard Eliza. He heaved a deep breath, and as the frown on his face was replaced with a ruthless expression, he spoke, "Then, over your bead body, I shall have it," Jeremy declared. Eliza immediately knew what was coming, and before it would take form, she nullified any sort of powers that Jeremy might have copied. Jeremy had already expected the power nullification to occur from Eliza, but, against her, he believed that he was able to defeat her without using them. Bang! As they both have launched toward one another, they struck a full-force punch that had them moving a few steps backward. Eliza was pushed 10 steps backward, while Jeremy only went 3 steps. The difference in strength was there, and as they unleashed several of the attacks on themselves, it began to become clearer that Eliza was no match for Jeremy. Tilda. Eliza let out a low cry from the blow received by Jeremy. She had been able to fend off all his attacks, but it was as though Jeremy was becoming stronger from every exchange that they went. Earlier, when they fist collided with one another, Eliza was forced to take 10 steps backward, while he took 2, but the next time both sides collided, Jeremy didn't move a step from where he was. Your power nullification and fighting skills might be considered terrific, but you're no match for me, Eliza. Since you didn't realize it the easy way, it will be understood the hard way, Jeremy blurted. Jeremy's eyes flickered with killing intent. He was about to go in for the kill, when an owl suddenly appeared before him. The owl was none other than Gus, who had been watching the whole fight since the beginning, and as it stared at Gus, there were all sorts of expressions on its face. Jeremy immediately paused. He didn't understand why, but he felt a threat lingering around him. A part of his body was telling him that if he were to make any attempt to end Eliza's life, he was going to be killed before he could even comprehend it. Taking a few steps backward in front of the owl that was sitting on top of Eliza's head, he spoke, "Aren't you Raphael Birdie or whatever?" Ha ha ha, I see what's going on, Jeremy exclaimed. "We will deal with this later, but for now, have her hand over the key. It's quite pointless. With her potential, getting into the tournament finale would be insulting. Besides, this is a battle that can only be won by men. Left to me, you should be in the kitchen, or doing whatever it is you people do," Jeremy blurted. Gus let out a long hiss and then snort after Jeremy spoke, and if Raphael were here, he would have chuckled for a bit as among all the words that were said by Jeremy, what pained Gus the most was being referred to as Birdie. Gus tapped Eliza on the head gently, and though no words were said, Eliza understood what Gus wanted. "So, he asked you to follow me because he didn't think I could win this." Eliza bit her lower lip. When Gus heard Eliza, it felt like it was missing something, but as she threw the key over to Jeremy, it was soon put behind. Jeremy sneered and then turned around. It took only a few minutes, and he made his way out of the cave. "Hey, you won. I'm really impressed," Jeremy muttered as he saw the bear that was laying on the ground and the severely battered Neve. Neve's body shook when she saw Jeremy in front of her. She wanted to speak, but no words left her mouth. It was more difficult than she thought. "Well, that was fun, but it's time to separate the kings from the slaves," Jeremy said and began talking towards the table, and as he placed the key on the table, Neve collapsed to the ground. Aurora stood in place with shock evident in her eyes. The sudden explosion was something she never expected, and as her mouth opened slightly, she spoke in a low voice. Self-detonation. The magnitude of the explosion was at a level that could be compared to a nuclear explosion, and with all the rumors that had been said about Clement, Aurora immediately understood what had just transpired. Those weren't rumors, and it was, in fact, true that Clement had the power to self-explode, but what made Aurora confused was how he was willing to sacrifice himself all because he wanted to take Raphael down. As the scorpions were moving close to her, Aurora stretched her hand out and shot a laser beam at them. Boom. Aurora took a deep breath afterward. There was no sign of Raphael or Clement in the surroundings even as the explosion cleared. Apart from the directors, every other person in the hall was startled. No one was expecting Clement to make that move or even possess that power. The destructive level was enormous, and as Raphael was nowhere to be found after a few minutes of search, they soon began to believe that he was dead. "What a pity," one of the students blurted. Meanwhile, Aurora had only taken a few steps toward the red scorpion and the others when she heard a footstep. She abruptly paused, and this time around as she saw the figure who was walking towards her, she experienced a different kind of emotion. "Why you're alive," Aurora stuttered. "How did you survive that?" Aurora wasn't the only one who had that question in mind, but the others did as well. Raphael stood in front of her without the slightest bit of harm on his body. There wasn't any wound or blood on him. In fact, it was as though he wasn't involved in any explosion, as his clothes were spotless. "Behind you," Raphael mumbled, and as Aurora heard him, she shot another laser beam at the incoming scorpion. Aurora had her eyes fixed on Raphael. She wondered if he was going to tell how it was that he survived that explosion, and what exactly happened to Clement. However, as no response came from Raphael, she moved her gaze back to the scorpion. Raphael soon stepped forward, and appeared beside Aurora. He stared at the red scorpion, who has been protected by over 100 scorpions, and said, "You're no match for the scorpion, and if you want to insist on going after her, you should, but you will end up dead," Raphael blurted. A frown was quick to appear on Aurora's face. She seemed to want to retort to Raphael when he suddenly moved, bypassing the other scorpion easily. Raphael appeared in front of the red scorpion. His hand was already balled into a tight fit, and when he arrived at the scorpion's front, he struck out a blow. The red scorpion wasted no time, and the moment it saw Raphael's fist, it sent out its stinger immediately. TSSSS. Raphael had no problem dealing with the stinger, and when it collided with his fist, he was able to send the scorpion a few steps backward. TSSSS. The red scorpion sent out another hiss, acting as a warning to Raphael. "Shit," Aurora blurted as she glared at the other scorpion, who prevented her from moving anywhere closer to the battle. Over hundreds of scorpions obstructed her path, and if there was one thing it made her realize then it was that Raphael was right. Even with her suit, she wasn't able to take down all the scorpions. They were still capable of harming her severely, so if she stood no chance against this one, then how was she able to face the red scorpion? An A-rank meta beast. TSS. As the battle went on between Raphael and the red scorpion, it was clear as the day that Raphael had the upper hand. He had the red scorpion moving backward, while it defended from his strikes, and also made moves of its own. Seeing how Raphael fought against the red scorpion, despite its huge build, it was very much obvious that this wasn't the first time he was fighting against a meta beast. "Got it," Raphael suddenly exclaimed. Raphael had been trying to have his hand on the scorpion's stinger, and once he caught it, a smile hung on his face. It wasn't however the same feeling for the scorpion, as a second after Raphael caught its stinger what came out of its mouth was a scream that was simply full of pain. Unlike the other part of the scorpion's body, its stinger wasn't only its mode of attack, but it was also the most vulnerable area. As Raphael held the stinger, the absolute decay worked on it immediately. Raphael had the scorpion's stinger destroyed in no time, and as it was demolished, the red scorpion hurried away from him. The scorpion, however, continued to watch and experience antagonizing pain that came from the decay of its body. Meanwhile, Raphael slowly bent, picking the key back up. He stared at the key for a few seconds, before wrapping his hand around it. Raphael began walking towards the table, and after watching how the red scorpion was dealt with, the other scorpions didn't think of seeking revenge on him. Instead, they moved far away from him. The hate and murderous intent were present in them, but none of them dared to act on it. Raphael was only a few meters away from the table when he abruptly paused. He then stared at the person in front of him with an eyebrow raised. "Hand the key over," Aurora blurted, and seeing the look that was on Raphael's face after she spoke, her lips curved inwardly. "What's so funny about what I said?" Aurora paused. "Hand the key over, Raphael, don't make me come at you." A light frown was on Aurora's face. She balled her hand into a tight fist and glared at Raphael with killing intent evident in her eyes. Aurora had expected Raphael to at least change his demeanor once she expressed killing intent to him, but she was instead stunned that the mocking smile didn't leave his face. Aurora heaved a deep breath. "If you don't hand over the key, I will come to get it, and you wouldn't like how I would obtain it from you," Aurora said. Raphael sneered. He took a step forward, and before Aurora could even react, he placed his hand on her shoulder. Aurora wanted to retort to him when she recalled what he was capable of doing to her at the moment. She stared at his right hand that was pressing on her shoulder, and fear swept all over her. She gulped hard, and beads of sweat appeared all over her forehead, while Aurora stuttered. Raphael, however, had a smile on his face. He seemed to take great satisfaction in the expression on Aurora's face. How? Though she was wearing a suit made of gold titanium alloy, Aurora was deeply scared to the extent that she couldn't move a muscle. She had witnessed a complete human being torn apart from merely being touched by Raphael, and now, she couldn't help but wonder what would happen to her if Raphael were to use his powers. "The look on your face reminds me of someone," Raphael mumbled. A second after he spoke, he removed his hand from Aurora's shoulder and walked towards the table. Despite Raphael already moving away from her, Aurora was still unable to get over the fear that she had just experienced. Her body was trembling violently. After all, she had just come close to death itself. Raphael soon placed the key on the table, and right away the key was there. The surroundings changed as they did earlier. Everyone was soon back in the Gladiator Stadium. However, among the 10 who had been on the stage earlier, only 4 were present at the moment: Raphael, Jeremy, Hilario, and Aliyah. And as soon as Raphael appeared on the stage, Gus, who was sitting on Aliyah's shoulder, flew from there and came onto his shoulder. A loud hiss was then let out by Gus a second after it sat on Raphael's shoulder. "Really?" Raphael mumbled. A chuckle then escaped his mouth once Gus nodded his head. There was a smile on a couple of the directors' faces as they stared at the 4 in front of them. They had been through all sorts of tests and events, but these 4 were able to overcome them all. "Congratulations, Kai, the Elite Division future is bright," Nicholas blurted. Kai flashed a light smile. "The Research and Support Division is also in safe hands," Kai replied. "The finale will begin shortly. The 4 of you have 3 hours to recuperate, and get back here. I wish you good luck." "You may leave now," Nicholas said. As a nod came from the 4 of them, they walked off the stage. The finale was going to determine whether or not their effort was worth it, so they needed to be in their best form. After the 4 of them left the stage, Nicholas spoke. "Aren't you all curious about what exactly he did to Clement?" "It would be a lie to say I'm not," Layla replied. "Same here. Even until now, I still haven't understood how he was able to come out of that explosion alive, and Clement is also nowhere to be found," said Iris. The directors were then staring at Kai. He was after all the strongest among them, and if there was someone who could understand what happened, then it had to be him. As they waited for a response from Kai, a chuckle suddenly came from Vermont. "I was right, the Assassin Division is where he truly belongs," Vernon stated. 3 hours passed quickly, and Raphael, Aliyah, Jeremy, and Hilario were back on stage. The referee soon approached the new selection box in place, and as the papers were taken out, his voice rang out. "Raphael from the Elite Division versus Aliyah from the Elite Division. Jeremy from the Murderer Division versus Hilario from the Bandit Division." The selection this time around had the students blown away. Never did they expect that 2 students from the Elite Division would be paired together at the semi-finals. And it wasn't just average students. The both of them had ascended to the 12th level on the tower. "I hope she kills him, and if that isn't possible, enslaving him would also work," Vincent muttered. Sitting in one corner of the stadium, Vincent had witnessed the whole event. He was already disappointed with Hugo's untimely death, and when Clement vanished, he was equally disappointed. The last hope was Amber, but that didn't seem to be possible now that the director of the Assassin League was now interested in Raphael. The assassination attempt on him was already called off, and when all hope seemed to be lost for Vincent, Raphael was suddenly paired with Aliyah. Those who had been paired with Aliyah had only forfeited because of the power she possessed, but with no doubt, there was no way that Raphael was going to act like the others. So, it was going to be an insane battle between the both of them. Raphael and Aliyah, the both of you are up, the referee spoke. Jeremy and Hilario soon moved out of the stage. Once they heard the referee, there were a lot of expectations from the students and instructors in the domain. They stared at the two who were on the stage with joy written all over their faces. Fighters ready? Start! Raphael took a deep breath when the referee spoke. He stretched out his hand and was about to bring forth an item from his ring when a voice rang out. I quit, said Aliyah. Whether it was Raphael, the referees, or even the others in the domain, everyone was left dumbfounded by the word that had just been said by Aliyah. They stared at her, wondering if they heard the wrong thing, and as Aliyah repeated the same words again, but this time in a more clearer and louder tone, they realized that this wasn't a matter of hearing the wrong thing. Aliyah had just forfeited the battle. Aliyah had a neutral expression on her face as if forfeiting the fight was the right thing to do. Aliyah, are you sure about this? Layla asked in a soft tone. Yes, I am, Aliyah replied. Layla wanted to retort to Aliyah, but hearing the resolve in that stern expression that was on her face, she shook her head and then heaved a deep breath. Aliyah, I want you to th. Before Nicholas could finish his words, Aliyah's voice rang out, and this time around, she spoke in a harsher tone. No, I quit. What don't you understand about that? With that said, Aliyah walked out off the stage. Raphael knitted his brows as he saw Aliyah leaving the stage. He was very much curious about why she had made that move. Ha ha ha, Aliyah did the right thing. She knows who she is up against. Bane blurted, Raphael isn't a force to reckon with. Aliyah realized that, and she decided to back out before it was too late. She is a stallion and has forever earned my respect. Bane's voice echoed through the domain. If most of the people in the domain were dumbfounded by Aliyah choosing to quit, then the most excited were Aiden and Devon. Aiden and Devon's cheeks were raised, and a creepy smile hung on their faces as they realized the academy points they had just won. It was massive to the extent that they had sent 2 new bet factions into bankruptcy. Both bet factions were sent packing, because of the points that Devon, Aiden, and Bane made off them. We are fucking rich, Aiden exclaimed. Devon, however, shook his head. I believe the right word is we are insanely wealthy. A chuckle then escaped both of their lips, and as Bane turned, seeing Aiden and Devon chuckling, he also let his own out. Because of Raphael's past wins, the bet faction had decided to reduce the odds on him. But even that wasn't enough, as the points that Devon, Aiden, and Bane placed on him were enormous. Billions of points were made of him, and as Aliyah forfeited the battle, the 3 of them profited massively. Little effort, huge rewards, that's the goal, Bane said, and then burst into laughter. Do we still need to know who wins between the both of them, before we decide to bet on Raphael? Aiden inquired. As Bane and Devon heard Aiden, they turned towards him. We will be missing out on some big odds that way. I say we bet that Raphael would win against anyone he meets in the final. It was Bane that spoke. If Bane had spoken these words a week ago, Aiden and Devon would have dismissed his words immediately, but with what they had witnessed these past few days, they didn't doubt Raphael's ability in the slightest. The 3 of them confidence stemmed from the fact that Raphael always gave the feeling that he had everything under his control. Who do you think would win between the both of them? Aiden asked as he stared at Jeremy and Hilario, who were called onto the stage. Hilario. Jeremy. Bane and Devon replied simultaneously. Devon raised an eyebrow as he heard Bane. There's no way Hilario can defeat Jeremy. The only reason why you chose her is that she won against you, Devon said. Yeah, and I think that explains it all, Bane replied. The fact that she defeated yours truly fully establishes that Jeremy is no match for her, said Bane. Hearing Bane, Aiden, and Devon shook their head, before then moving their gaze to the fight that was about to commence. Fighters ready? Start! Hilario casually waved her hand when she heard the referee, though it was just a causal movement of her hand. It brought upon plants, vines, moss, and all other parts of plants forward, and as the plants emerged they launched toward Jeremy, who was standing a few meters away. The most distinguishing features of the plants and other entities were their colors. They had a mixture of red, black, and pink, giving birth to a demonic color. Before the incoming demonic plants, Jeremy stood still. He was very relaxed, and as the plants collided with the force field that was around him, a smile soon appeared on his face. Crash! The smile, however, soon turned into a frown, as while the force field had blocked off the first strike of the plants, it wasn't able to do the same to the second wave. And while the force field was invincible, the sound of matter's crashing rang out in the surrounding. Jeremy's eyes twitched, as he realized that he had underestimated Hilario a little. Hilario was no simple metahuman, she was an A-rank metahuman, with enormous potential, and was even viewed highly by the Academy. Boom! As the second wave of the demonic plant attacks launched at Jeremy, he brought out tiny grenades and threw them at the plants. It wasn't then up to a second after Jeremy destroyed the plants, and he received a knee blow from Hilario. Bang! It all happened so fast that Jeremy could even respond to the knee blow. He received another punch that had his body raised in midair. Hilario wrapped her hand with demonic plants and sent a full force punch to Jeremy's face. Thud! The punch had Jeremy flying away, and when he stumbled to the ground, his body rolled for a few seconds before he settled. There was blood coming out of Jeremy's mouth, and his face was in a distorted state from the blow he suffered from Hilario's punch. Possessing the power to create, shape, and manipulate plants derived from the deepest pits of hell, Hilario was one of the most horrifying students in the Academy. The plants were capable of inflicting excruciating pain and damage, both physically and tormenting the victim. The demonic plants were also capable of corrupting one's soul, in the most brutal and severe way. And when Hilarious punched Jeremy in the face, he didn't just get injured physically, he was also harmed spiritually. PFFFTTT. Jeremy managed to get on his feet, and right after he stood up, he vomited a mouthful amount of blood. A sneer was then on Jeremy's face. He wiped the blood that was around the corner of his lips and glared at Hilario viciously. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Jeremy burst into laughter. The laughter was inhuman and cold, and a few seconds later, Jeremy spoke. I will have you pay very dearly for this, Hilario, and once I'm done with you, I will bathe in the blood of your friends and families. I will bathe in the blood of your friends and families. Hilario sneered when she heard Jeremy. She wasn't in the slightest worried about him, and after a second, she assumed a battle stance. Jeremy spat on the ground and then bowed his hands into a fist. He launched at Hilario afterward, and as Hilario saw him coming towards her, she wasted no time and also dashed forward. With her hands also then clenched into a fist, she replied to Jeremy with a full force punch of her own. Bang! The both of them moved backward as their first collided with one another. However, after the exchange between Hilario and Jeremy, a light smirk appeared on Jeremy's face. He stared at Hilario, whose hand was no more, and a bone-chilling expression emerged on his face. Hilario was a bit stunned when she saw her hands decaying. It had occurred so fast that before she could even pull herself together the hands had vanished. Decay, Hilario mumbled. There had been a battle in which Jeremy had displayed several powers belonging to the metahuman in the Academy, and this time around, he had gone with absolute decay. A power that belonged to Raphael. Suddenly, Hilario shook her hand, and it wasn't even up to a second after she made that move, and another hand grew back instantly, and instead of being panicked or concerned with Hilario displaying two abilities, Jeremy's lips curved into a bone-chilling smile. He used the same power that had just been displayed by Hilario, and immediately he returned back to his original form. The blood and wounds which were around his body disappeared, making it as if they never existed in the first place. Jeremy was only capable of displaying powers or abilities that occurred before his eyes, and none of the students in the Academy so far had displayed self-regeneration of that magnitude. After taking satisfaction in his wounds which had just closed up, and the blood that was no longer around his body, Jeremy shifted his attention back to Hilario. Why? What came after Jeremy's stuttering was an uppercut from Hilario, and as every punch that was delivered by Hilario was at full force, she had Jeremy flying meters away. But, unlike the previous time, Hilario didn't wait for Jeremy to recover or even stand up. She rushed towards him quickly, and delivered a powerful kick that had Jeremy spurting blood in his mouth. PFFFTTTTT. The kick to the abdomen was repetitive, and Hilario didn't stop until she was contented with the damage she had caused to Jeremy. The most infuriating aspect for Hilario was that every time a wound or scar was on Jeremy's body, it would only last for a few seconds before it disappeared. She knew he was using her second powers to heal the wounds that were caused, and this made her furious. Bang! Followed by that sound was Jeremy letting out a scream of agony. Arg tilde. The scream was a result of Hilario heavily stomping his leg. The might of the kick was horrifying as it broke through every bone that existed in Jeremy's leg, and to be more explicit, Hilario had just broken Jeremy's leg. Throughout the entire time, there was an expression full of shock on the face of the people in the domain. They had expected the battle between Jeremy and Hilario to be very tough, but never did they expect it to be this tough. Hilario was one of the 4 students that stepped onto the 11th level, and the way she manhandled the all-powerful Jeremy, it gave the assumption that she had the potential to enter the 12th level. Can someone please explain what is exactly going on? Aiden couldn't help but ask. The battle had been one-sided since the beginning, and despite Jeremy coming out with "I will bathe in the blood of your friends and families," he was the one who was beaten to a pulp. Hilario made those who had fought against Jeremy wonder if the person on the stage was a doppelganger and not the Jeremy they had faced. What the hell? Aiden exclaimed once again, as right after Hilario destroyed Jeremy's right leg, she moved to his left leg. While Jeremy was capable of restoring his broken leg, he wasn't immune to the pain, and every time Hilario broke the bones in his leg, he felt extreme pain coursing through his body. Jeremy hasn't ever displayed using 2 different powers at the same time, or a second after. It usually takes a brief moment before he switches. Devon spoke, and after he spoke, Aiden and Bane thought deeply before saying, "Yes, I think," Aiden said. A nod came from Devon, a second after he heard Aiden's response. This explains everything, as Devon saw the confused expression that was on Aiden and Bane's faces after he spoke. He decided to enlighten them about what he realized. Jeremy can copy other powers, but once he uses a power or abilities, it usually takes him a while before he's able to change to another, Devon said. During this moment, Jeremy is very vulnerable to attacks, and I believe Hilario must have learned about this. Aiden and Bane began to recall the events of what happened in the fight, and after a bit of a moment, their mouth opened slightly. "Yes," Devon blurted. Jeremy was using Hilario's self-regeneration earlier. He was about to switch to another power when she attacked him. Devon paused, and the same happened when he used the force field. The pieces began to gather and make more sense as they recalled the other battle Jeremy fought, and as they then stared at Hilario, who was beating the shit out of Jeremy, their mindset of her changed very quickly. It had to be known that a lot of students had fought against Jeremy, but none of them had figured out the details about him. Well, of course, Hilario. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Devon, as he informed Aiden and Bane about Jeremy's major weakness, a light smile hung on Raphael's face. Raphael was rarely impressed with people, but so far in the academy, 3 people had been able to get on his notice. Hilario, Raphael mumbled, apart from possessing 2 different powers, and being exceptionally gifted, Raphael had to admit that Hilario was a threat. The calculative nature and the mindset that she possessed was something that truly intrigued him. "I look forward to fighting you," he muttered. On the stage, after a few more kicks and stomping, Hilario pulled the brutally tattered Jeremy from the ground. She glared at him with an expression full of mockery on her face. "Now, who is bathing in whose blood?" Hilario spoke. Jeremy's face was swollen and covered in blood. His breathing was rough, and even though he wanted to retort to Hilario, he didn't have the strength to do so. The self-regeneration had become slower, and he was unable to heal from the injuries immediately. "You lost," Hilario said, and then released Jeremy from her grip. Jeremy staggered after being released. He raised his head and was about to stare into Hilario's eyes when demonic plants emerged from Hilario. It wasn't even up to a second after Jeremy laid eyes on the demonic plants, and they penetrated through his body. The plants went so deep that they appeared on the other side of his body. Jeremy's eyes twitched, and he staggered backward. He seemed to have words to say, but the excruciating pain that was caused by the plants caused him to be completely speechless. Hilda. Perhaps the loudest scream emerged from Jeremy, and right after he screamed, he collapsed to the ground. The demonic plants made him feel like his organs were being twisted and then set on fire. It was the most painful feeling that Jeremy had ever experienced in his life, and even as he fell unconscious, he was still experiencing some pain. As Jeremy collapsed on the ground, the referee stepped forward and spoke. "The winner is Hilario from the Bandit Division." Hilario had a very stern expression on her face even after defeating Jeremy, but when the referee announced the winner, there was a bit of a smile on her face. The smile only lasted for a few seconds, and as she turned towards Raphael, who was also staring at her, her lips curved inwardly. No words were said between the both of them, but the tension was felt. "Raphael and Hilario, I wish you both congratulations on getting to the finale," Kai said. Kai as well as the other 6 directors stood from their seats. There was then a smile on the 7 of their faces, even on Vermont as he stared at Raphael and Hilario. He, and if there was someone excited the most among the 7 directors, then it was Wyatt, the director of the Bandits Division. "I will bathe in the blood of your friends and families," Hilario sneered when she heard Jeremy. She wasn't in the slightest worried about him, and after a second, she assumed a battle stance. Jeremy spat on the ground and then bowed his hands into a fist. He launched at Hilario afterward, and as Hilario saw him coming towards her, she wasted no time and also dashed forward, with her hands also then clenched into a fist. She replied to Jeremy with a full force punch of her own. Bang! The both of them moved backward as their first collided with one another. However, after the exchange between Hilario and Jeremy, a light smirk appeared on Jeremy's face. He stared at Hilario, who, the hand was no more, and a bone-chilling expression emerged on his face. Hilario was a bit stunned when she saw her hands decaying. It had occurred so fast that before she could even pull herself together the hands had vanished. "Decay," Hilario mumbled. There had been a battle in which Jeremy had displayed several powers belonging to the metahuman in the academy, and this time around, he had gone with absolute decay. A power that belonged to Raphael. Suddenly, Hilario shook her hand, and it wasn't even up to a second after she made that move, and another hand grew back instantly, and instead of being panicked or concerned with Hilario displaying 2 abilities, Jeremy's lips curved into a bone-chilling smile. He used the same power that had just been displayed by Hilario, and immediately he returned back to his original form. The blood and wounds which were around his body disappeared, making it as if they never existed in the first place. Jeremy was only capable of displaying powers or abilities that occurred before his eyes during that moment, and none of the students in the academy so far had displayed self-regeneration of that magnitude. After taking satisfaction in his wounds which had just closed up, and the blood that was no longer around his body, Jeremy shifted his attention back to Hilario. What came after Jeremy's stuttering was an uppercut from Hilario, and as every punch that was delivered by Hilario was at full force, she had Jeremy flying meters away. But, unlike the previous time, Hilario didn't wait for Jeremy to recover or even stand up. She rushed towards him quickly, and delivered a powerful kick that had Jeremy spurting blood in his mouth. PFFFTTTTT. The kick to the abdomen was repetitive, and Hilario didn't stop until she was satisfied with the damage she had caused to Jeremy. The most infuriating aspect for Hilario was that every time a wound or scar was on Jeremy's body, it would only last for a few seconds before it disappeared. She knew he was using her second powers to heal the wounds that were caused, and this made her furious. Bang! Followed by that sound was Jeremy letting out a scream of agony. Arg tilde. The scream was a result of Hilario heavily stomping his leg. The might of the kick was horrifying as it broke through every bone that existed in Jeremy's leg, and to be more explicit, Hilario had just broken Jeremy's leg. Throughout the entire time, there was an expression full of shock on the face of the people in the domain. They had expected the battle between Jeremy and Hilario to be tough enough, but never did they expect it to be this tough. Hilario was one of the 4 students that stepped onto the 11th level, and the way she manhandled the all-powerful Jeremy, it gave the assumption that they had the potential to enter the 12th level. "Can someone please explain what is exactly going on?" Aiden couldn't help but ask. The battle had been one-sided since the beginning, and despite Jeremy coming out with "I will bathe in the blood of your friends and families," he was the one who was beaten to a pulp. Hilario made those who had fought against Jeremy wonder if the person on the stage was a doppelganger and not the Jeremy they had faced. "What the hell?" Aiden exclaimed once again, as right after Hilario destroyed Jeremy's right leg, she broke the leg. While Jeremy was capable of restoring his broken leg, he wasn't immune to the pain, and every time Hilario broke the bones in his leg, he felt extreme pain coursing through his body. Jeremy hasn't ever displayed using 2 different powers at the same time, or a second after. It usually takes a brief moment before he switches. Devon spoke, and after he spoke, Aiden and Bane thought deeply before saying, "Yes, I think," Aiden said. A nod came from Devon, a second after he heard Aiden's response. This explains everything, as Devon saw the confused expression that was on Aiden and Bane's faces after he spoke. He decided to enlighten them about what he realized. Jeremy can copy other powers, but once he uses a power or abilities, it usually takes him a while before he's able to change to another, Devon said. During this moment, Jeremy is very vulnerable to attacks, and I believe Hilario must have learned about this. Aiden and Bane began to recall the events of what happened in the fight, and after a bit of a moment, their mouth opened slightly. "Yes," Devon blurted. Jeremy was using Hilario's self-regeneration earlier. He was about to switch to another power when she attacked him. Devon paused, and the same happened when he used the force field. The pieces began to gather and make more sense as they recalled the other battle Jeremy fought, and as they then stared at Hilario, who was beating the shit out of Jeremy, her mindset of her changed very quickly. It had to be known that a lot of students had fought against Jeremy, but none of them had figured out the details about him. Well, of course, Hilario. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Devon, as he informed Aiden and Bane about Jeremy's major weakness, a light smile hung on Raphael's face. Raphael was rarely impressed with people, but so far in the academy, 3 people had been able to get on his notice. Hilario, Raphael mumbled, apart from possessing 2 different powers, and being exceptionally gifted, Raphael had to admit that Hilario was a threat. The calculative nature and the mindset that she possessed was something that truly intrigued him. "I look forward to fighting you," he muttered. On the stage, after a few more kicks and stomping, Hilario pulled the brutally tattered Jeremy from the ground. She glared at him with an expression full of mockery on her face. "Now, who is bathing in whose blood?" Hilario spoke. Jeremy's face was swollen and covered in blood. His breathing was rough, and even though he wanted to retort to Hilario, he didn't have the strength to do so. The self-regeneration had become slower, and he was unable to heal from the injuries immediately. "You lost," Hilario said, and then released Jeremy from her grip. Jeremy staggered after being released. He raised his head and was about to stare into Hilario's eyes when those demonic plants emerged from Hilario. It wasn't even up to a second after Jeremy laid eyes on the demonic plants, and they penetrated through his body. The plants went so deep that they appeared on the other side of his body. Jeremy's eyes twitched, and he staggered backward. He seemed to have words to say, but the excruciating pain that was caused by the plants caused him to be completely speechless. "Hilda!" Perhaps the loudest scream emerged from Jeremy, and right after he screamed to collapse to the ground. The demonic plants made him feel like his organs were being twisted and then set on fire. It was the most painful feeling that Jeremy had ever experienced in his life, and even as he fell unconscious, he was still able to experience some of the pain. As Jeremy collapsed on the ground, the referee stepped forward and spoke. The winner is Hilario from the Bandit Division. Hilario had a very stern expression on her face even after defeating Jeremy, but when the referee announced the winner, there was a bit of a smile on her face. The smile only lasted for a few seconds, and as she turned towards Raphael, who was also staring at her, her lips curved inwardly. No words were said between the both of them, but the tension was felt. Raphael and Hilario, I wish you both congratulations on getting to the finale, Kai said. Kai as well as the other 6 directors stood from their seats. There was then a smile on the 7 of their faces, even on Vermont as he stared at Raphael and Hilario. He. And if there was someone excited the most among the 7 directors, then it was Wyatt, the director of the Bandits Division. The directors had ordered the best of the best meta-human in the academy to tend to Hilario, and once she was well taken care of, she stepped onto the stage. It's with delight to inform you that we have arrived at the finale, Nicholas stated, the grand stage of all. A smile hung on Nicholas's face as he spoke, and even though the 2 on the stage weren't students of his division, he was glad that the academy had students with this potential. While we already know what is at stake here, I still want to refresh it again, Nicholas said. I will start with the first reward that would be handed to the winner of this finale, spanning a whopping 20,000 square feet. The winner would be presented with one of the most luxurious mansions in the academy. The mansion is on the 2nd block, and it's not only the most expensive, but it is also the safest. The students were already impressed by the first reward, and when they heard the second reward on the list, they were blown away. For the second reward on the list for the winner, he or she would be handed 500 million points. There was complete silence in this surrounding after Nicholas spoke, and as he saw the look that was on their faces, even the 2 on the stage, he nodded his head. Clearly satisfied with the impression that he left on the 2, there would also be a 1-year free food delivery to the mansion, as well as an SS rank internship program awaiting the winner once he or she gets to the 4th year. While they were already informed of the rewards of the tournament, it still felt good to hear about them from Nicholas. There was also no doubt that among the reward that was said by Nicholas, the biggest wasn't the luxurious mansion, the massive point, instead it was the internship program. What made the internship program the biggest was that the winner would get the chance to get with the biggest and the most powerful meta-human in the academy. It also entailed teaching programs from meta-humans who were at the head of the table. Nicholas raised his hand, signaling the students who were whispering among themselves to keep quiet. Good, Nicholas blurted. Those were the 3 rewards that were listed for the winner, but after consideration and agreements, the academy has decided to include another reward. Apart from the directors, the others in the domain glanced at one another when they heard Nicholas. There were bewildered expressions on every one of their faces afterward. The final reward for the tournament is the modification of a meta-human into an enhanced meta-human. To be more explanatory, the winner would change from being a meta-human into an enhanced meta-human, Nicholas said, and ignoring the stupefied look on everyone's faces, his voice rang out again. The winner would become an enhanced meta-human permanently. After a few seconds of complete silence, what came next was an uproar from both students and instructors. The both of them were agitated, as they heard the final reward of the tournament. For the students, if they had known that they were such an offer, they would have risked it all to get to the final stage, and for the instructors, they were willing to change their form and become one of the students in the academy, all for the chance to become an enhanced meta-human. The reaction from the students and instructors was well expected by the directors, and having become an enhanced meta-human was no easy feat. Even Hilario and Raphael were astounded by the idea of becoming an enhanced meta-human, most especially Raphael, as he heard tales about them, but had never seen them. Can such a creation truly be possible? Raphael mumbled in a low voice. He wanted to believe that these people were bluffing about the enhanced meta-human modification, but at the same time, he couldn't think of any reason why they would tell a fib. Was it to impress the students? Raphael quickly dismissed that idea. He was unable to think of any reason why some bunch of SS-rank metahuman would want to lie to a metahuman who was far below them. The idea and potential of an enhanced metahuman was simply so massive that Raphael couldn't help but think of the possibility of it, and as he continued to ponder about it, Hilario's voice rang out. "There's no reason to doubt them, they are 5 enhanced metahumans among them after all," Hilario said with a straight face. Raphael shifted his gaze to Hilario after she spoke, before then moving them back to the 7 directors in front for a few seconds. An enhanced metahuman was an upgrade from the metahuman. They were endowed with super strength, speed, agility, durability, and healing factor, and in addition to the powers which they possessed, they were a force not to reckon with. "This is the 5 rewards that would be bestowed to whoever wins the tournament," Nicholas said. "I wish you the best of luck. You may now begin the tournament." A second after Nicholas spoke, and the domain became completely quiet again. The referee stepped onto the stage soon after. He stared at Raphael, and then at Hilario. "Fighters ready? Start!" Raphael balled his hands into a tight fist. Surely he wasn't going to underestimate his opponent, as in the same way he had abilities in place, he was certain she had moves of her own. Hilario saw the change in Raphael and sneered. "You don't remember me, don't you?" Hilario spoke. Raphael raised an eyebrow when he heard Hilario. His hands were still clenched into a fist, but he glared at her with more profound meanings. Hilario shook her head, evidently disappointed with the expression that was on Raphael's face. Meanwhile, the people in the surroundings were completely oblivious to what was occurring on the stage, as Hilario had spoken in a low voice, but seeing her lips moving, and the expression on Raphael's changing, they realized that she must have said something. Perhaps something disturbing. "It's fine, if you don't remember, I will make you remember soon enough," Hilario muttered. It wasn't even up to a second after Hilario spoke, and she dashed towards Raphael. The demonic plants soon wrapped themselves around her body, creating both an offensive and yet defensive pattern. Raphael was amused by Hilario's confidence in wanting to engage in close combat with him when most would avoid it, and as she arrived close to him, he struck out a full-force punch. Hilario already had her hand also wrapped into a fist, and with the demonic plants coiling around her hand, she replied to Raphael's punch. Bang! The both of them were pushed a step backward after the collision, and Raphael had only just adjusted his position when he was Hilario in front of him. Hilario raised her leg and was about to strike a kick at the back of Raphael's neck when he hastily moved backward. "You won't be so." Before Hilario could complete her words after her kick was dodged, Raphael emerged in front of her, and this time around, he was the one swinging a kick at her. The demonic plants were quick to form a shield around Hilario's body, and, as Raphael's kick landed on the plants, there wasn't the slightest bit of response from Hilario. Or even the plants. "It's until you realize who exactly I am before you stop making these petty moves," Hilario muttered. She glared at Raphael, who had just moved backward and then sent the demonic plants at him. Before the incoming demonic plants, Raphael didn't move from where he was. He, however, used his absolute decay around him as he had in his earlier fight. "Not going to work," Hilario said. Raphael raised an eyebrow, as even after he had used the absolute decay, the demonic plants didn't stop advancing forward. In fact, they didn't seem to be affected by his absolute decay in the slightest. Raphael shook his head and launched forward. He bypassed the demonic plants easily, but every time he seemed to be moving close to Hilario, more plants came after him. They were more stronger and faster than the previous one, and after a few seconds of dodging as well as moving past them, Raphael abruptly paused. "Is it just me, or did I just see a frown on Raphael's face?" Bane mumbled as he watched the fight from afar. The frown only lasted for a few seconds on Raphael's face, but a couple of the students had seen it. Raphael had fought several battles and gone on so many missions in the academy, and none of his colleagues had seen a frown on his face until now. He always appeared to have the whole situation under control, but this time around, it couldn't help but feel like things were falling apart. "You still don't remember me?" Hilario spoke. Raphael raised an eyebrow after Hilario spoke. He had thought very deeply about her, but regardless of how hard he tried, he couldn't remember ever meeting a tall, slender young woman with shoulder-length black hair and eyes that have dark, wide pupils. "It's fine," said Hilario. She then sneered, "As I said, by the time I'm done with you, those memories would come rushing into your head." Raphael wasn't fazed by Hilario's words. He slowly moved his gaze to the ground, and as he saw the leaf, he picked it up immediately. He used the absolute decay on the leaf soon after, and as it was just like he suspected, the demonic plants and leaves were invulnerable to the damage caused by his powers. A disdainful look appeared on Hilario. As she saw the expression on Raphael's face, she gathered more demonic plants around her, and with the self-regeneration in place, she launched at Raphael. Raphael's eyes were still glued to the leaf in his hand when he felt a movement in the surrounding. He had only just let go of the leaves when Hilario's voice rang out. Hilario wasn't the only one who was making a move this time around, but the demonic plants gathered around as well. With attacks coming from all over, there was no room for Raphael to escape. However, as the plants and Hilario were to make contact with him, Raphael suddenly stomped his leg on the ground. Bang! And, accompanied by that fierce sound, was the entire surrounding trembling. It wasn't simply the stage that was quivering from the blow let out, whether it was the area where the directors were or where the students were seating on, everyone had felt that impact. Meanwhile, Hilario was also forced to move several steps backward. She stared at Raphael, and her lips curved inwardly. "You're going to have to do better than that, Raphael," Hilario spoke. For some reason, seeing the look and the power that Raphael was letting out, Hilario was very much pleased with it. Raphael waved his hand casually and a shotgun appeared. The trigger was then pressed a second after the shotgun, and instead of the usual bullet shot, this was something else. It was a mixture of flames, lightning, and thunder, and once it arrived at the target intended, the damage which was caused by the gun was tremendous. Boom! Yes, Bane yelled as he watched the destruction that was caused by the shotgun that Raphael brought forward. There was a joyful look on his face, and he wasn't the only one. Devon and Aiden, who were also seating beside him, were also very pleased with Raphael's attack, even though it might seem like the both of them were equally matched, as Hilario was unable to land a successful hit on him, likewise Raphael. But, those who studied the battle well could tell that despite nobody being incapable of making a good hit, the person who had the upper hand in the fight was Hilario. "There's no way she's going to survive that," Bane blurted. "Referee, you might as well declare Raphael the winner." Bane's voice rang out again. The surrounding had yet to clear from the havoc that was caused by the strike, and everyone eagerly waited to see what part of Hilario's body would be left after that attack. Suddenly, Bane stood abruptly from his seat. "Referee, what the hell are you still waiting for? Declare Raphael the winner." Before Bane would complete his words, a roar of laughter rang out from the stage. The laughter ignited the atmosphere in the surrounding, and as everyone saw who walked out of the blast completely unharmed and spotless, each one of their faces lit up. "Ha ha ha, did you really think a shot is enough to take Hilario down? How dumb would that be?" The students from the bandit division began to let out praise to Hilario while also mocking Raphael as well as the student from the elite division. The most disturbed students in the surroundings were, however, Bane, Aiden, and Devon. Seeing Hilario steps out completely unharmed, they stared at one another and then gulped hard. Oh, Aiden murmured. As for Devon, he shook his head. "We have trusted Raphael all this while. There's no way he would let us down now. After all that is at stake, I'm certain that there are still several moves that he hasn't revealed yet." Devon spoke. "It better be," Bane replied. He moved his gaze to the two on the stage, "or else we will be losing over 500 billion points." Hilario's eyes were glued to Raphael, and so were his eyes. "I will be going all out now. Survive if you can, or better still you should just perish," Hilario blurted. After those words were spoken by Hilario, she didn't wait around any longer and launched at Raphael, and unlike her previous attack which wasn't accompanied by killing intent, This was, she moved with the intent to kill. Raphael noticed the difference in Hilario's attack, and as she sent the demonic plants that were 2 times thicker than the former ones, he moved. PFFFT. Raphael had only taken a step forward when he was punctured in his right chest. The plants appeared on the other side of his body. It then began to twist his organs, causing blood to ooze profusely out of his chest. The event already had the students in the domain in a heated state, and as if the damage caused by the demonic plant wasn't enough, they began to move toward his left chest. Even though Raphael was experiencing excruciating pain from the demonic plants punctured into his chest, he managed to keep a straight face. And as the demonic plants were close to making contact with his left chest, he immediately grabbed them. A cracking sound rang out a second after. As Raphael broke the demonic plants in his hand, he slowly placed his hand on the plants that penetrated into his body and were about to pull it out when Hilario appeared before him. With her hand already balled into a fist, she launched a full-force blow at Raphael's face. Gabam! What came after the face strike was a combo of punches all over Raphael's body. Hilario held nothing back. The pace and might of the punches were astounding, to the extent that she had blood spurting out of Raphael's mouth. Raphael was staggering backward from the blow he was receiving from Hilario, but regardless of the place that he turned to, there was always Hilario ready to deliver another punch. Enough. As short as that word was, the might that it carried was enormous. Hilario was about to deliver another blow to Raphael when his voice rang out. She was unable to lift her hand, and she managed to raise her head. Staring into Raphael's glittering blue eyes, there was a bit of fear evident in her eyes. Hilario had only taken a step backward when Raphael appeared in front of her, with his hands balled into a fist. He punched Hilario's abdomen. Though the demonic plants formed a full-body armor around Hilario's boy, Raphael easily bypassed her defense and his punch landed on her abdomen. And Hilario had only just bent slightly from the blow when Raphael sent a knee strike at her face. The kick had Hilario's face covered in blood. She staggered several steps backward, only to be held and then grabbed on the neck by Raphael. Raphael tightened his grip around Hilario's neck and slammed her onto the ground. Bang! Right after hitting her on the ground, Raphael pulled her back up. His hand was already clenched into a tight fist. And what came next was a series of combos on Hilario. Hilario's face was in a distorted state, with blood all over her face. However, despite the blood and punches that were coming her way, there wasn't the slightest bit of pain or change in the expression on Hilario's. In fact, if it weren't for the blood which was oozing out of her body profusely and the sound of bones cracking, there wouldn't be any difference in Hilario. Ha 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 ha. As Hilario lost one of her teeth from Raphael's blow, she let out a sadistic laugh. Come on, Raphael, you're going to have to do better than that if you want to win this, Hilario said as the tooth grew back. Raphael's eyebrows were furrowed. He could tell that Hilario wanted to force him to go all out, something which he wanted to avoid, unless it was of course necessary. If he were to unleash that ability in place for Hilario, it would definitely take her down. Raphael was confident, but, the question is, was it worth it? Hilario sneered. She wiped the blood that was in her mouth and said, this can't be all that you're capable of, right? If it is, then I will certainly be disappointed. The Mikhailson and bot that I know is much more stronger than this, Mikhailson. Raphael mumbled his middle name, and as he stared at Hilario, there was shock evident in his eyes. As Hilario made contact with Raphael's eyes this time around, she nodded her head and then flashed a smile at him. If you're the person I think you're, what are you doing here? How did you survive it? Raphael couldn't help but ask the most concerning and at the same time as disturbing question, and responding to Raphael, Hilario let out a chuckle. It's glad that you remember who I am. Hilario paused, but, let's have a good fight because this might as well be your last fight. May the best person win, Mikhailson. Only a handful of the people in the domain could hear the discussion between Raphael and Hilario. The others were very much curious about what both of them were saying, as the expression on their faces indicated that it was a very serious conversation. However, Once they saw Hilario dashing towards Raphael, they soon put their thought behind them and fixed their eyes on the intriguing battle that was about to occur. As for Raphael, he turned towards Gus, who was watching the battle from afar, and then let out a chuckle. Bang! Followed by Raphael's earlier chuckle was his fist colliding with Hilario's punch. Neither of them was pushed backward from the strike, and a second after their fist collided with one another, what occurred was a series of combos from both of them. Fists and kicks were thrown all over the place, and as the both of them went on without holding back, they moved at a pace that defied common sense. Whether it was Raphael or Hilario, both of them moved and attacked that only a few of the people in the surrounding could still read as well as see the battle. As for the others, they were left with the afterimage created by Raphael and Hilario. Oh my fucking god, can someone pinch me, and tell me I'm in a dream of... Before Bane could even complete his words, he felt two hands digging into his skin and twisting it fiercely. Hilda, Bane screamed as the pinch hurt like hell. He, however, turned towards the battle in front, and as he saw Raphael and Hilario still going at one another, his face lit up. These two are monsters. It was difficult to find anyone in the academy who would agree with Bane on any view, but this time around it was different. Even the 7 who were sitting on the obsidian throne had to admit that Raphael and Hilario were of different breeds. The both of their movement was in sync with one another, and so were their attacks. They seemed to be very familiar with one another's style, as there was a counterattack waiting after every move. Raphael appeared to be able to predict Hilario's next move, and so was he. Is the reason why you left to become weaker, Mikhailson? Hilario spoke with mockery evident in her voice. There was no response other than a head shake from Raphael. He could naturally tell that Hilario was upset with him, but what was done was done. Even if he had the opportunity to go back in time, he would still choose to make the move that he made. After a few minutes of another heated exchange between Raphael and Hilario, she suddenly moved backward. Come at me, Raphael. Hilario's eyes were bloodshot with killing intent present in them. She bit her lower lips hard and her body shivered for a brief moment. Meanwhile, Raphael heaved a deep breath. Most of the people in the surrounding had assumed that this was all that he was capable of, but Hilario, who was once close to him, knew that he was still holding back. All right then, Raphael replied. Hearing Raphael's response, there was a change in Hilario's expression. She continued to glare, and as she saw him bring out a bowl from his ring, one of her eyebrows was raised. The bowl's emergence on the stage didn't only put a puzzled expression on Hilario's face, but it also made the others around the stage confused as well. Inside the bowl was an inorganic, transparent, tasteless, odorless, and nearly colorless substance, and ignoring the dumbfounded look that was on Hilario's and the others' faces, Raphael placed his hand inside the bowl. Hilario didn't have any idea what was inside the bowl or what Raphael was going to do with it, but she didn't want to wait around before he made a move. If there was someone who was going to die, then Hilario firmly believed it should be Raphael. Hilario already healed the wounds that were around her body, and after the demonic plants grew 10 times their former sizes, she launched at Raphael. In front of their incoming attack, Raphael still had his hand placed in the bowl. He didn't seem to have the slightest bit of intention to move from where he was standing, but it all changed after Hilario appeared a few meters away from him. Raphael suddenly scooped a portion of the water that was in the bowl and sprinkled them on Hilario, who was close to him. What are you? Hilario was able to dodge the water that was sent forward, and she opened her mouth to speak, only to realize that the demonic plants around her body were decaying. The water wasn't aimed at Hilario, instead, it was at the demonic plants around her, and by the time she realized it, it was already late and nothing could be dead. Staring at the plants that were withering and dying at an inhuman pace, Hilario's eyes twitched. Even though she already knew that Raphael had something on her all this while, she still didn't expect that the damage it could cause was this lethal. A quarter of the demonic plants were destroyed once they made contact with the water. The destruction of the plant didn't cause any injury to Hilario, but seeing the plants dying in front of her, her eyes became teary, her body shook violently, and as the second wave of water was sprinkled at her, Hilario watched as half of the demonic plants died. "Why you?" Hilario dug her fingernails deep into her palm, causing it to bleed. Clearly, when she asked Raphael to come at her, she wasn't expecting it to be this way, and as Hilario attempted to call out for more demonic plants, she received retaliation from her power that caused her to spit blood from her mouth. The demonic plants were unique existence, possessing minds of their own, and to prevent their extinction from Raphael's hand, they refused to come forward. However, despite the look and the state which Hilario was in, there was no pity or even remorse on Raphael's face. The usual expression was on his face, and just when it seemed to be like Raphael might spare Hilario, he splashed the rest of the water in the bowl at Hilario. It all came so fast that Hilario wasn't even given the chance to move away, and as they landed on her body, she didn't bother to readjust her clothes. Instead, she moved her gaze to the little demonic plants that were around her. Tears soon dropped out of her eyes as once the water touched the plants it erased them all. And within seconds, Hilario, whose body was wrapped around with demonic plants, was without none. Hilario wanted to stop the tears that were coming out of her eyes, but she was unable to. While it might seem like Raphael was simply disabling the demonic plants around her, the damage he was, in fact, doing to her was more than that. Raphael was actually eroding her powers. "Raphael," Hilario mumbled as she took large strides and appeared in front of him. Hilario stared at Raphael with tears oozing out of her eyes. "Why don't you just finish the job? I can tell that you want to," she said. There was however no response from Raphael nor a change in his expression, and this was even after Hilario tightened her grip on his clothes. "Why, this time around," after those words escaped Hilario's mouth, she knelt on the ground. Her hands were on Raphael's thighs. Tears oozed out of her eyes. Meanwhile, Raphael heaved a deep breath. He lowered his head and was about to speak to Hilario when he realized that she had fallen unconscious. A light smile appeared on his face afterward, and gently bending slightly, he carried Hilario from the ground. He stared at Hilario, who was in his arms, and then trailed his hand across her face. Even though no words escaped Raphael's mouth, the way he stared at Hilario was very different from how he had ever looked at any woman before. Not even Elisa had been looked that way by Raphael. There was complete silence in the surroundings as they all moved their gaze between Raphael and Hilario, while the same thought wandered through their mind. None of them voiced it out. And as the referee confirmed Hilario's status and received a nod from the directors, he stepped onto the stage. "The winner of the first-year tournament is Raphael Queen." A few hours had passed since Raphael was crowned the winner of the tournament, and the uproar that it caused from the students was massive, especially students from the elite division. Raphael's expression was however stern as he held Hilario within his arms. Even as the academy gave him the key to his luxurious mansion, the grim look still remained on him. As for the other awards that were to be given, the academy gave him a satisfactory explanation, with which Raphael and the others could reason with. The 200 million points would be handed during the break. The free food delivery would commence once he returns to the academy, and the intern program would be accessible once he gets to the 4th year. And lastly, the modification would be performed a week from now. After the director's final words, the tournament ended and one after the other they all left the domain to go continue their celebration. The most crowded area in the academy at the moment was with no doubt the first-year male dormitory. Raphael and Devon had to put a warning sign at the front of their door to prevent anyone from barging into the room. "Raphael, we love you. I want to be your woman. Raphael, just give me a chance, and I'm certain you won't regret it." All sorts of words were spoken by the students who were in, as well as around the male dormitory, and after those particular words were spoken by a round-built woman, she was immediately greeted with a scornful look by the women who near her. "Isn't it laughable? A toad wanting to eat swan's meat? Ha ha ha," the woman with a voluptuous build spoke with mockery evident in her voice. "How foolish for you to think Raphael would want someone like you as a partner when beautiful women like us exist," another woman blurted. When the woman spoke, the people in the surrounding wanted to throw a diss at her, for calling herself beautiful, but as they seized her from head to toe, no words escaped their mouths. The woman indeed had the body and face to back up the words she said, as she was in fact very beautiful. "I could say the same thing to you, Alicia," said a woman with brown hair and breasts that defied common sense. Alicia sneered when she heard those words. She didn't need to turn before she knew who it was that spoke, and who asked the big-breasted fellow to speak. Alicia said, "I also believe that Raphael had once expressed his disinterest in women of your sort a long time ago. His words were, 'It's all just boobs, while your head is empty or even full of maggot. So, there's no point in you being here,'" Alicia exclaimed. However, despite the words that were spoken by Alicia, there wasn't a change in the other woman's face. She brushed her asserts in front of Alicia. "It's quite easy, you know, just say you're jealous of my breasts, that's all." Before Alicia could reply, the woman spoke. "Anyway, I'm not the one who's seeking Raphael's hands this time around, but it's a friend of mine, someone, I believe, is capable of doing the right thing." Alicia's eyes twitched. It wasn't clear to her why, but she already felt a bad air looming. It was even up to a second after she had that impression and a figure appeared in front of her, standing 5'5" tall, a woman with prominent blue eyes, a softly shaped jaw, and hollow cheeks emerged in the male dormitory. She had medium, curly light brown hair, and among the features she possessed, the most eye-catching of all was the load behind her, badonkadonk. An ass of quality, so succulent that it could bring tears to one's eyes. Zoya's ass was exceptional in both size and shape, and it earned her the title of the woman with the largest buttocks in the first year. "You were saying something, Alicia?" With an ass like that, there was no doubt that the instant Zoya appeared in the dormitory, she immediately became the center of attention. Even Aiden, Devon, and Bane, who were watching the show from the living room, were stupefied when they saw Zoya. "Now that I'm here, I believe everyone here can return to their homes," Zoya said. "You shouldn't be surprised because Raphael himself has made it clear that he likes women with buttocks. He is an ass guy, and let's not fool around. Who better to satisfy him than me?" There was resolve and confidence in the words that were said by Zoya, and as no one moved from where they were, she gave her ass cheeks a loud clap. Pa, the sound was one thing, and how her ass shook was another. A reverent look appeared immediately on the faces of some of the people in the dormitory, and even though the others were able to keep a straight face, they had to admit that was some mighty buttocks right there. Zoya had a smile on her face when she saw the look on their faces, especially the male student's face as they salivated to her ass shaking. "So, what if you have buttocks? There's no way Raphael would choose you over me," Alicia blurted. "Yes, Zoya, it isn't just ass, you know. I'm certain he would be interested in other features and not just ass." Once Alicia spoke, the other female in the dormitory began to speak one after the other. It was clear that Zoya was trying to bully them because she had a massive buttock, but with the kind of resolve and determination that the women had, they weren't going to admit defeat. "Move aside," a soft voice rang out, and as the people in the dormitory heard the feminine voice, they moved their gaze to the person who spoke. Seeing Eliza, most of them gulped, while a majority of them glared at her disdainfully. Becky, who was beside Eliza, shook her head as they climbed the stairs of the dormitory, and after a few seconds, she was unable to ignore the looks she was receiving. "What the hell is wrong with you people?" Becky yelled. A puzzled look appeared on the faces of the people in the surrounding afterward. They didn't seem to get the message that Becky was passing to them, and with her hand clenched into a fist, Becky spoke in a loud and harsh tone. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? I mean, come on, you're pursuing a man who is with a woman already. This is wrong and completely disgusting," Becky blurted. There was disgust written all over Becky's face, and while she hoped for a response from those around her, the reply which she received wasn't what she expected. "And so what if he has a woman already?" It was one of the women that spoke. "When has it ever been said that a man should only be with one woman? As long as he is capable, he can have as many as necessary. So, for someone like Raphael, it best you get your head straight, Eliza, because there's no way he will belong to only you. This time around it wasn't only Becky who was left shocked but Eliza as well. Eliza paused for a few seconds there. She turned towards the woman who spoke, and she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The most shocking aspect of it was the fact the other women who were around her also seemed to agree with what the woman said. What? Becky stuttered. She wasn't then able to figure out the right reply to give the woman, as this was on another pedigree of being shameless. The audacity! Becky's hands were already balled into a fist. She seemed to want to attack the woman a few meters away from her when she was suddenly held by Eliza. She turned towards Eliza, and as she made contact with Eliza's eyes, she heaved a deep breath. Eliza soon approached the room door, and giving it a gentle knock, the door was pulled open by Aiden. The three of them had been watching the whole show the whole time, so when a knock came at the door, they knew it was Eliza and not any other woman. As the door was opened, and Eliza and Becky stepped into the room, it was soon shut close by Aiden. "Hey, Eliza, how are you doing?" said Bane as the atmosphere got awkward once she entered. "Where is Raphael?" Eliza asked. She went straight to the point, asserting that she was in no mood for whatever it is that Bane was planning. Bane, Aiden, and Devon glanced at one another after Eliza spoke. No words left the three of them mouths. Even Gus, who was on the table, staring at them, didn't say a word. Eliza moved her gaze to Raphael's room and raised an eyebrow. There was complete silence in the living room, and as Eliza began walking towards the room, the five in the room had their eyes fixed on her. Knock. There was no response from the other side of the room as Eliza knocked on the door. She was about to raise her hand at the door again when the door was pulled open, and a figure stood in front of her, staring at Raphael with a stern expression. Eliza's lips soon curved inwardly as she looked into the room. "This isn't the right time, Eliza," said Raphael as he watched Eliza barge into the room. As Eliza had a stern expression on, the expression on Raphael's face wasn't friendly either. He glared at her with his eyebrows furrowed. "Oh really? Because of her, isn't it?" Eliza blurted, pointing her hand to the woman who was laying on the bed with a duvet wrapped around her body. The woman was none other than Hilario, and from the moment Eliza barged into the room, Hilario already had her eyes fixed on her. Eliza took a deep breath. "It's all right," Eliza said. "Raphael, can you tell her to leave the room? There's something I need to discuss with my man." The man in Eliza's words had been spoken loudly by Eliza, and she had her eyes fixed on Hilario when she uttered those words. Hilario's mouth opened slightly, and before Raphael could even respond to Eliza, her voice rang out. "I'm afraid, but I can't leave here," said Hilario. Eliza's eyes twitched when she heard Hilario. "Why?" Eliza exclaimed. Hilario glanced at Raphael, and then Eliza. "I'm naked." It was merely a few words, but the impact which it caused in the room was tremendous. Eliza knitted her brows. "What did you just say?" As she didn't try to hide it or even conceal it, the rage was well evident in her voice, and moving her gaze to Hilario, Eliza hoped she had misheard. "I said, I'm naked, so, I can't move from here," Hilario said. A bone-chilling frown was soon to appear on Eliza's face. She glared at Hilario, and then at Raphael. "Raphael, do you care to explain to me what a naked woman is doing on your bed?" Eliza spoke in a harsh tone. "Also, in the middle of the night, while your door is closed, and you're wearing a singlet and a short." Eliza bit her lower lips hard, as she glanced between Raphael and Hilario. "I'm treating her," Raphael replied. Eliza arched an eyebrow. It was quite obvious that she was doing her best to hold her anger, and after taking a deep breath, she spoke. "Treating her?" Eliza shook her head. "What can you possibly do to her, that you can't do when she is dressed?" "Raphael, I want to trust you, but this is totally wrong. If she is sick, ill, or even injured, she should visit the support division, not come to you, and also not treating her when she is naked." Though Eliza had managed to speak in a soft tone, the look, and the aura that was excluded from her body, were dreadful. "Sigh, I will leave, but to be honest, Raphael was really just treating me, nothing else happened," said Hilario. For Hilario to move out of the room, but none of that happened. A few seconds passed, and there was still no movement from Hilario. She didn't only not move, but she didn't seem to have any intention whatsoever of leaving. "What are you still waiting for? Are you not leaving?" said Eliza in an unfriendly tone. "I will, but I need you to excuse me for a moment as I'm completely naked," Hilario replied. Eliza was in shock when she heard Hilario. She slowly turned towards Raphael hoping he would be just as stunned as she was, but seeing the look on his face, her mouth opened wide. "Why you?" Eliza stuttered. "You mean to tell me that you're willing to strip yourself naked in front of him, but before me, you can't, and I need to leave this place?" A second after, Eliza spoke, and a nod came from Hilario. "Yes, I can't. I'm straight. You know why would I want a woman ogling at my body?" Hilario shook her head after she spoke. What the hell?" Eliza exclaimed. Eliza balled her hands into a fist, and as she saw that Hilario didn't have the intention of moving away from the bed until she had left, she turned to Raphael and said, "Fine, I will go, but he is coming with me." Raphael had been staring at Hilario and Eliza as the both of them went after one another. He wasn't pleased, however, neither was he displeased. The expression on his face was neutral the whole time, and as Eliza moved towards him and held his hand, he simply followed her out of the room. Bang! The door of the room was slammed shut, and after waiting outside for 5 minutes, Hilario opened the door. With a smile on her face, she stared at Eliza. "I thought we wouldn't get along, but now that I think we will," Hilario said. "I don't think we will," Eliza replied. Hilario chuckled. "We will see about that then." Hilario moved her gaze to Raphael, and as she came in contact with his blue glittering eyes, a deep frown appeared on her face. "We have issues to address, so I will be back," Hilario said. Before Eliza could even question Hilario about what she meant, Hilario vanished out of the room. "She is gone," Raphael mumbled as Eliza looked around the room. There was concern on Eliza's face after Raphael. She glanced at the 5 people who were staring at them from the living room, and then shook her head. "Let's go in," Eliza said, and then walked into the room. Raphael moved once Eliza entered the room and shut the door. "Shit. Why did he have to soundproof his room? Now there's no way we can figure out what's actually going on," Bane exclaimed, and while Devon and Aiden didn't speak out loud, the two of them were also very curious about what was happening in the room. After all, they had witnessed what happened on the stage with Hilario. And judging from the look that was on Eliza's face when she walked into the room, they could naturally tell that a storm was coming. "The 3 of you are really hopeless," Becky blurted, and then flashed Devon, Aiden, and Bane a disgusted look. In response, Bane gave the finger and then moved his focus to his wristwatch that just received a beep sound. "The points have been sent," Bane mumbled a second after. "The points." Bane's voice quivered as he uttered those words, and as he moved his gaze to Aiden and Devon, his face lit up. Immediately, as Aiden and Devon saw the look on Bane's face, they rushed toward them. Then seeing the points on Bane's wristwatch, both of their cheeks raised. "Yes, systems, here we come," Devon exclaimed. While the living room was bursting with joy, the atmosphere in Raphael's room was very cold. Eliza's hands were folded across her chest while her eyes were fixed on Raphael. She glared at him for a while, and it was only after a brief moment that she spoke. "Have I ever done something wrong to you, Raphael?" Eliza asked. Raphael knitted his brows after she spoke. He pondered about it for a bit before he shook his head. Then, "Why do you have a naked woman on your bed, knowing what it means?" Eliza blurted. "First, you showed that you cared about her on the stage in front of everybody. The look in your eyes as you stared into her eyes made me question who among the both of us is your woman, and right after the fight, you bring her to your room and have her naked on the bed. I want to be calm and understand what is going on, but at the same time, I can't help but feel cheated." The words just kept coming out of Eliza's mouth, and the more she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel as though she were being played. "Raphael, don't tell me there isn't something between the both of you because the way you stared at her was very different," Eliza said. "I might not know you completely, but there were emotions in your gaze earlier. Tell me, Raphael, who is she to you? Are you in love with her?" and should I also be worried about this? Eliza inquired. Raphael listened attentively to Eliza, and when she asked him those questions, he was about to respond to her when his wristwatch vibrated. Sigh, you might as well as check it. I'm certain it would be from one of the women who want you, Eliza blurted. But, why does it have to be this way? Why? Eliza yelled. The truth was Hilaria was merely one of the problems that were bothering Eliza. There were many more, especially the number of women who were willing to do anything just to get Raphael. Raphael gently tapped his wristwatch, and after reading the content that was there, he moved his gaze to Eliza. We have a class mission, the Aritim Empire. The words just kept coming out of Eliza's mouth, and the more she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel as though she were being played. Raphael, don't tell me there isn't something between the both of you, because the way you stared at her was very different, Eliza said. I might not know you completely, but there were emotions in your gaze earlier. Tell me, Raphael, who is she to you? Are you in love with her, and should I also be worried about this? Eliza inquired. Raphael listened attentively to Eliza, and when she asked him those questions, he was about to respond to her when his wristwatch vibrated. Sigh, you might as well as check it. I'm certain it would be from one of the women who want you, Eliza blurted. But, why does it have to be this way? Why? Eliza yelled. The truth was Hilaria was merely one of the problems that were bothering Eliza. There were many more, especially the number of women who were willing to do anything just to get Raphael. Raphael gently tapped his wristwatch, and after reading the content that was there, he moved his gaze to Eliza. We have a class mission, the Aritim Empire. The Artyom Empire, an empire with a monarchical history extending back to centuries. The power and the most especially wealth in possession of the Artyom was impossible to calculate because the family contains as many as 50,000 extended families. Many of them have founded societies, organizations, and businesses, and even worked for hand in hand with the movement, and the member of the family that the first-year elite division was going after was Sonia Artyom. The tournament has ended, so let's get down to business, and focus on what truly matters, said Levi as he stared at the people in the classroom. None of the students were actually surprised by the words said by Levi. He was always regarded as a scumbag by the majority in the first place. I agree with Levi, the tournament made no sense, Jackson blurted soon after. He wasn't concerned by the looks he was receiving from the people around him in the slightest, and not long after he spoke, his voice rang out. We all know it was rigged in Raphael's favor, so let's stop acting like he did an impressive job in the tournament. Fool, Bain exclaimed. He stared at Jackson and Levi with an expression full of disgust. Even though he didn't say any other word apart from his previous insult, the look on his face displayed that he considered Jackson and Levi to be idiots. What, do you really believe that Raphael would have won the tournament if he was given better people to fight with? Jackson inquired, and before any one of the people in the surrounding would respond to him, he spoke. For your information, he won't have won the tournament if he was given a stronger opponent and not the weaklings among them. Jackson blurted, yes, that's the fact. The students who were grouped with Raphael were shitty, and that's the only reason why he won the tournament. Jackson spat on the ground. The truth was it wasn't just Jackson who believed that Raphael had only won the tournament because of luck, but among the many, he was the only one who spoke up. Everyone soon had eyes on Raphael, wondering if he was going to Jackson's claim, and as he took a step forward, their face lit up. A nod came from Aiden, Devon, and Bain right after Raphael moved toward Jackson. Raphael, while others might be afraid of you, I'm not frightened about you in the slightest, Jackson exclaimed. Good. It wasn't even up to a second after Jackson spoke, and Raphael responded, since you think it was luck, why don't we have a quick fight here? Raphael said, you also don't have to worry, it would take much of your or my time, a quick and easy one. Fear swept through Jackson's body immediately. He wanted to refute Raphael's words, but he just wasn't able to get any words out of his mouth. Jackson turned towards his left, and as he moved, his eyes twitched immediately, because Levi, who was once standing beside him, had moved several meters away. Jackson glared at Levi for a few seconds before then moving his gaze to Raphael, and as he turned towards Raphael, his heart skipped a beat instantly. This is the reality of it. You're able to scorn and ridicule others when you don't even have the strength to back yourself up. Raphael paused. I loathe people like you the most. Jackson stuttered. There was no light to what was been said by Raphael. Jackson knew that. The only reason why he decided to speak against Raphael was that he thought Levi would back him up. If he had known that Levi was going to switch up on him, there was no way he would have actually spoken the words he said. Dude, what the hell is wrong with you? Bane yelled as he saw Jackson's pant, which was now soaked in what was definitely his urine, and as Bane pointed at Jackson's lower pants, the people in the classroom also moved their gaze to that area one after the other. A disturbing look soon emerged on their faces, most especially the women, as they found Jackson's action of peeing on himself completely ridiculous. You're sick, Becky blurted, scumbag. On a regular day, Jackson would have been furious about the women insulting them, but at the moment that was the least of his worries. He didn't care nor was he bothered about the disdainful looks that he received from them. The only focus at hand was the person in front of him. Why you? Jackson stammered, and as Raphael took another step closer to him, he staggered several steps backward. What do you want to do? You can't kill me. I know people in the cabal. They won't spare you if you hurt me. As Jackson kept spurring out words due to fear, the most ridiculous was when he threatened Raphael using the cabal. Not only was Raphael left flabbergasted, but the 9 students in the classroom were also astounded. Everyone, including the directors, was aware of how high the cabal regarded Raphael, and yet there was still someone who was threatening him using the cabal. I can kill you, and I will kill you, but not because you spoke against me, but to illuminate what would happen to other senseless individuals like you, when they come at me, Raphael said. Jackson was already in a stupefied state when he heard Raphael say he was going to kill, and as he was touched on the shoulder, he felt death right in the corner. The usual move was to duplicate himself and break free from Raphael's strong grip, but only those who had experienced death would know that it was no easy feat. In front of Raphael, Jackson completely forgot that he had superpowers. The thought of it didn't cross his mind, and the only thought that ran through him was to plead for forgiveness. Raphael, please, spare me. However, in response to his pleas, Raphael shook his head. I think we both know that's not going to move, and let's be honest, that's a foolish move to make, Raphael said. Tears dropped out of Jackson's eyes a second after Raphael spoke. He was then about to speak when Raphael poked him in the throat. It was just a casual move from Raphael, but the words that were to be said by Jackson were pushed back, as his vocal cord no longer existed. Jackson hadn't even recovered from the damage that was caused by Raphael when his head was smashed heavily on the table. Bang! And as the first hit didn't satisfy Raphael, he continued to slam Jackson's head on each table until he had Jackson's gasping heavily for breath. Raphael then held Jackson by the collar. Who else thinks I won by luck? Kindly, step out now, or forever hold your words. A few minutes passed after Raphael spoke, and as there was no response from any of the students in the classroom, Raphael nodded his head. I thought as much, said Raphael. Raphael threw Jackson over to the left corner of the room afterward. Thud. As the throw was very fast and also unclear in most of their eyes, they all moved towards the corner that Jackson was thrown to, and as they saw what was left of Jackson, each of them gulped. A full human being was thrown, but what was left of him when his body hit the ground was his clothes. Absolute decay, Savannah mumbled, and indeed, apart from those two mighty words, no other terms could explain what had just transpired. The expression on everyone's face changed soon after, and whether it was friends or even foes, they all moved a few steps away from Raphael. Even though they did speak, the expression on their faces as they stared at Raphael conveyed fear. Raphael wasn't shocked that they all considered him to be a monster. After all, this wasn't the first time he was leaving people with this impression of him. Bane was the first to regain composure among the students. He went with, "It is what it is." Meanwhile, Before someone else would recover from the shock, Raphael took the paper from the desk and walked out of the room. "Well, I guess the meeting is over. We will meet tomorrow." Raphael threw Jackson over to the left corner of the room afterward. Thud. As the throw was very fast and also unclear in most of their eyes, they all moved towards the corner that Jackson was thrown to, and as they saw what was left of Jackson, each of them gulped. A full human being was thrown, but what was left of him when his body hit the ground was his clothes. Absolute decay, Savannah mumbled, and indeed, apart from those two mighty words, no other terms could explain what had just transpired. The expression on everyone's face changed soon after, and whether it was friends or even foes, they all moved a few steps away from Raphael. Even though they did speak, the expression on their faces as they stared at Raphael conveyed fear. Raphael wasn't shocked that they all considered him to be a monster. After all, this wasn't the first time he was leaving people with this impression of him. Bane was the first to regain composure among the students. He went with, "It is what it is." Meanwhile, before someone else would recover from the shock, Raphael took the paper from the desk and walked out of the room. "Well, I guess the meeting is over. We will meet tomorrow." In the middle of the night, over 200 men assembled in a compound with their eyes glued to the woman in front of them. Each of them had a reverent look on their face as they stared at Sonia. "There is no turning back from henceforth. Once we move it's until the end, so, if you have any thought of backing out, do so now," said Sonia, while she spoke in a very soft tone. To the ears of the guards, it was bone-chilling. Even if one of them wanted to pull out from the incoming war, they didn't dare to do so much. Death was inevitable in that case. "Very good," Sonia said, and then nodded her head. "We will be going up against one of the most malignant forces in the world. And to conquer and defeat this vile force, we need warriors and not cowards," Sonia blurted, as the men in front of her had vigorous reactions to the words which she had. Another nod came from Sonia. "MVA is." Before Sonia would finish her words, the lights in the compound suddenly went off. Sonia and the tropes were thrown in a baffled state, and before any one of them could comprehend what was going on, a thud sound occurred in the compound. "Who is there?" Sonia exclaimed. As she spoke, the same sound occurred once again, but, this time around, the sound was even louder. "A group of 5 should go check what's going on in the house, and find a way to get the light turned back on." Sonia had been hoping for a response from the people in the front of her. However, there was no response. Even after a few seconds, there was no response from any of them. Sonia was beginning to get a wary feeling about what was occurring. She assumed a battle stance, and not so long after she took that stance, the light was turned back on. The light, however, didn't make Sonia's worry lessen. Instead, it caused her to be agitated, staring at the over 200 tropes that were now on the ground with an arrow impeded in their chest. Sonia's eyes twitched, there was rage written all over her face, and she was about to advance towards the movement she had just felt when a dagger was placed on her neck. "Who are you?" Sonia blurted. She had only just spoken when 10 figures appeared in front of her. Seeing the 10 in front of her, Sonia's lips curved inwardly. "You people are from MVA, isn't it?" said Sonia, and even though she didn't receive any response from the people in front, she was sure they were from that organization. Bane, Aiden, Levi, Savannah, Martha, Naomi, Dwayne, Edward, and Ethan, and behind Sonia was Eliza. Meanwhile, when Bane appeared in the compound, he stared at Sonia with lust evident in his eyes, and after a few seconds, he spoke. "You know what, I'm just going to put this out there." Bane paused. "I want my face between your legs." There was complete silence in the compound after Bane spoke. Everyone had eyes on him, wondering what was going on in his head. Even though Sonia was a very attractive woman, she was extremely dangerous as well. The powers which she possessed should make men run away from her, and not make them have an interest in her. "Bane, what is wrong with you?" Savannah blurted. Bane was considered to be a freak and, to be precise, a crazy person in the academy, but none of them knew it was of this pedigree. "What?" Bane yelled. "You would only be telling lies if you say you didn't think of having her seat on your face. And if you don't have that thought, then you're definitely insane, and you also don't find women attractive. Bane kept a straight face the whole time as he spoke. So, what do you say, Sonya? From the moment I set my eyes on you, all I've been thinking of is being inside, my hands around your body, and the little one deep in you. How about we make these dreams of mine turn into reality? Bane flashed Sonya a seductive smile as he spoke. Savannah placed her hand on her face as Bane spoke. The mission was to obliterate Sonya, who was a member of the Artyom family, and not to flirt with her. You want to sleep with me? Sonya asked with a tinge of mockery evident in her voice. A second after Sonya spoke, a nod came from Bane. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Sonya's laughter echoed through the whole compound. There was a confused look on Bane's face and a couple of other faces. Even Eliza, who had a dagger on Sonya's neck, was troubled by her sudden laughter. What's so funny? Levi inquired, and in response, Sonya's lips curved inwardly. Judging from the logo on your clothes, you're indeed people from Va, but what I don't understand is how you can possibly be this foolish, Sonya exclaimed. Bane and the others had yet to assimilate what Sonya had just said when they were suddenly surrounded by the compound. Oh shit, Aiden muttered as he watched the numerous figures that emerged around the compound. Bang! Sonya jabbed Eliza in the abdomen, and as the first hit caused her to move several steps backward, Sonya struck another blow at her face. Aiden and Bane were about to launch at Sonya when they were suddenly handcuffed by some of the men who appeared in the compound. It wasn't even up to 3 seconds after the two of them were handcuffed, and the others were locked up also. This is bad. And as those words escaped Aiden's mouth, 2 other students were thrown in front of them. The students were none other than Mason and Becky, and just like Aiden and the rest, both of them had very similar handcuffs on. Seeing the 2 in front of them, they recalled the plan that had been made beforehand, and whether it was Bane, Aiden, or even Naomi, everyone could already get bad air looming around. They soon moved their gaze to Sonya, and as if their body were in sync with one another, they moved a step backward. No, don't run just now, Sonya said with a bewitching smile on her face, as though they were all under her command. The instant those who were moving backward heard Sonya, they paused immediately. A frightened look was then on their faces, as they felt their body no longer under their control when Sonya spoke to them. Sonya chuckled. Don't act surprised, I've heard a lot about your organization, and if there was one thing I did, then it was to prepare. Sooner or later, you were going to come after me, so the least I could do was get myself ready for that day, which I did, Sonya said. The handcuffs, the immobility, Bane, and the others didn't need to be told before they could tell that the situation was falling out of control. My lady, calm, okay, said Bane as he took a deep breath. There was no doubt that Sonya didn't have control over his body, but at least she didn't have control over what he could say. You know, violence isn't the answer. I have a perfectly good explanation for why this is happening, and I'm sure that as long as you give me the chance to, I will prove it to you, Bane exclaimed. Sonya chuckled. Oh really? You have a good explanation for all that you've done? Before Bane could speak, Sonya waved her hand at him, and immediately as that happened, the words which were about to say by Bane were sealed. As it turns out, not only did Sonya have control over his body, but she also had control over the words that he could say. There's nothing you can say that will justify all that you've done, and of course, I know that you're simply puppets. The real mastermind are operating behind the scene, but it's only a matter of time before I will get my hands on them, Sonya said. There's nothing you can say that will justify all that you've done, and of course, I know that you're simply puppets. The real mastermind are operating behind the scene, but it's only a matter of time before I will get my hands on them, Sonya said. The expression on Naomi's face as well as the others changed the instant they heard Sonya. They could sense the resentment in her voice, and the intent in her eyes as she glared at each one of them showed that she loathed them to the bone. My la, before Bane would get the rest of the words out of his mouth, he was sent flying by with a casual wave of the hand by Sonya, and as the others began to show signs of struggle and unwillingness, Sonya's lips curved into a bone-chilling smile. Sleep, said Sonya, While it was just a brief word, the impact that it had on the student from the elite division was massive. It didn't even take up until after she spoke, and they all slumped to the ground immediately. However, despite putting them to sleep, there was a grim look on Sonia's face. She wasn't in the slightest pleased with the feat that had just been achieved. "Willock, come over here," and as the name was called out, a middle-aged man stepped forward, with his hand placed behind his back. He stared at Sonia with a reverent look on his face. "Have you found the others?" Sonia inquired. "No, Madam Sonia," Willock replied immediately. Willock was already expecting Sonia's outrage, and as it came, he didn't back off the glare or the killing intent. Instead, he had eyes glued to her. Listening to her, she transferred her aggression over to him and his colleagues. "What the hell are you waiting for? Go find them," Sonia exclaimed, and without wasting any time, once the people in this compound heard Sonia, they rushed into several parts of the household. Willock bowed his head gently to Sonia. He was about to turn around and continue his search when Sonia's voice rang out. "Where do you think you're going to?" Sonia blurted. As Willock opened his mouth to speak, Sonia said, "Take them in with me." With that said, and she moved away from the compound. Willock didn't make a move on the people on the ground after Sonia spoke and even left. He stared at the 12 of them for a few seconds, before waving his hand at them. The power to move, manipulate or otherwise interact with the matter without physical touch certainly was useful. It was why Sonia had asked Willock to take them to the room in the house in the first place, and as Willock moved his hand at them, the 12 on the ground all rose immediately. He then waved his hand at the house that Sonia had just walked to, and the 12 of them flew into the house. Bang! The door was slammed shut afterward. Unbeknownst to Sonia and the others, 2 figures stood on top of the roof watching the whole show with a neutral expression on their faces. "So stupid," Alia blurted. There was disgust written all over her face soon after. Meanwhile, Raphael, who was standing beside her, shook his head. "I wouldn't call them stupid, it's the handcuffs she used on them," said Raphael. "It's a nice tool, or what do you think, Gus?" Raphael inquired, and as Gus heard him, it let out a nod. "Not really, it's not that impressive if you look at the resources in their possession," Alia said. "The Artyom Empire is more powerful than you imagine." Whether it was Raphael or Gus, both of them were left astounded when they heard Alia's response to Gus. Raphael knitted his brows. "You can hear Gus?" he asked in a soft tone, and a second after which he spoke. Alia nodded her head. Her nod prompted Raphael and Gus to glance, and as both of their eyes came in contact they seemed to come into an agreement. Gus let out a long snort and then a hiss, and right after it turned towards Alia. Raphael also had his eyes on Alia. "Yes, I'm straight, and no, Raphael isn't my type," Alia replied straightforwardly. Raphael glanced at Gus with an eyebrow raised, and the expression on his face suggested that he might as well just hit Gus in the face. Laughter escaped Gus's mouth right after Alia spoke. It then stared at Alia with interest evident in its eyes. Meanwhile, Alia simply flashed a light smile at Gus. Gus was about to speak when Raphael's voice rang out. "You will have your time to talk to her now, isn't it? We have been spotted," Raphael said, and when Gus and Alia heard Raphael, they stared in the direction he was looking at, seeing 3 middle-aged men and 1 woman staring at them. A grim look emerged on them. "We have 2 intruders on the left house of the 12th block," one of the middle-aged men spoke through the speaker on his clothes. Even though there was no response from the other side, it was well assumed that it was only a matter of time before people would surround the 12th block. As Gus saw the trio, it let out a hiss which was then followed by a nod of acceptance from Raphael. "Do as you wish," Raphael responded to Gus's question. Gus's face lit up, and without any delay whatsoever, it launched at the 3 in front. "What the?" The middle-aged man was left dumbstruck by the speed of the owl, and before it could get the rest of the words out of his mouth, Gus drilled through his left chest. A flabbergasted expression appeared on his face instantly, then slowly he moved his gaze to the hole that had just been formed on his left chest, and his mouth opened slightly. "Why?" His words were left incomplete once again, as right when the first word came out of his mouth, His body was no longer able to withstand the damage caused to his body, and he collapsed to the ground. The two middle-aged men and the woman assumed a battle stance when they saw one of their own get attacked. As Gus then emerged from the other side of his body, they were about to launch towards him when Gus opened its mouth and let out a ball of flames. Hilda, despite wearing full body armor of high quality, they weren't able to fend off the flames attack caused by Gus, and whether it was the men or the woman among them, they were burnt till only their ashes were left. Gus stared at the ashes on the ground and then moved his gaze to the body on the ground. Unlike the three that were left in a disastrous state, the man it had attacked first was still in better shape. "Not now, Gus, there will be plenty of bodies to feast on later," Raphael exclaimed as he saw Gus advancing toward the corpse. As Gus heard Raphael, there was disappointment evident on his face, but thinking back to what Raphael said, a smile soon emerged. Raphael nodded his head. "Let's go." This time around, his words were directed at Aliur, and as she held him, she nodded her head and dashed forward. A few seconds after Raphael, Aliur, and Gus left the 12th block, over 300 people from the house appeared in the compound. They stared at the surroundings, and as they saw the bodies that were on the ground, a message was relayed to the higher-ups quickly. Meanwhile, in the biggest house in the compound, Sonia stood on a luxurious chair with her leg placed on the other and a smile then on her face. She was wearing a slit dress that revealed her sexy legs, and the smile that emerged on her face had only gotten there when she heard words from the people outside. Staring at the 12 on the ground, Sonia spoke. "I have good news for you, whether they wanted to or not." Sonia forced a smile to appear on their faces after she spoke. "Your friends who are in my compound will be joining soon, and once everyone has been gathered here, the killing will commence." As through those words were being weighted open, less than a second after Sonia's voice rang out, the door of the room they were in was slammed open, and Raphael and Alia stepped into the room. Seeing Raphael, Bane, Aiden, and even Elisa wanted to speak, but they were unable to let any words out of their mouth. "Why?" Alia abruptly paused. She stared at Sonia, who she didn't recall moving, but somewhat appear in front of Raphael, and she and her mouth opened slightly. However, it wasn't Sonia standing in front of her that made her startled, but it was what Sonia was doing that made her startled. Sonia had one hand on Raphael's shoulder, while her lips were pressed against his, and knowing fully well of the power she possessed, Alia wasn't the only one who was stunned. The others were as well. A horrified expression appeared on the people from the elite division, seeing how Sonia's lips were mashed against Raphael's lips. Fear swept all over their body instantly. There was already a punishment awaiting them in the academy because of Alice's death, though it had been on hold. It was inevitable, and to the eye of the academy, Raphael was like a priceless gem. None of them could think of what the academy would do to them if he were to die. There was no such thing as equality between them anymore. Thud. A few seconds after Sonia nibbled Raphael's lips, he stumbled to the ground. Raphael's eyes twitched, his body became incomparably pale, and a brief moment after, his eyelid, which was previously open, closed shut. "Don't you dare!" Alia was about to make a move when she felt a gun behind her head. She abruptly paused, and as the person behind her spoke, she complied with the request immediately. "Good," the slender-built man muttered as Alia raised both her hands up. Unbeknownst to the man, when Alia raised her hand, she moved her gaze to the owl that was staring at Raphael. While no particular words escaped her mouth, she and the owl appeared to be reached an agreement. "Move forward." Followed by Alia's movement, Sonia burst into laughter. The laughter was a maniacal one, and as she seized Raphael, who was on the ground, a smile formed on her face. "This is going to be fun," said Sonia. As Sonia took delight in bringing Raphael down, the others in the room were in a disoriented state. The reason was quite simple. Even if with some luck, they were able to avert from this crisis, the academy wouldn't spare any one of them. Sonia saw the expression on their faces, and her lips curved inwardly. "No, no, no, don't make those faces," Sonia said, I can assure you that each one of your deaths would be more excruciating than the latter. Raphael is a different breed, so I needed to give him a different treatment, but for the rest of you I promised to put you through hell before I let you go into the land of the dead." If there was one thing they learned from the way Sonia spoke was that she was well informed about some of the incidents occurring in the academy. She must have known that it was the first year who would be coming after her, and also that Raphael was the one who won the first year tournament. It was still a mystery how she was able to get that information from the academy, but they all chose to put the thought of it past them, as it was the least of their worries. "Willock, bring the foul-mouthed fellow over here," Sonia commanded, and as those words left her mouth, the people in the room all shifted their gaze to Bane. Bane arched an eyebrow. "What is it? Why are you all looking at me? It can't be that I am there." Before Bane could finish his words, he was moved to Sonia's front, staring at the grim-looking Sonia. Bane gulped hard, and then flashed a rough smile at her. Bane soon bowed his hand into his fist, as the only time he swore to be on his knees in front of a woman was when he was on duty. Anything other than that was only disrespectful to him. "You will be the first to have a test of what hell feels like before you descend to hell itself," Sonia blurted. Bane would have retorted to what Sonia had just said, but she made sure that he wouldn't get the chance to let any dirty words out of his mouth. Suddenly, Sonia stretched her hand forward, and a man clothed in black brought a box case to her. The case was then opened, and as if he were capable of reading Sonia's mind, he gently placed a screwdriver in her hand. Sonia then held the screwdriver in a way that one would hold a dagger, and as she stared at Bane, there was a sadistic grin all over her face. "The organization you come from murder lives ceaselessly without remorse or even concern. All lives are like pigs waiting to be slaughtered before you people," Sonia said. "The Base family, the Piero Company, Burger Queen Corporation, the kidnap at the Academy Gate, Luther Fernandez aka Metal Man's death, the Vertigo destruction. I can keep on going because this is all business and lives you have ruined. You consider us vile, but the truth is you're more of an animal than we are." The killing intent around Sonia's body only got stronger and stronger. She tightened her hand around the screwdriver in her hand, while her eyes were bloodshot. "I lost my family support because they were terrified of your pursuit, but, unlike them, I'm no coward, and this vengeance is only the beginning. Wherever you come from, wherever the boss in that organization of yours is hiding, I promise to have every single of you bathed in blood, and this will be the starting of the bloodshed I will cause in Mva." With that said, she struck the screwdriver at Bane's skull. The goal was to break his skull apart, and once the screwdriver was in his head, she would rip out any element that was there until it was completely barren. However, as the screw was close to making contact with Bane's skull, he spoke in a loud and harsh tone. "What the hell are you still doing, Naomi?" His yell definitely affected Naomi, as right after Bane's voice rang out, the handcuffs that were on his hands and the others began to bring out smoke. A clanging sound was soon let out, and as the effect of the handcuffs was broken, Bane struck a full-force blow at Sonia, but, even though their action was quick and sudden, Sonia was still able to block the punch that was coming toward her. "So close," Bane muttered, and as the others regained control of their body, they launched at Sonia and the people in the room. "Kill them," Sonia exclaimed and ran towards the room across. Upon Sonia's instruction, the first to make a move was the man who was behind Alia with a gun. His hand was already on the trigger, and all that was left was a little push. As he then attempts to apply a bit of force on the trigger, the gun was suddenly out of his hand. Shock hit him quickly, and before he could even process how Alia had just taken the gun from his hand, a gunshot rang out. Bang! One gunshot wasn't just enough for Alia, and after firing the first shot, she shot at the man 4 times. Meanwhile, the moment Elisa was free from the handcuffs, she moved her gaze to the place Raphael was, and as her eyes came in contact with that area, her eyebrows furrowed. "Where is Raphael?" As Elisa spoke, whether it was the student from the academy or Sonia's men, they all abruptly paused, and turned toward where Raphael was. Raphael, who was once laying there, was no longer there, and as they scanned through the surrounding, there was still no sign of Raphael. While Raphael's whereabouts remain in question, Sonia raced towards one particular room in the house. It's time to bring Plan B into motion. Hope the item is already prepared, Sonia asked as she hurried towards the room. Willock, who was beside her, nodded his head several times before saying, "Yes, Ma." The truth was, for metahumans like Sonia, when it came to combat they were the worst. It was mostly why she needed tropes who would work for them. She acted as the brains and providers, while they were the muscles. Though her power made her one of the most deadly metahumans in the world, she was below average when it came to combat. Bang! As Sonia had arranged the Plan B close to the room she was in, it only took a few seconds before she arrived in the room. However, what she encountered in the room wasn't what she anticipated, and as she stared at the four unfamiliar faces in the room, her mouth opened slightly. Why? The four who were in the room were Devon, Sylvia, Xavier, and Martha, and while Sonia and Willock were left stupefied by the four of them present in the most protected room in the house, Xavier waved his hand as they came in. "I must say, nice stuff, by the way," Xavier said as he stared at the figure standing close to Devon. Sonia's eyes were already on the humanoid robot, and as she moved her gaze to the four in front of her, they seemed no different from corpses to her. "Look, Raphael and Gus have come to join in on the fun." Those words, however, changed the expression on Sonia's face. She gulped hard, and as she felt a cold hand on her shoulder, terror was written all over her face. "My exams are coming up, support with Dragon, Castle, and the rest. All gifts are accepted, thanks in advance." Willock was the first to turn around, and as he came in contact with Raphael's cold and ruthless gaze, he had cold feet immediately. Bang! As the sound echoed through the room, what came after was Willock slamming into the wall of the room. Thud! He stumbled to the ground afterward with a hole that kept increasing in size on his chest. "Why?" Sonia was quick to move from where she was. However, she had only taken a couple of steps when Raphael appeared in her front, with a grim-looking owl on his shoulder. There was a strange aura exuding out of his body. Sonia gulped. She had several questions on her mind, such as how he was able to survive her power, but because of the overbearing demeanor he had around him, she found herself incapable of speaking. Meanwhile, Raphael was aware of the state Sonia was in, but that still didn't put a smile on his face. Instead, he was even grimmer around her. "You must be wondering how I was able to survive the death kiss," Raphael spoke in a soft tone, and despite the volume of his voice, it still got to the ears of the four people in the form. It, however, left a question mark on all of their faces as they glanced at one another. Before the mission, the Academy had provided them with the information they needed to know about Sonia, one of which includes her power, and those who were close to her. They were well informed about Sonia, and when it came to the kiss of death, they all swore to avoid it. "It's not that difficult," Raphael said with a sneer on his face. Sonia's body then shook as right after Raphael spoke, he placed his hand on her shoulder and moved his face closer to her. "I'm immune to all forms of poison, so your power is completely useless against me." It would be a lie to say that Sonia hadn't weighed the possibility of this among all the theories she thought, but it was just that she didn't think Raphael was capable of finding an antidote for the power she possessed. As mighty as the Artyom Empire was, it took them years and samples of her saliva before they could formulate a way to stop her from ever turning against them. Artilda, a long gasp escaped Sonia, as a few seconds after Raphael spoke, he grabbed her by the neck, and applying a bit of force, Raphael lifted Sonia from the ground. Knowing fully well of his powers, what made Sonia frightened was she knew that at any moment from now, he could kill her. Meanwhile, Xavier soon moved his gaze away from Sonia and turned toward the microphone that was on the desk. He grabbed the microphone. "It's over. Your mistress has been captured." Xavier's loud voice sounded through the whole room, and while the tropes refused to believe the word they had just heard once Raphael had Sonia speak, they all surrendered. "This was much easier than I thought," Xavier blurted. A nod came from Martha after she spoke. "Yes, but I believe it should have been more easier than this. We have destroyed almost all the forces that she possesses, and without her family backing again, even the Norms division would be able to handle this easily, Martha said. Xavier wanted to retort, but he had to admit Martha was saying the truth. The Norms were the weakest among the 7 divisions, and even they would be able to handle this mission easily. Bang! The room door was slammed open once again, but this time around it was Elisa who barged into the room. She scanned the whole room, and as she saw Raphael, her face lit up. However, as her eyes then came in contact with the woman in front of him, a not-so-friendly smile appeared on her face. A snapping sound rang out a second after as Raphael yanked Sonia's head from her body. No one had expected Raphael to make a move like that, but after a brief moment, they all moved their gaze from Sonia, who was on the ground, to the humanoid robot. "What do we do about this?" Xavier asked. He walked towards the robot. "I say you all search the house fully, take whatever treasure is there, while I take the robot." The expression on Devon, Sylvia, and Martha's faces changed as Xavier spoke. Even though none of them knew the exact capability of the robots, they were absolutely certain that they couldn't be any other item in the house better than it. Or what other reason could explain why Sonia rushed into the room when the tables turned? Meanwhile, Raphael had his eyes on Elisa, but after Xavier spoke, he moved them to the robot they were all glaring at, and slowly, he walked towards it. And Raphael soon placed his hand on his chin and began to circle around the robot. The looks on the 4 people in the room however changed, as even though there wasn't a change in his expression or words coming out of his mouth, there was a certain change in him. "Raphael, no, there's no way, you can have the robot," said Xavier. Raphael abruptly paused after Xavier spoke. He turned the others in the room and then heaved a deep breath. "All right," Raphael replied. Those who had eyes on the robot were quickly relieved after Raphael spoke. The truth was, if Raphael wanted the robot, none of them could stop him. They could try, but failure was very much inevitable. Seeing the look on their faces, Raphael shook his head. "I don't want the human puppet, but I want to see everything that's inside its body," Raphael said in a firm tone. "Human puppet," Xavier muttered and then moved several steps backward. There were several entities in which the government hid from the world. The existence of meta-beasts was one of them, and another entities hidden were, human puppet, by removing the internal organs of a certain person and preserving their corpse to prevent decomposition, as well as making several other modifications to it, a human puppet could be made. The puppet in the room was different from the normal ones, as apart from having its internal organs removed, the modification which was present in its body was made using high materials. Xavier, Devon, Sylvia, and Martha wouldn't have realized it if Raphael hadn't mentioned it, and as the 4 of them stared at the robot, there was joy on their faces. "It's mine." Xavier stood in front of the robot and assumed a battle stance. As Sylvia saw Xavier's stance, she brought out her sword from her sheath quickly. Once the figure was revealed to not be a robot but a human puppet, its value had skyrocketed immediately. "What the hell are you people still doing?" Bane's voice rang out, and it wasn't even up to a second after he spoke, and Bane as well as 3 other students from the academy walked into the room. As they saw the state which the room was in, a dumbfounded expression soon appeared on their faces. What is going on?" Bane couldn't help but ask. There was, however, no response to his question, and Bane was about to speak when a dark spiraling portal appeared in the room. "They are people coming to the house, let's go." As Aiden's head emerged out of the portal, he spoke. "We will deal with this later," Xavier said, and under everyone's watchful gaze he carried the human puppet to the spiraling portal. Devon, Martha, and Sylvia soon walked into the portal, and as for Raphael, he scanned through the room, then slowly, he walked towards the corner of the room. Getting to that area, Raphael raised an eyebrow. "I think that's enough, let's go." In front of Raphael was a big-bellied Gus, standing on top of a headless body. Gus had blood around its mouth, and after Raphael spoke, a noisy sound came from its stomach. Raphael shook him, and as Gus belched, he turned towards Willock's body, which was now in a disoriented state, with his thought rather than the unknown. Now, Gus was about to feast on Willock's body like it had been doing for the past few minutes when Raphael's cold voice rang out. and without wasting any time, it flew towards Raphael. There was a satisfied look on its face, and as Raphael wiped the blood that was on the corner of its mouth, Gus flashed him a smile. A snort that then brought a smile to Raphael's face came from Gus. "Really?" Gus nodded his head in response to Raphael's question. If Alia had been here, seeing the look on Raphael's face after Gus told him that it got stronger from eating a metahuman body, she would have been stupefied. Raphael gently rubbed Gus's head, and with a demonic smile on both of their faces, he walked to the portal. It took only a few minutes and the students returned to the academy. They however headed to the students' administration office afterward, as this would be the final mission you would be working on in the first year. The director of the division himself would be the one rewarding you. It was the middle-aged woman with violet eyes and a curvaceous figure that spoke. As the director was said to be on his way to the administration block, they had no choice but to wait, and this brought forth an argument between them. "Before he arrives, let's discuss who will be taking the puppet," Levi said impatiently. There had only been 5 people who had been aware of Puppet's existence, but through moving from Sonia's household to the academy, more students came to learn about the puppet. And as Levi spoke, they all moved their gaze to Sylvia, who had the human puppet. Alia said she isn't interested in the puppet, and same with Raphael. Since the 2 strongest are not interested in it, then it's only right that it falls to the 3rd person on the list. It wasn't even up to a second after those words escaped Levi's mouth, and the atmosphere in these surroundings became cold. There was no doubt that the people in the area disagreed with what he had just said. "You must be delusional if you think you're the 3rd strongest in the first year," Bane blurted. As Bane spoke, he took a step toward Levi. While Bane hadn't expressed any interest about the human puppet since he heard it, he hated to see Levi get the puppet, and also calling himself the 3rd strongest, when he, Bane Seneville, existed was, in fact, insulting. "Don't mock yourself, Bane," Levi said, taking his own step forward. As Bane and Levi glared at one another, Raphael was also having his own heated exchange with the middle-aged woman. This wasn't the first time he was meeting the woman or even the second time, but each time he comes to see this woman, he couldn't help but feel like she knew him more than what she revealed. Raphael had, of course, asked her why she always stared at him that way, but she always dismissed his words, and sometimes, she replied with a light chuckle. "Are you okay?" Elisa asked in a soft tone, and as Raphael heard her, he turned towards her and gave a gentle nod. "Didn't you say you want the puppet?" "They seem to have forgotten what you said," said Elisa as she stared at Levi and Bane. While there was no difference in the expression on Raphael's face, he slowly walked towards Sylvia. "The puppet?" Raphael inquired in a very unfriendly voice. As Raphael's voice rang out, whether it was Levi and Bane, or the others in the room, they all moved their gaze to him and Sylvia with their thought rather unknown. However, the middle-aged woman's lips curved inwardly, and an amused expression soon formed on her face. "What makes you think I will hand it over to you?" Sylvia replied. "Because I want it," Raphael said. "Get this straight, I'm not interested in exchanging words with you, so choose your next response wisely or else you would pay with your life." Sylvia's eyes twitched. Clearly, she hadn't been expecting Raphael to utter those words. "Are you bullying the weak just cause you're more powerful?" Sylvia said with mockery written all over her face. "Of course I am," Raphael replied. "It's the weak fault for being weak. If the roles were changed, and you were the one doing the bullying, I wouldn't blame you. I might resent you, but I won't blame you. Now, don't waste any of my time, and hand the puppet over before I make you unable to distinguish between day and night," Raphael said harshly, and seeing the look that was on his face when he spoke, and even after, Sylvia didn't doubt that Raphael wouldn't make a move on her if she refused to hand the puppet to him. Before Levi would complete his words, he received a deadly glance from Raphael that instantly sealed his lips. Raphael turned towards Sylvia, with an eyebrow then raised. "The puppet." Sylvia's eyebrows furrowed, she slowly moved her hand to her sword, and while Raphael could see her stretching her hands towards it, he wanted to see, if she was that dumb. Time seemed to slow down between the both of them. Everyone was aware of Sylvia's stubbornness, and Raphael was considered a monster, and even though Sylvia knew that she was no match for the current Raphael, she still refused to bow her head to him. So, a clash was very much inevitable between the both of them. Suddenly, the tension was broken, as a light sound occurred from the middle-aged woman. As they all moved their gaze to the woman, it came as a shock to see the director of the elite division, Kai London, and two other students standing beside him. The student standing beside Kai was Melinda. However, whether it was the looks or the aura excluding out of her body, both were very different. Well, one of the students was about to offer his greeting to Kai when he shook his head. "It's all right," Kai muttered. "This won't take much of your time, so it would mean much if you pay attention," said Kai, as he stared at the students. Raphael, who was standing in front of Sylvia, turned round. He was still standing beside, but his attention was now on Kai. "Thank you very much." A few seconds later and Kai's voice rang out. "For years the elite division has won the tournament, and it pleases me that the reputation, record, and status we have built wasn't tarnished," Kai said. "The academy recruited each one of you with the hope that you would one day change the world, and with the improvement we have seen, it's only a matter of time before your names echo throughout the whole world." Kai then waved his hand. "As members of the elite division we are all winners." And as Kai spoke, the students who were beside him opened the boxes in his hand and passed the rings in it to the students in the surrounding. The students had eyes on black rings on their palms, with different expressions on their faces. "Those rings are called elite rings, and each of you has now earned the right to wear the ring." Kai showed a black ring of his own as he spoke. "You're no longer a student of the elite division, now you have become a member of the elite division," Kai blurted with a face full of smiles. There was a round of applause from the student after Kai spoke, and it wasn't just Kai who then had a smile on his face. A smile soon formed on their faces as well. Kai nodded his head, as this was to be your final mission in the first year. "You have earned yourselves a break from the academy, a 2-month break, and once you return back to the academy, you won't be first-year students, instead you'd be resuming as second-year students," said Kai. While the second year was filled with dangers, a smile still emerged on the student's face. The reason was quite simple. As the environment of the second block was indeed frightening, the opportunities that existed there were life-changing. "I wish you the best of luck, and hope to see you soon. Good day." With that said, and Kai strolled out of the administration office. Melinda and the male students beside her also walked out as well, and the students hadn't rejoiced about the news they had just heard when 5 figures walked into the office. As their eyes came in contact with the 5 that walked in, they moved several steps backward quickly and then turned towards Raphael, the Cabal. That name had only just escaped Aiden's mouth when Serena, Melanie, Armand, Vs, and 2 other figures walked into the room. The Cabal walking into the administration office already made everyone very shocked, and as they saw the student council make an appearance at the same time, surely a show was about to go down. Oh, this doesn't look good," Aiden mumbled. As Aiden said those words, he saw Bane pointing his hands at the door entrance, and as he moved his gaze to the entrance, he turned towards Raphael. In the academy, there existed many forces, societies, and even groups, but among the many, only 3 were deemed the sovereigns of all: the Cabal, the Student Council, and lastly the Bratvas. The Cabal was the first to make an appearance in the administration block, and after them came the Students' Council. And as if the presence of this too wasn't enough, the Bratvas walked in. The last time these 3 forces gathered together was during the takedown of Leyden. Yes, but the reason why they are here is because of him. It was all eyes on Raphael in the administration office. While the Cabal and the Student Council had always made their intention known to him, the Bratvas have never made a move publicly about him. In fact, as they kept silent and watched as the Cabal and Council relentlessly pursued Raphael, it was beginning to feel as though only those 2 were in the one after them. "Raphael, how are you doing?" Serena spoke with a light smile on her face. Serena was already one of the most attractive women in the academy, and as she let out that smile, she looked even more desirable, a smile that was able to brighten up the world. Glenn rolled his eyes after Serena spoke and then smiled. "Quit the act, Serena. Others might be interested in you, but we both know the kid is not," Glenn blurted. Among the 5 that were from the Cabal, Glenn was the only one Raphael had met before. As for the rest, he had neither seen nor heard about them, but Raphael wouldn't be Raphael if he didn't find out about them. Malcolm Wan, Arnold Harper, Naina Rivera, and Kristen Gura, these 4, including Glenn, were part of the core members of the Cabal. Despite the 5 of them being third-year students, the power, as well as the influence they had in the academy, was massive that only a handful of students could compare to them. "You must have been told a lot of things about us, and not to be pretentious, it's all true. We are evil," said Kristen as she stared at Raphael, "but, unlike some people, we won't ever go behind your back, and once we have your back it's till death do us part." For some reason, after Kristen spoke, a grim look appeared on the faces of the people from the student council. Raphael might have been clueless about the details, but having made his own research about the Cabal, student council, and even the Bratvers, he was aware of a lot of them. And Kristen's words were directed at the student council. "Ha ha ha, you might as well just call our names out directly," Serena blurted. She then moved her gaze to Raphael. "We are not proud of some of the moves we made, but it isn't also fair to bite the hands that feed," said Serena. "And as the Bratvers would say, those who betray the Brotherhood would pay with their lives." Sonia said, "You're lucky we didn't kill you, Kristen." Kristen was once a member of the student council. But after some disagreement between her and the council, she left the council and joined the Cabal. The student council had tried to contain the matter, but with Kristen and the Cabal stepping out to speak about the incident, it was all over the academy. A sneer came from Kristen. "I wouldn't have never bitten the hand that fed me if the council had stood beside him and not against when my family was under attack." "Raphael, you of all people should know that family is everything," said Kristen. Clearly, the Cabal had made their own research on Raphael, and even though the look on his face very much remained the same, he turned towards Serena after Kristen spoke. Serena knitted her brows, and the look on Raphael's face showed that he demanded an answer. But, it would take more than a few minutes before she was able to give him a desirable answer. Melanie could naturally tell that the words spurt out by Kristen reduced the likelihood of Raphael's choosing to join the council, and before all the effort would go down the drain, she spoke. "There's more to this than meets the eyes. We of all people know that family is everything. If we can't protect those around us, how can we consider ourselves to be a true powerhouse?" Melanie blurted. As Raphael glanced at Devon and then Melanie, the words she had just spoken were more akin to jokes to him. In fact, he would have burst into laughter if it had been for wanting to save the council some face. Seeing the expression on Raphael's face, as Melanie went on about loyalty and integrity, even a blind man could tell that he wasn't impressed with all that he was hearing from them. And if there was someone who was the most excited about the scene, then it was the people from the Bratvers. Donned in a fitted all-black suit, the 3 men from the Bratvers stood with their hands inside their pockets, and a very pompous look on their faces. "That's enough, Melanie, don't bore him out with your useless ranting," the man standing in the middle spoke. His voice was cold, and while most people would look at Melanie in high regard, he didn't seem to consider her in the slightest. Melanie bit her lower lips hard. She was about to retort to Miroslav's words, when his voice rang out, "Hand it over to him." Miroslav said, without delay. After he spoke, Ivan walked over to Raphael and handed him a paper. A perplexed expression was soon to appear on Raphael and the rest of the people in the surrounding, as they stared at the paper in Raphael's hand. "Blank paper? What for?" Kristen asked the question that was on everyone's mind. Miroslav's lips curved inwardly. "The paper is for Raphael," Miroslav's replied. "It's quite simple, Raphael. Take the paper for a blank check. Now write anything you want, and as long as you join the Bratvers, it would be given to you," Miroslav stated. "Unlike this too, the Bratvers don't like to beat around the bush, so feel free to write anything, and I mean anything. There was a certain level of confidence that Miroslav had around him, that those who were in the room didn't doubt any of what he said, including Raphael, and while Raphael was able to continue to remain neutral to it, Gus, who was on his shoulder, was very excited with what it had just heard. Gus flapped its wings, and let out a chuckle. Its eyes were then glued to the blank paper on Raphael's hand, almost as though it was the one for whom the paper was for. "Bullshit," Serena exclaimed. She took a step forward and with a casual wave of her hand, the paper that was in Raphael's hand flew to her. Before the paper would then get to her, it was suddenly set ablaze. "What is the meaning of this?" There was anger written all over Miroslav's face as he saw the paper burnt. He glared at Serena soon after, with killing intent evident in his eyes. The audacity! Ivan and Antonio, who were beside Miroslav, spoke simultaneously, as both of them took a step towards Serena. Melanie, Vs and the other two from the council wasted no time and appeared in front of them. An agreement was in place all this while. "Serena, don't you think destroying our offer, when we have allowed you to move freely around him, is breaking that agreement?" said Miroslav. As Raphael was wanted by the three of them, there were bound to be a conflict between them, but to prevent a clash from happening, the three of them had agreed. The agreement was that there must be no interference or foul play between them when it came to Raphael. So, Serena's action of setting the paper ablaze was breaking the agreement that the three of them made. "Ha ha ha, the Students' Council strikes once again," Kristen said. "As it turns out, not only are the Student Council a bunch of backstabbing bastards, but they are also very untrustworthy, and when they make promises, you can bet that they will never fulfill them," Kristen said. And it wasn't even up to a second after Kristen spoke, and Glenn's voice rang out. "Raphael, you can always testify to the Student Council when it comes to fulfilling the promises they make," said Glenn. "I believe they have promised you a lot of items and resources, but which of them have they fulfilled?" Glenn paused. "Nothing, very useless people." After Glenn spoke, Raphael moved his gaze to Serena with a look that very much said it all. He didn't say a word from his mouth, but Serena, who knew him to some extent, understood the message. Serena glared at both people from the cabal and the Bratvers. "There's no way Raphael will join you monsters," Serena exclaimed. "You must take him for those sissies you lure into the council with your sweet words, isn't it?" "Ha ha ha," Glenn spoke and then burst into laughter. "Well, let me break it to you, Raphael isn't one of them." The expression on the faces of members of the Student Council changed immediately after Glenn spoke. It was already quite obvious the cabal and the Bratvers were teaming up against them, a scenario they didn't see coming, and despite how much they hated it, they had to admit that both of them were doing an excellent job. Why, Melanie was about to speak when a voice rang out. "That's enough for them. You can present your offer to him privately, and he would choose among the three of you, whether it was the cabal, the Bratvers, or even the Student Council." After that voice rang out, their stance changed very quickly, and after bowing their head gently, they stepped out of the administration office. After the dean's voice rang out in the administration block, everyone knew better than to call it a day. Bain stretched his body as he lay on the couch in the living room. Meanwhile, Devon had his hands unfolded across his chest. "I thought you would be going to your place tonight. It can't be that you plan on staying here again," said Devon. He, and as Bain heard Devon, he let out a light chuckle. "I will leave, but not yet. Or have you forgotten that there's something we need to discuss with Raphael?" Bain responded. As Devon recalled what it was that needed to be discussed with Raphael, a smile hung on his face. He stared at Aiden, who had an excited look on his face, and then moved his gaze to the door. Creak, followed by the creaking sound from the door was the door pushed open, and Raphael and Elisa stepped into the room. But, seeing the expression on the three people in the living room as he and Elisa walked into the room, Raphael abruptly paused. He glanced at the three of them, and after a few seconds, he was about to walk to his room, when Elisa held him back and spoke. "What is it? Did something happen?" Elias inquired as she found the stairs suspicious. After she spoke, Bain, Aiden, and Devon shook their heads simultaneously. The three of them glanced at one another, and as if agreeing, Aiden took a step forward. "The thing is, we have an announcement to make," said Aiden. We have gathered enough points for the system we talked about months ago." A smile that could well be considered creepy appeared on Aiden's face, and as Elisa stared at the other two in front of her, she wasn't surprised to see the same look on their face. "Really?" Raphael asked with a tinge of shock evident in his voice. Clearly, he hadn't been expecting them to be able to come up with that sort of point, and as Bane showed him the numbers that were on them watch, Raphael's eyes twitched. As Raphael was left stupefied by the figures which he read from the watch, Elisa was also in the same situation. She opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but no words came out of her mouth. How did you earn that?" Elisa asked with shock now written all over her face. This however only allowed the smile on Aiden, Devon, and Bane's faces to be even more creepy. "Did you steal from someone?" Elisa shook her head, as she couldn't think of someone who they could rob of that exorbitant point. "Wait, or did you rob the Academy vault?" Elisa's voice rang out again, and this time round her idea was even more reasonable, as this only could explain how they were able to have billions of points in their account. However, after Elisa spoke, Aiden shook his head. "We didn't rob the Academy vault, and neither did we steal from anyone," Aiden responded. "Then how?" It wasn't even up to a second after Aiden responded that her voice rang out. No one would see the figures that were on Bane's account, and wouldn't freak out. Elisa was simply doing what anyone would have done. Aiden smiled. "We won it through betting," said Aiden. "You know the tournament betting, we placed all our points on Raphael each time he was to fight with someone." Aiden paused, and as the points increased, so did the stakes. "There were a few times we wanted to quit betting, but we decided to trust Raphael, and surely, it paid off." Aiden flashed Raphael a smile as he spoke. Meanwhile, Elisa's mouth opened slightly as she heard Aiden. She wanted to speak but waited until he was done explaining, and once he seemed to be done, she spoke. "What I'm getting is whenever you win a bet, you place all the points you've won on him again." "Exactly." The same response came from Aiden and Bane after Elisa asked her question. There was a slight change in Raphael's expression after Aiden and Bane spoke. Even he had to admit that he was impressed by their gains. He had also placed some bets on his fights, and also made quite some points, but what he made was still far behind what Bane, Aiden, and Devon made. Betting/gambling is very bad. Its cons surpass anything, so I will advise you not to engage in that activity. Elisa took a deep breath. "Wow, I must say that's very impressive," said Elisa. She then turned towards Raphael. "I will leave you boys to discuss." Elisa paused. "Raphael, I believe there's something I owe you for winning the tournament." As Raphael heard Elisa, he turned towards her with an eyebrow raised, and a dumbfounded look on his face. "Yes, so, don't keep me waiting." With that said, Elisa walked towards his room. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but her buttocks bounced upon every step she took. Raphael had eyes on her the whole time, and it was only after she pushed the room door open and stepped into it that he removed his eyes away from her. "What a nice woman, she probably wants to give you a massage," Devon muttered as the door was closed. "What the fuck are you talking about?" Bane blurted a second after. He glanced toward Aiden who also shook his head at Devon. "You can't be for real, right?" Devon shrugged his shoulder, seemingly clueless about what was about to go down in the apartment. "What is it you want?" Raphael spoke in a soft voice, but as Aiden, Bane, and even Gus heard the tone of his voice, the look on their faces changed. The creepy smile from earlier appeared on Bane and Aiden's face, and as for Gus, he let out a long hiss and then a snort. "Shut up, Gus, I don't think with my—" Raphael abruptly paused. He turned towards Bane, Aiden, and Devon, and then let out a light cough. "To be honest, I didn't think you were serious about the systems, but now I think it's certain that the three of you want it. I will make extensive research on it, and once my finding is done, you can set the points," said Raphael. All right then, but, when will you that be?" Bane eagerly asked. Raphael's eyes had been on his room when he heard Bane. He pondered for a bit about it, before saying, 2 or 3 days from now." As Devon, Bane, and Aiden were a little disturbed that they had to wait for 3 days before they received a response. One of them soon spoke. "Raphael, but are you certain you would be able to create a system, like the ones we see in books and comics?" It was Aiden that spoke, and in response, he was greeted by a chuckle, which was then followed by laughter from Raphael. "If I'm unable to create a system, then I might as well just give up on life itself," Raphael exclaimed. The confidence, the look on Raphael, as he uttered those words showed that he wasn't bluffing. Raphael sneered, "It's basically creating a tool, instructing or guiding you to your path, and this is the reason I need to make extensive research on it. The system will have to be tailored for the 3 of you, or do you want some mediocre systems?" Raphael asked. Immediately as he spoke, Devon, Aiden, and Bane shook their heads several times. "The 3 days are okay, in fact, take as much time as you need. We don't doubt your ability in the slightest, and we are sure that you will deliver fine work." "Ha ha ha!" Bane burst into laughter afterward. He hit Devon and Aiden on the shoulder, and without delay, the 2 of them joined in the laughter. "Good," said Raphael, "I will get back to you." Raphael wasted no time, and once he placed Gus on the couch, he walked to his room immediately. The door was slammed shut, and make no mistake, Raphael made sure that the door was properly closed, and to some extent, it could be said that the lock was too hefty. "You're finally here." It wasn't even up to a second after Raphael stepped into the room, and a soft feminine voice rang out. Raphael scanned the whole room, and as he came in contact with Eliza, who was standing at the bathroom door, a sly smile appeared on his face. While Eliza stuttered as Raphael stood in front of her, he extended his hand towards her and lifted her chin up gently. Again, Eliza was left startled. 1 second he was a few meters away from her, then the next, he was lifting her by the chin. "Antilda!" A low sound escaped Eliza's mouth as Raphael pulled her by the waist, and trapped by his grasp, as well as entranced by his gaze, Eliza soon found herself staring at his lips. Shortly after she was unable to resist the temptation, and she went in for a kiss. "Antilda!" As Raphael gently bit Eliza's lips, she let out a low moan. This, however, didn't stop her from going on with the passionate kiss. Eliza held Raphael's body tightly, nibbling his lips while she rubbed her body against his. Slowly, Raphael moved his hand behind Eliza's dress. He only then made a move, and he loosened the dress she was on. The wet meshing of tongues and muffled the moans that left Eliza's mouth as Raphael caressed and kissed her was simply a sight to behold. Raphael had his hand worming around Eliza's chest, and just when she assumed that he was going after her bosoms, he suddenly moved his hand downward. "Why?" Before she could retort to his moves, Raphael pulled her even closer to him, despite the both of them only engaging in this sort of escapade a handful of times. The way Raphael worked his way around Eliza was as though he had known her for years. Eliza's wanted to speak, but the way he struck her neck caused a unique sensation in her body. She suddenly wanted more from him, and without a care, she wrapped her hand around his neck, letting out moans that could drive a sane man insane. As Raphael slipped his hand inside Eliza's blue-ripped jeans and reached her nether region, jolts of electricity swept through her body, and she quivered to his touch. She tightened her grip on his body, and it was merely up to 3 seconds, and he moved his hand, taking one of her bosoms into his mouth. My! Swirling his tongue around her areola, as well as moving his finger around her nether region, Eliza got to experience a whole kind of pleasure she never thought existed. Raphael! Eliza tilted her head backward, rubbing her hand around his head, as he sent pleasure coursing through her body. The emergence of superpowers didn't only just cause a change in human genes, but it also altered the standard that was set. Unlike the early years whereby a being's maturity stems when he or she clocks 18 years of age, it wasn't so anymore. Instead, adulthood begins once he or she becomes 14 years of age, whereby they would be treated seriously by the government, and are also considered to be adults, capable of making decisions of their own. As Raphael inserted his finger inside Eliza, she let out a loud and powerful moan, and with no doubt, If the room wasn't already soundproof, then her moan would have resounded through the whole building. Amidst his finger penetration, Raphael separated his mouth from Elisa's left bosom and then turned towards the erect right bosom, which was begging for attention. And considering the state of the bosom, it would only be ridiculous if he didn't give his devoted attention to it. So, good. The feeling of sucking as well as rubbing his tongue around her bosom brought Elisa to a heightened state of pleasure. The pleasure had only just begun to hit her heavily when she experienced an accelerated movement of his finger. Hilda. As Raphael drilled his finger in and out of her, Elisa's moans got louder and basher at the same time. She held his body even tighter, with her eyes rolling back and forth, and if thinking Raphael was going to go easy on her because of her unsteady movement, she was completely wrong. Raphael held nothing back. As he sucked, he drilled deep into her, his finger explored her cave, and Raphael was about to extend his other finger into her when he felt Elisa trembling violently. It's coming. Elisa groaned and climaxed under Raphael's hand. Raphael retracted his finger from her nether region and his lips from her bosom. The only reason why Elisa hadn't stumbled to the floor from the orgasm she had just heard was because Raphael was holding her, but the moment Raphael let go of her, she dropped to the floor instantly. Meanwhile, Raphael stared at his finger, which was covered in juice, and as if something took over him, he placed his finger into his mouth, and Raphael mumbled a second after, though the taste wasn't like what he imagined it to be. It wasn't that bad, if Raphael was being honest. What are you? Raphael abruptly paused, as he saw the lustful expression on Elisa's face. She had her hands on his pants and, driven by lust, she loosened until it was touching the floor. Followed by the pants came the boxers, and once it was all down, Elisa came face to face with an imposing member of Raphael. It's so. She stared at the rod in front of her with shock and at the same time surprise evident in her eyes. As Elisa was shocked at the size of Raphael's rod, there was a neutral look on his face, almost as though he had been expecting this look on her face. There was no one in the whether in their right state of mind or not who would see Raphael imposing member and wouldn't be deeply appalled. He was a monster in that department as well. Elisa's eyes soon flickered with lust in them, and she gently placed her hand around Raphael's rod. From the foreplay and escapade that occurred between Raphael and Elisa, his member had already risen to the occasion, and as Elisa's soft hand came in contact with it, there was a positive response from the other side. Elisa stroked the rod for a brief moment, and gently, she wrapped her lips around it. The heat climbed within, the veins popping out, and the previous slow methodical movement of her lips around him soon became fierce. Slurp slurp slurp. Clearly, Elisa was very inexperienced at what she was doing, but the only thought that ran through her mind was satisfying Raphael, as he had done to her earlier. She sucked Raphael's rod as if life depended on it, and the sloppy sound caused by her movement caused Raphael's lips to curl into an amused smile. Arg! A moan soon escaped Raphael's mouth, as Elisa put in a lot of effort into the task at hand, and kindled by his moan, Elisa quickened her pace, moving up and down rapidly on his cock. She went to the extent of deep-throating him, and as she felt Raphael's rod tremble, she wanted to separate her mouth from him, when she felt a hand on her head. Slowly, she raised her head, seeing Raphael tilt his head backward, while his eyes were shut closed. Elisa placed her hand on his thigh. Kug! As Raphael slammed his cock deep into Elisa's mouth, he released his spunks down her throat. The release was massive, and even though Elisa tried to break free from his grasp, there was no room for escape, and she almost choked on it. She soon had the corner of her lips dripping with spunks from the ones she was unable to take in, causing a rather comical scene. Gulp! Elisa licked her lips and then stood from her knees after Raphael let out a groan. Despite the loads that were released from his rod, Raphael still wasn't contented with it all. He seized Elisa's from head to toe, and after removing the last piece of clothes she had on, he carried her to the bed. The feeling of being covered by a man with both gentlemanly nature, and yet beast-like nature, was simply wondrous for Elisa. I want you." Elisa muttered with a smile on her face as Raphael placed her on the bed. A nod came from Raphael after she spoke, and gently he advanced toward her. No words were needed to be said between the both of them afterward, and once Elisa saw Raphael in front of her, she spread her legs, revealing her region which was still dripping from the orgasm. Raphael stared at her region with his thought rather unknown. However, he soon aligned his rod to the entrance, and with a thrust, he broke the hymen and penetrated inside her. Oh! Elisa was a virgin, and the pain that came from Raphael's cock separating her inner wall was insane. Her eyes rolled back and forth as the pain was unlike anything she had experienced in the whole world, and as her eyes turned teary, Raphael pulled back quickly. He stared at her, seemingly clueless about what to do or how to even act in this sort of situation. Are you okay?" Raphael asked. There was, however, no response from Elisa, and he was about to move away from her completely when she held him. "I'm okay," said Elisa. "Let's continue." Raphael didn't move a muscle from where he was. He stared at her, but there was clearly no intention of penetrating into her after the scream he heard earlier. "Come on," I said. "I'm fine," and before Raphael could even react, he felt Elisa aligning his cock to the entrance of her region. Serena paced around the room with her hand balled into a fist and an agitated expression on her face. "Those assholes," Serena blurted as she moved helter-skelter inside the room. Serena wasn't the only one who was agitated. The other two people in the room were also very disturbed about what transpired earlier. "We can't back down. After all, he hasn't made a decision yet," said Melanie as she stared at Serena, who was walking around the room. Responding to Melanie, Serena shook her head several times. "You don't understand Raphael, which is why you still assume this," Serena replied. "From what I know about him, he has already lost all respect for the council after what he heard from Kristin. That bitch." There was rage written all over her face as she remembered the disastrous words that were said by Kristin. Vs took a deep breath. "What's done is done, but what we need to do now is find a solution to this problem," said Vs. A nod of acknowledgement came from Melanie and Serena after Vs spoke. "What do you have in mind?" Serena stopped walking around and asked. "The way I see it, we have two available options," Vs said. "One, we counter-propose, in the sense that, we offer him something that he won't be able to reject, or, we force him in the council." A stupefied look was quick to appear on Melanie and Serena's faces, and before any of them would speak about what was on their mind, Vs's voice rang out. "I don't need to stress how important it is to have Raphael in the academy, but if we really want to remain as one of the big forces in the academy, we need him on our side. I'm certain the others would be looking to do anything to pull him in, and so, should we," Vs said. The look on Serena's face clearly suggested that she was against Vs's second idea, and after a few seconds, she spoke. "No, there's no way we would force him into the council. I also want him here, but if it has to come to forcing him before he joins us, then I oppose to that," said Serena. Serena turned towards Melanie and Vs. "I will speak to Raphael again, and whatever he says will determine whether or not we proceed or not." With that said, and Serena walked towards the door. She was about to open the door, when she paused and then turned towards Vs and Melanie. "I will advise you not to try anything ridiculous or else the consequence will be very dire," followed by those words from Serena, and she stepped out of the room, and as she left the room, Melanie and Vs glanced at one another with their thoughts rather unknown. Meanwhile, as the student council debated on how they were going to handle the problem, the cabal also discussed their own. Glenn sat in front of a rounded table with the same people that were in the administration block with him earlier, and a youth having Arctic white skin. "What do you think, Ripper? Do we begin that phase of the plan, or we should still hold back?" Glenn inquired. As Glenn spoke, everyone moved their eyes to Ripper, and while he didn't make a move nor express detest on any one of them, they remained very alert. The look on his face, as well as the aura that was excluded from his body, demanded respect, and as he spoke, the hair on their bodies stood erect. "Yes, we can now begin the plan." It was merely a few words, but it caused the heart of the people in the room to beat rapidly. Glenn nodded his head. Among the people in the room, he was the only one who remained neutral to the deadly intent that was leaving Ripper's body. Kristen broke the awkward silence in the room. "I have a question," said Kristen, and after she received attention from the people around the table, she spoke. "I'm well aware of Raphael, and the potential he has, but what I don't understand is why we are offering this much for him." Kristen paused. "It seems like we are willing to lose a quarter of our wealth and power in the academy just to get him, but, as I said, I'm aware of what he is capable of harnessing for us. However, what I don't understand is why we are willing to go to this length to have him. I refuse to believe that the only reason we are going for him is because of his potential. There has to be something else." "So, what is it?" Serena blurted. Glenn's lips soon curved into an amused smile as he stared at Kristen. He turned towards Ripper. "Should we tell them?" There were ranks in the cabal, and only the high-ranking commanders knew the sole reason why they insisted on pursuing Raphael to such great lengths. It wasn't just because of his talents and potential, as Kristen had said, and as Ripper nodded his head upon Glenn's words. "We are all after Raphael because he is the one with the key to everything." Before Kristen and the others could even process what they had just been told, a knock came on the door. The door was soon pushed open, and as three men who were all suited in black walked into the room, Glenn stood from his seat. He stared at Ivan, Antonio, and Miroslav, and then folded his hand across his chest. "To what do we owe this pleasure to?" Glenn spoke. There was, however, no response from the three of them after Glenn spoke. They had eyes on Ripper, and it was only after some seconds that they turned towards Glenn. "My brothers and I feel we can come to an agreement, so we have to come to discuss it with you," said Miroslav. Glenn shook his head. He had no idea where this was going to, but he was well certain that no agreement could be made, despite Miroslav saying it could. He was right about to speak when Miroslav's voice rang out. "Before you say no, don't you think you should listen to what I have to say first? Then, if you say no afterward, we will gladly leave here." There was a certain level of confidence that existed in Miroslav's voice, and once he began talking, the expression on Glenn's face changed quickly. "It's quite simple. We would rather have Raphael join the Cabal than he joins the Students' Council. We would like to join forces together, kick the council out of the race, then what decides who he joins between the both of us?" Miroslav blurted. Glenn placed his hand on his chin. "Since you suggested this, I believe you must also have a plan to eliminate them from the race." "What is it?" Glenn inquired. A nod came from Miroslav afterward, and as Glenn waved his hand towards the seat beside him, the three members of Bratovas moved towards there immediately. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms in the male dormitory, Eliza lay on the bed with a thick duvet wrapped around her body. Her eyes were shut closed, but after a few seconds, they trembled slightly. Eliza slowly moved her hand to the other side of the bed, and as she felt no one beside her, her eyes sprang open. She abruptly paused, as right when she wanted to yell for Raphael, she saw him seating on the chair in front of her. Raphael slowly turned towards Eliza. "I'm right here." With that said, and he moved his gaze back to the book, Eliza heaved a deep breath, and the concern that was written all over her face vanished. However, as she recalled what transpired, a blush was soon to appear on her face. She wrapped the duvet around her body and lowered her head. "It can't be that you're shy, right? Because I remember someone asking me for more," said Raphael as he opened another page of the book he was reading. "Or is it Raphael?" "Yes, yes." As Raphael made jest of Eliza from what she said during their moment, Eliza covered her face with the duvet. She could vividly remember everything that happened, and it was a side of her that she didn't think exist, at least not until Raphael showed her. Slowly, Eliza stood from the bed with the duvet wrapped around her body. She walked towards Raphael. Raphael could hear footsteps getting closer. Still, he didn't stop reading the book in his hand, not until Eliza stood in front of him. "What are you reading?" Eliza asked, and then made a move. She gently sat on him, and with her hands wrapped around his neck, she stared at his lips and then his glittering blue eyes. Raphael leaned forward and plucked Eliza's heart-shaped lips. Aunt Hilda. He kissed her passionately and, placing his hand on the duvet, he gently removed it from Elisa's body while he continued on with the kiss. Slowly, he stood from his seat, and then made his once again to the bed.